Meditation is something that is, maybe it's the most complicated and the most simple thing that we as human beings can do. Simple because we're working with what we already have. We're working with our own minds in meditation. And complicated because of how subtle and multifaceted the mind is. Think about all the sciences and all the technologies and all the complicated things out there that we use, even like quantum computers and AI models and all that, is precisely something that's coming from our own minds. And when we meditate, we're looking back into that magical source of all complication, and we're going into this process of, even though it might not seem like it or feel like it at that time, decomplicating the mind. And as we can be more simple, we can embrace more complexity. We can work with more subtlety and different dynamics without being weighed down by it, without being confused by it. Because there is such a hard leaning in the mind towards this notion of self, and also maybe the sensual experience of self, that is, that you see other bodies but they're not your bodies. You always think your thoughts. It's very helpful to meditate with a group, with a community, to practice together as a community, because in this way of not just practicing for ourselves, it's almost like we're taking communion with everything and everyone, so we can decouple doing anything for ourselves. The magic of meditation in having a community like this is the capacity to connect our minds with one another, not as separate individuals, but these apparent separate individuals connecting deeply with mind. And then we can meet each other in our shared connection with mind. This is very difficult to understand for some people because they don't know how to stop making things about themselves. And when we don't know how to stop making things about ourselves, community is basically impossible. because we're constantly in competition with the other people around us. And so this is also developing our relationship with non-thought, which is not the same as not thinking, because who really knows if you're thinking or not? So developing this relationship with non-thought is, it's more in line with faith in God. But in this context, it's faith in Buddha, or faith in the nature of things, or faith in thusness. You don't really know if you're with it or not. That's the nature of when we are poisoned by greed or anger or these complicated thoughts. We don't actually realize that we're stuck in that. I remember one time, me and Hung, I think we were walking around at night in Thailand. And she was I think she was kind of angry at me for something I'm sure was very valid, you know. And I was telling her, you know, to stop thinking. She was saying, I'm not thinking. I said, yeah, but you're angry. And there was a truth to that. We can be very angry. Someone says, you know, well, it's a new context as well. You know, don't think anymore. We say, no, I'm not thinking, but actually we're in a state of delusion, we're in a state of anger, we're in a state of greed. We're in a state of contraction in the body that we're not fully aware of or able to release and relax. To look into nothing, to, especially when we're in community, to be able to go back into truly being with ourselves, or the absence of ourselves, without broadcasting this disturbed signal of confusion about what's going on, about what other people are doing, about what the story is of what's happening. And so to take refuge in the storylessness of non-happening, and the happening is also storyless, just happening. What's going on here? Just this. So So it's not this external true world that's going on here. It's our mind's desires. It's our mind's fears. It's our compulsion to revolve around this core of grasping all these different thoughts and stories and emotions and leanings and perceptions and views. It's all nonsense. It's not true in any absolute sense. And what we're doing here is we're actually working and developing that skill to not allow the thinking mind to be in charge when it comes to practicing meditation. Not creating more nonsense. And when we stop creating all this nonsense, there's more and more and more space for a wonderful life, an interesting life. To share and receive from the heart. So I want to say anyways, and go smoke a cigarette, have a coffee, mess around. But there's so much value and wealth and health in us being able to practice meditation. To stop, stop your bullshit. Stop polluting the environment with your ego. And if you don't know how to do that in an engaged way, where you're kind, you're buoyant, you're fresh, you're ready to help, you're peaceful, then you need to find somewhere to crawl, some corner to crawl into, some rat's nest, some hole to dig yourself, so that you can just, that's the least that you could do, is keep your bubble of pollution to yourself, because you don't know how to be at peace with others. You don't know how to show up and be kind and give and try to help. You can't see past your own ignorance, which should be easier than ever for us to do. And instead, it's even the opposite. We want to annoy, we want to harm, we want to disturb, we want to minimize. We want to control. We want to shame, spit on, deface, denigrate. We want to make it about us. That's really what we're doing. We're trying to make this about us. But this isn't about anyone in particular. It's not about our egos. It's not about convincing other people of what we think. I mean, because I'm thinking about we're planning to start this meditation center here in Vietnam. And I'm just thinking about, like, if, we have some of our chatters, or, I'm waking up, it's a beautiful day, warm lighting, warm temperature, sitting in a wonderful chair. Maybe we're opening up a live stream and, having a beautiful cup of coffee, meditation. Maybe I'm projecting a little bit, but, that's where life is for me. Talking about the Dharma. It's not finding ways to attack or defend myself. It's knowing how to be without busyness, the business of businesslessness. Not to disturb other people, not to interfere with things that are going on that just happen to attract my attention. But to have this quality of reverence is so important. That's really what makes it work. Spiritual community is reverence. So there may be a teacher, a Dharma teacher, meditation teacher, or there may be a groundskeeper, a great mindful groundskeeper. And we go into that environment, the meditation hall or the meditation environment, the grounds of the meditation center. And so we have this reverence. This doesn't belong to us. And actually the person who's it does belong to, or is the caretaker for it, has a lot of skill, has a lot of care, and we have reverence for that. And so everyone's ego is kind of stepped down and relaxed down. That's one of those things, is that you develop actually that kind of allows all the ego to just move through all these different situations and environments, is this immediate resonance of reverence. And it can appear in all kinds of different ways. It's not black and white. It's not like, are you being reverent today? Are you in a state of reverence? It's just like a subtlety of holding yourself in the clarity that this is not about you. What I mean by you in that sense is it's not about the contraction in your body. It's not about your story. It's not about your past. It's not about what you want. And it's kind of a joke in that way. I'm trying to process how I, process and practice reverence sometimes when I go into different places. But it's not about me. It's not about the people that are there. It's not about anyone. And so then our expression becomes more like swimming rather than fighting with the water. Being with the water, being with the way that it is, and playing in that. And that's the joy of children. That's the power of children as well. They're very easy, they're very skillful to play. But as we become adults, we develop all this toxicity, all this bitterness, all this anger, all this frustration, all this ego, all this greed, all this self-righteousness that doesn't even make any sense. And we can't play, and we don't appreciate play. We're looking for a chance to stab somebody. We're looking for a chance to throw acid on somebody. We're looking for a chance to hurt somebody. We're looking for a chance to abuse somebody or something. Now, children usually aren't like that. You get special cases, I guess, where, going around picking the wings off of birds. That's very unusual, and even then, it's probably coming from a place of innocence. Just a kind of twisted innocence. And I'm not saying that there's anything inherently wrong with our failings and our negative aspects as human beings, but just to remind that the practice here is to free from these thoughts, whatever those thoughts may be. To free from these stories, whatever these stories may be. Sometimes we're looking at all these little fine or small details as a way to continue making this experience about our ego's perceptions and values and ideas. And that's not taste, that's not refinement, that's not skill. That's just a big blob of ego that's trying to absorb more things. What do we do with evil people that come to the meditation center? We fucking kill them. That's what we do. And we don't kill them with kindness, we kill them with a sword. A sword, a knife of wisdom. So this is also the role of, let's say the meditation master or the Dharma lead, the lead Dharma facilitator, is to kill. That's the job, to kill. It's my job to be ready to die. It's all of our jobs to be ready to die, to have our egos die as practitioners. And then when we are really, truly willing and ready to do that, we can talk about what we want to do with our lives together, in community, in collaboration. People out there that are, hesitant or skeptical, but yeah, you're probably not that great anyway. I'm skeptical that your valuation of what's going on here is particularly meaningful. Honestly, it's a mutual skepticism in that way. And I probably have more training than you do, a lot more training than you do, especially in spiritual community, and people who are viewing it from that angle. Right? So we're in shared terms. I think that a big role and a big responsibility that I have in Sangha building and community building, that kind of jazz, right, is to make sure that I'm not here to try and get anything from anybody, but just here to give and also, well, take life. But I'm not asking for anything. I'm sure I'm here to take, but I'm not here to ask or want anything from anybody. Not to be here expecting anything from anybody. And so this is the same thing when you come correct, as we like to say. You don't come here expecting anything. Don't expect anything from me. I was reading a quote. I was reading a fine quote from Dr. Rob. I don't know, it was in my dream world or something like that. It said, it was on our trading cards. We have Dr. Rob trading cards. Expectation is poison for happiness, or whatever. I don't remember what I said. But it said that expectation, I'm not talking about expectation on the back of a Hallmark card, but your expectation in this moment for something, about something, related to something, anything. Any expectation for your body to feel a certain way, for your mind to feel a certain way. Anything like that. And if Anthony Bourdain's show would have been called No Expectations instead of No Reservations, he wouldn't have killed himself. So we're on day 4 of our detox program, our fasting and detox program. Yeah. And so we're letting go of another ingredient. We're letting go of the juices today. There's no more juices, and we're moving into the coffee and cigarettes only portion of the detox. I'm sorry, everybody, but this is my truth. You know what I mean? I do apologize. And I take or we're doing oat milk, oat milk in the milk, in the coffee. And then tomorrow, maybe let go of even the coffee and even the cigarettes. We'll see. So this is 4 days, no food. 4 days fasting so far. That's a surprise, Elric. That's a big surprise. Anytime I usually try and do Well, I'm an exceptional case. Okay, I've been pre-diabetic before, so I've got to really be careful with this sugar. Stepping away from sugar entirely. And I want to drink coffee and smoke cigarettes with my lovely sangha. So usually I would have like fasting diarrhea. I've kind of been waiting to have, like explosive diarrhea from stopping taking the meals and just drinking a lot of liquids and stuff. Hasn't happened yet. So my stomach is is doing quite good. I've eaten a couple bushels of cilantro. But if you come here and you're not open to trying to meditate, you're really going to miss out on the potency of this environment and what this environment offers. You're maybe looking at the screen to see a clown show or somebody dancing around or somebody entertaining or something like that. Well, that's not what goes on here actually. Most of the time. And everybody has access to meditation. If you can feel a kind of, connection to me, even if it's because, you're my bully or something, but you can feel that little bit of connection, then you can practice, right? You can practice with the space in between the words. And you can feel the Buddha field, right? Dr. Rob has a Buddha field. Vishrant himself may agree. Who knows? We're building this meditation center, and it's going to be a online and offline meditation center. So we'll have both elements. People will be able to follow along with the sangha. The in-person and the online sangha are going to be, interbeing, interdisciplinary. This is another thing that doesn't exist, right? Because they don't prioritize it, because it's all old people. It's all curmudgeon-y old people from the 60s and 70s that think they're hot shit. And they don't know what to do with the online, offline. So we're going to bring these two worlds together, right? Camera in the meditation hall, camera on the grounds, camera in the public area. And then we'll have a lamp or a light or something that goes on, means we're live. And now you've got, you're broadcasting the entire center. And then when we're doing our group meditation or we're sitting down to have a talk together, I don't need to go and, put my camera and my computer and set all these things up, but it'll actually be something that we've created this infrastructure. Of course, you still have to turn it on and, connect. kind of like, what's the show called? Fish House? Is that what that show is called? Fish House? Fish Cam? House of Fish? It's a Sam Hyde thing. So it'll be a Buddhist fish house. Yeah. Fish tank. Yeah, Buddhist fish tank. That's what we'll do. Hey, Francis. Who's Francis? Give me a hint, Francis, who you are. You better not be who I think you are. Francis may not want to reveal themselves too much. But I've got an old friend named Francis, and I was thinking about them recently, and I didn't know if this was them. This is a different Francis. You know, it's really about feeling the vibe, you know, but feeling the vibe without all the extra fluff, because then you don't know. Am I feeling good meditating because I took opiates? You know, or am I just feeling good, right? Is this a feeling good because of opiates? Is this a feeling good because of the coffee, right? Because sometimes coffee makes us feel good. Am I feeling good because that was a great cigarette? Because I'm high on reefer? You don't know. But when you're that's the meditation power, you know? There's nothing that you could be feeling besides your own beingness, the vibe of your own beingness. Okay, Luz, third day. Fantastic. It's basically my third day, me and Hung's third day as well. But it's technically the fourth day. I always think about that. I've never been an uppers guy. I've never needed it because I'm so, I'm kind of very, electric. So I've never needed uppers. But if anyone has ADHD medication and they want to bring some or donate, send some to my P.O. box, as long as it's legal, I'd love to give it a try. Not really, but I'd be okay to try it. Especially if it's for free. Yeah, good. Good, Brash. Very good. Where am I inside my body right now? So, Francis, we're doing a detox here. So, we stopped eating meals 4 days ago. And I've eaten some bushels of cilantro. We've had juices, blended juices and things like that. Coffee and cigarettes, of course. And like coconut water. You can do it. You can do it. Right, so think about that. 4 days, no meals. Think about that. And then think about how much you're eating. So it's kind of a meme, right? That habit and that the way that we're living, the way that people live every day, all that, it's kind of, you don't have to eat. That's why I look at some of these meditations and I've even had that feeling in Buddhism at times. I said, people are saying it's time to eat. Well, there is no time to eat. The monks have specific reasons for doing that, but just in general, if we're a lay meditation center, we're a happy village, there's no time to eat. Why don't we do it in terms of it's time somebody wants to cook? You know what I mean? They can let other people know they want to cook. They want to cook for the community. Don't tell me it's time to eat. Treat me like a subject of your will. I'm not a subject of anybody's will. I'm not a subject of anyone's will, power, or decision making. I will never, one promise I can tell you for sure, is that in my meditation center that I'm starting here in Vietnam, I will never tell someone that it's time to eat. It's time to eat. It's time to die. You know what I tell people when they say to me it's time to eat? I tell them it's time to die. Okay? Because this clock only has 2 hands and they both go together. So whenever it's time to eat, it's time to die. That would be sweet too. So this is another element that I don't know if it's going to reach the right people. But so we like this thing, this person on this screen, okay? But we realize that it's not just like for entertainment. So there's a practice that goes along with it, right? So now we're being entertained, we're liking Dr. Rob or the Monk Life Meditation Community, and we're practicing, right? And then the space in between that is just kind of some space that's been created. So we want to learn how to fill that space with collaboration, to collaborate with one another to build this meditation center, and I don't want to sound like a freak, to build merch, to think about ways that we can support the community. And through supporting the community, support Dr. Rob, support what's being offered. It's something that people don't think about a lot, but we're lucky to have a small community where that's very possible. Because if we had thousands of people, you say something like this and it's a whole situation. So we're looking to get groups of people together that would actually like to talk about collaborating, helping to build the website, sharing ideas, wanting to volunteer their time and their energy to do things. Because it's great if people want to give money, donate money, I can put it in my pocket, and I can continue in what I'm doing. But there's a lot of things, my job, my role is to continue doing what I'm doing. So like this is my volunteering. It's actually a community. You're also creating the space, right? By your participation, by your viewership alone, you're creating the space. And so the opening, the invitation is, you're also welcome to volunteer. You're also welcome to help here. It's not just me putting on a show, entertainment and stuff like that. And hopefully that will become more clear as time goes on. As we have residents, as we get the physical property, the meditation center, and all that. Is this a place you love? You love this place? Support it. You know what I mean? Support what you love. I love this place. I love this community. That's why I support it. And if you love it, but you're not supporting it, what kind of love is that? That's nonsense. That's the love of a stalker or something like that, a harasser. So instead of filling up, we can let what's already here drain out. We have to be still to do that. And life is going to suck soon, even if it doesn't suck now. So knowing how to let that pus of adding more and wanting it to be and manipulating how it is just drain out is a very useful skill, very powerful skill. Because you're gonna want to drain it out sooner or later, and it's probably going to be sooner for most people here. So you let your body be still. You do it. I'm not telling you to do it. I'm just telling you how to do it. I'm not telling you to meditate. Just trying to help you do it if you want to do it. I mean, you got to think about it, right? Okay, this is reality. This is my mind. This is life, man. Stop trying to bullshit me, right? Yes, it's true, right? But, this mind that you call the simple situation, the simple reality. Well, what about when you go to sleep and you have these dreams? Oh, but I'm asleep. Well, what is sleep? Don't act like that's an absolute, oh, but it's sleep. So this mind that you have can creates fake realities as a part of what it does. Totally fake realities that you're in and don't know that you're in, with other people that you can talk to and interact with that are also just that mind. But you've identified with a small part of your mind. So let it all drain out. Let that pus of me and self drain out. Then our dreams are going to get better. Instead of these fucking horror films or these, local pub films. Or these poverty films. It seems that so many people are just in poverty, not materially, but mentally, socially, in humanity. It's like there's a poverty of humanity going on. And then somebody says, but I have a good reason to want to fucking be a aggressive. Well, then take that good reason and, let it go. And watch the anus. Everybody here needs to be aware of their anus. It's very, very important. Your anus tells the tale. Okay, you can quote me on that in meditation. And because your body gets contracted right? Your body's stressed, your body's contracted up, but you don't realize it. Then it can turn into major sicknesses later on. So relax the anus, relax the anus. And it relaxes naturally when you know that it's relaxed or tense. It also relaxes when you know it's relaxed, right? So it's the awareness of the anus. Watch it. It's not just hanging out, it's tensing, it's tightening, it's loosening. And this will be the same for your stomach. And oftentimes like my thighs or my calves, I can feel they tense up. And the face, of course, the face tenses up. So you want to watch all that. You want to see all that. Watch your anus. And this is how we are together. We're together in being aware of our anuses being tense. Who would have thought that your anus wasn't fully relaxed? And that you can't bring your ego into that situation. But, Dr. Rob, why'd you make my anus so tense? I don't think any tough guys are going to be saying that. So the honesty of being aware of our anus's current position and experience. But it's true, but it's really true. And so meditation is nothing other than being aware. Being aware being aware of the tension, such as the tension in the anus, or your teeth clenching, and then relaxing that and practicing that together. So the next time you feel social anxiety, think about your anus, because it's going to be pretty hard mentally to have a social anxiety thought stream based on if your anus is tense or not. But it'll help you relax. It'll help you relax your ego, because how ridiculous would you have to be in that social setting, the chop shop, the restaurant, the shopping mall, and having a stream of anxious thoughts about the fact, do other people know my anus is clenched? Do other people know that my anus is not relaxed? So then you can start to remember at that moment the falsity and the erroneousness and the ridiculousness of the ego and the self-story and all this anxious thoughts and stuff. Relax it, relax the anus. But to relax it, you have to become aware of it. To relax your ego, which is not really there's no such thing as your ego. But to relax your ego, you have to become aware of your ego. But because the ego is so subtle, that's you, right? Become aware of the body. And relax the anus or whatever other part of the body you notice. Especially the face. So I have like the middle of my forehead I've had for a long time. And be still. When we're still, it helps us to be more aware. Sitting still and sitting upright. Or also laying still, but you'll fall asleep once you start to relax. And then we feel this, maybe you can feel it, this body of peace, this body of pleasantness, and this absence of thoughts. If you can feel that, you better be taking out loans on your credit card. I'm sorry to spoil it, but it's really, really true. If you can feel that body of peace, that body of pleasantness, and that absence of thoughts, you're in the money. You're home. You don't need to think. You don't need to be anyone. You don't need to do anything. You don't need to solve anything. You don't need to fix the past or the future. You don't even need to fix the present. Why would you need to fix anything else? All going into you have to be aware of your anus. That's the Buddha field. Might as well be. What is it? I don't know. I don't know if anybody can feel that, but I really feel that. I say, wow, that's, actually I don't need a cigarette. I'm going to smoke one soon. But when I'm actually in that field, that true field, I don't need to smoke a cigarette. I don't need to eat food. I don't need to debate with anybody. I don't need to worry about what fucking Donald Trump is doing. Because the world becomes my world and my experience. Or, that's not a good way to say it, becomes direct, becomes immediate. Right, so keep sensing it. Keep sensing it, Snarf. Keep coming back to what's our anus doing. If you can relax your anus, you can relax your mind. There's another quote. That's a good t-shirt. Anybody going to buy that t-shirt? If you can relax your anus, you can relax your mind. That's a good t-shirt to wear in Vietnam, because most people are not. It wouldn't be, offensive, because most people aren't reading it, that like that. They're Vietnamese. They read Vietnamese. Yeah, you've made it to the proper dimension at that point, and that's when we can talk about nowhere to go, nothing to do. I have arrived, I am home. Yeah, Snarfville, yeah. The more that you stay in that space, Immer Blau, the more that your day is relaxed. So the AI is and that's the thing. You need to be ready, because you're really going to get frustrated. You're really going to get frustrated about these things. And then you can see that when you're in that space. When you're in that space, that's when you can see your anger. But when you're in anger, you can't see it. Same with our delusion. When we're in this space of everything's settled, everything's fine, everything's pristine, there's no need to do anything, figure anything out. That's when we can see our thoughts arising and disappearing. Their delusional aspects. Frustration, 100% frustrated. Because you think about that, right? Remember, we're aware of our anuses. We can see that there's contraction in the anus. We say, well, I don't need to contract my anus, so we relax it. And actually that kind of connects to the whole body. The anus is connected to the root chakra, which is connected to the crown chakra. Somebody asked about chakra work recently. So the anus, relax the anus, and you're going to relax the root chakra as well. And so when you relax the anus, also your thoughts are going to relax. It's not true for everybody, but that's a common truth. So then you think about, okay, being relaxed and being aware. The body feels pleasant, the body feels at peace. And just actively relaxing the anus, being aware of it if we don't connect with that peacefulness, and just relax. But then we're in that mental, anal, relaxed space. And we say, okay, I want to design a t-shirt with Dr. Rob's quote that says, if you can relax your anus, you can relax your mind, which is a really good quote. And the AI tells you this, I feel that frustration because that little AI, it's like a little fuck or something. It's like a little freak that won't listen. And you know why it won't listen? It's because of fucking sycophantic, pedantic billionaires that are destroying our society in their quest for greed, that are doing all this extra programming and limiting, thinking that they know everything, which they certainly don't. So you can see that anger, that frustration arising, and then you can see it dissipating. We think that it's based in, right? We think that it's based in the true story, but it's not. It's just the energy of frustration that has a thought attached to it. And so do you want to give yourself cancer? You want to give yourself a conniption with all that frustration? Or do you want to relax your anus? So Prem Seva said, the secret is that sadhana is done to make us realize that by sadhana alone we cannot attain truth. And so that's good, that's true. It means that you can't just be free from meditating by itself, right? It's true, but there's another thing. If you want to understand more deeply, then you will have to do deeper sadhana. My teacher told me that one time. I was kind of asking for him to explain some things to me and to help me out with some things, and he said, look, I could explain it to you, but you wouldn't be able to understand. You need deeper meditation. You need a more, and this is what's true for a lot of people here, not talking about like high-minded spiritual principles, but like you're interested in what's going on here. You feel connected. You value it, right? But you can't actually be a part of it until you've relaxed your anus or until you've relaxed your mind more. And it's nice, although maybe we miss out a little bit, but it's nice because we have this online space, so nobody's sitting around judging you, and you don't have to fight around with all these different people and stuff. You can just continue going on this journey of relaxing your anus, relaxing your mind. You already did, Gwiz Dolby. It's all bullshit. All the thinking so much about the world. There's people that have a lot of money and they're in a big club and they use their money to influence other people and create policies that they think are going to keep money in their pocket and make the world be the way that they want it to be. And that's it. That's what politics is. So unless we can actually decouple from the situation of billionaires, we're not going to be able to live in our world in a meaningful way. And if you want to protest and you want to engage or you want to do something about the world, you're going to want to have a relaxed anus. All right, let's move on to the next topic.
When the darkness comes and the shadows appear, when my heart is failing, gripped by crippling fear, when hopelessness is in the air and my back's against the rail, I can't talk, can't walk, mine says I've already failed. That's when I remember all their projections locking me in space and time, accommodating what the day brings, free from attachment to the outcome, rest in equanimity based on true reality. I can overcome adversity. Never lasts, but tough people do. If I incline my mind this way, I change my midnight into day as I remember. False appearances invading my mind, says space is saying all their projections locking me in space and time. I don't know the outcome, but my mind says it's gonna be crazy. The Dharma says see the empty nature, and it won't faze me. No, it won't faze me. To soar above conditions, watch what you think about. Work on solutions to your problems. Don't be hindered by doubt. Handling the ups and downs of life becomes a skill we master. Knowing everything is temporary spells the darkness faster as I remember illusion. False appearances invading my mind, since space is saying all their projections locking me in space and time. It's just an illusion. False appearances invading my mind, since space is saying all their projections locking me in space and time.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Actually, yeah, failed philosopher, it's a good way to look at it. And failure is essential. If we want to have any kind of real success, we're only going to find that through failure. And when we come across somebody, it's like there's so many people out there. I'm sorry. I know it's going to sound like an ego thing, but there's so many people out there that this is going to be really stupid to say, but I hope you give me a little bit of space to say it. There's so many people out there that have attended meditation retreats. They consider themselves Buddhist or spiritual. They've studied all kinds of Buddhism, and they don't get it as much as I do. And this is such a great resource for those people. This is such a great resource for people who are serious about, especially intentional community. I'm a big intentional community guy. So if you're serious about meditation, you're serious about community, you're serious about helping others, you're serious about Buddhism, wow, is this a great resource? And I say that maybe I'll get some karmic problems from that, or set up some kind of weird ego dynamics in our group, but it's something that is really true to say, and I'm not tooting my own horn by saying that. I'm just trying to give a clearer picture of this space and the resources that are available here, the access that is available here. Just like if one of my masters or one of my teachers or any master or teacher or anybody who's directly connected to masters or teachers that's able to be very accessible and share their experience and share their time and energy with people is available and accessible for hours and hours and hours in a day to connect with you. That's a wonderful resource. It's just that so many people are approaching this from an armchair position. And so it's a way for their egos to not be challenged, right? They're adding to their ego with Buddhism and meditation. They don't see the essence of the path, which is to be challenged. And that lack of challenging is actually a corruption. That's the nature of corruption, right? Is that something cannot be challenged properly and skillfully. There's not access to challenge. Yeah, 100%, 100%. And that's why I lean into the community as well. I don't just lean into the community so that I can be in charge. I lean into the community so that they can help me deal with my ego problems. Doesn't mean I'm going to crucify myself on the cross, but it means that I believe in that. And then I want to go and take a rest. That's why it's very important when we think about the meditation center, we want a very strong communal environment. And that's something that I'll have to work on as well, because my dynamics are going to change if I've got people here. If Colin's here, Colin lives in Vietnam, he's in America. If Colin's here, if Sarah visits from Israel, and they're sitting here, okay, the dynamics are going to change between what I'm used to. But in the same vein, I make a meditation center. We build this meditation center, and we've got a community. We've got a residential community. I don't want to just be sitting with everybody all the time and just be dealing with everybody all the time. I want to go and take my space. And so I talk this way not to create some hopeful idea, but it's actually to give people a chance to consciously stay and consciously be involved with it, as well as consciously go. I mean, that's one of the difficult things. You're coming up here and exposing yourself and being vulnerable and trying to share. I want this to be a valuable, meaningful experience for a lot of different kinds of people. And you just constantly see, there's these people that show up and then they just go. You see the numbers, they go up and down. It would almost be something because so if you've got a lot of practice and a lot of, you're there to help more than you are there to be helped, right? Then yeah, it's like having a teacher's quarters. It's like if you have like a residential meditation community, and you're going to have a guest teacher, a guest monk or something like that. They're not there to be helped. They're not there to follow the schedule. They're not there to be trained by the community. They're there to teach. And so they don't want to be dealing with everybody's problems all the time. So, you have a teacher's quarters, right? You have a teacher's hall. You know what I mean? But for a lot of people, they're coming to a meditation center to be helped. So them having kind of a cave that they can crawl into and make a rat's nest of their ego out of is almost that can be unhelpful, right? So I'm thinking about something about because maybe not every resident would have an individual room, but maybe we can make something like in a basement or in a certain area that's like a capsule hotel. So when you want to go and spend some time to be with yourself, you go into like a little capsule. You see what I'm saying? So you're not going to live there. You're not going to stay there for a bunch of time. You're not going to make a stinking rat's nest in there, right, with all your stuff. But actually you can go there and just be alone. You need to watch YouTube. You need to decompress. You need to relax, feel that space. Then you can go there and do that. And people will know, oh, this guy's in the capsule. I think that's a cool idea, But we got to watch out for Shiva. Shiva's maybe going to spend a little bit too much time in the capsule, stringing together his walnuts to sell online, And imagine that. Imagine that if we had a community like that. We've got Shiva, in his capsule live streaming, talking about how important it is to wear solidified mercury. You know what I mean? So and also it's very uncomfortable. It's very uncomfortable to love somebody else. Think about a lot of people's position, right? A lot of people are very, very isolated. And they have to go to work. And life kind of is constantly hitting them on their head. They're not part of much of a community. They're involved with politics. They're stressed out about politics. And if it's a conservative or someone on the left, and all these different theories that they have in their mind, when they actually don't spend basically any time in community. You know what I mean? And so then they come into a space, which is very possible. I don't mean to get too real, but they come into a space where it's like maybe it's me and Hung and Shiva and Seraph or something like that, you know? And they all love Dr. Rob. You know, I'm sorry to use these kind of gross examples, but, or it's a community of people that just know each other and are connected with each other, right? And then you're on the outs and you're dealing with your own stuff internally. So that can be very, very difficult to see that love and to feel that connection. Not even about if it's not for you or whatever, because we don't have this skill of empathetic joy. So we can't empathize with other people's positive qualities or positive emotions. So we have to learn to work with that kind of stuff too, and all those different dynamics that come up. And we do that through this kind of exposure therapy. And also seeing the ridiculousness of that presentation, the absurdity of that presentation. Everybody loves Dr. Rob. Dude's a lunatic, but I love him too. You know, and in this way we can, to the degree we can love somebody else, we can start to love ourselves as well. There's a lot of different dynamics that are going to be coming up. Doesn't really have anything to do with if you support Trump or not, when you're actually creating a community from the ground up. And so there's these issues with self-view. And there's ickiness about it. There's this ickiness about self-view. There's also this ickiness about wanting something, desiring something. So the very advanced masters, they fully realize that ickiness, and they embody an uninvolvement with that seeking. And so they're totally unentangled to the very root of their mind. You know, I'm not totally unentangled to the very root of my mind. You give me a break, I'm 33. You know, I'm an American. And these masters, if they're looking, when they're seeing, they're not looking at anything as their basis. They can look at things, but they're not fixating on anything. And so all of these small desires and small plans and small wants and small excitements based on real true things create traps for freedom. And how could you trap freedom? You can't really, but that's what it feels like as a human being, as a someone. And that's why we do the meditation. We go back into the meditation because we can unhook those hooks that we've hooked our mouths onto. And now we wonder why we feel a little bit uncomfortable or not in equanimity. Well, Because our mouths are being stretched wide with all these different hooks that have come along and are pulling us in all these directions. And that's when we come back to our anus and we relax it. If it happens to be tense, but at least be aware of it. And this is also why our modern culture, modern consumption culture is such a disaster, because depth comes from being able to immerse yourself in what already is, not to be seeking the next thing. The more that we can immerse our minds in our direct experience, that experience can become more profound and useful and full. It's like you're trying to get to this next thing, like, when am I going to go and smoke a cigarette? And so because you're being hooked that way, this doesn't feel fine enough. This doesn't feel good enough. Yeah, look into your own ass and tell us what you see. We don't think about it in the right way. I had a dream last night where I was talking to someone in the dream. And then they were talking back to me. And then it was like, because you're talking to yourself. So I was slowly coming to realizing I was talking to myself. But then also the fear that went along with that. All of the fear. All this, intensity of that insanity. So at a moment like that, in the moment of a nightmare, in the moment of a dream, how absolutely powerful and enlightened would it be for you to just be able to sit and be at peace? And at peace meaning just sitting and just being relaxed and being with, what's going, being with life as it is right now. And so this is the dream. You're in the dream, and there's all kinds of things happening that you can't comprehend. And if you tried to comprehend all the different things happening, like how your heart was beating properly connected to your lungs, you would have a panic attack. Your head would explode. So this is the true value of our meditation. And just being able to be. It's not for what we want. It's in contrast to everything that we don't want, and being at peace in the face of that. And then we see that wanting is how we get so lost in all the fear. How we empower all these things that we don't want to cause problems for us. You've got to drop the ego. You've got to drop the confidence. It's just another way for you to miss out on what's going on here. So it's weird to us to practice meditation like that because we're not in the process of getting what we want. And then it's almost like most meditation teachers or spiritual environments, it's like trying to convince you that you want to get something that is antithetical to wanting itself. You have to be willing to sit here and not be getting it. And to not be successful and not be productive. To drop yourself with yourself. There's no such thing as the peak of meditation. That's just nonsense. That's a wrong view, wrong idea. And yes, yeah. The peak of meditation is when you're meditating now. I can only help so much from over here. For me to help more for you, I'd either have to go over there or you'd have to come over here. And our mutual willingness to be open to doing that is what allows me to go over there and you to come over here now. And if you try to practice meditation seriously, we can meet in the middle. And so you shift the environment with your generosity, with your giving. You don't shift the environment with your wanting and your criticism and your kind of, oh, I wish it was a different way. Make it a different way with your generosity. Make it the way that you want it to be with your giving. Not by expecting it to be a different way and then trying to take something from an expectation. Because when if Dr. Rob is actually meditating, or we're actually meditating properly, that means we're open for everything. It's not meditation time, although sometimes it is. But then somebody comes in with a big bag of gold coins. Now it's gold time. Now it's gold coining time. Now it's time to celebrate. Now it's time to stop this nonsensical fast and crack open those beers and get those cheeseburgers over here, and it's time to have a party. But if you don't have access to what you want to change, how are you going to enact practical generosity with it? So it's almost like this modern algorithm of technology and the internet is making us AI models, because we're not really interacting with anything. The biggest interaction that we're making is giving more information to the algorithm to do its work. That's why when it comes to donating money, I recommend direct generosity. You just give a bunch of money to the Red Cross or this place or that place. Listen, there's already more money than anybody knows what to do with it. But there are not a lot of people who know what to do with money to help others and to help each other together, to build community. Pick your poison. And everybody's going to die anyway, so we might as well get some involvement when it comes to our generosity, not just a tax break, although we can arrange that too if it comes to that. And then we go for a hike. I'm not going for a hike. But that's kind of how it all works. The communal practice. Okay. So I think it's time that we take on this Angelo non-duality situation. We need to get to the bottom of it, and we need to figure this all out. Okay, as a sangha. So that's exactly what we're gonna do. From a donation that recently came in that inspired this. And listen, guys, you got to donate. You got to find that way to donate. We have certain people reaching out. They're saying, look, I'm interested in this project. I want to support this project. I want to put you to work. I'm the greatest meditation masters. Some of them are taking what we would traditionally call a bodhisattva path in the world. So they're out there and they're doing all kinds of things all the time. Like my teacher, Sayadaw Ashin Otamatara. Let me write down that name. And these very high masters, they eat shit. They eat corpses. They eat suffering. You know how, like, for me and you, for everybody here, this is something we can relate to each other with, right? Because we're, imagine if somebody came along and said, look, for whatever reason, I was contacted by God, or I was contacted by a spirit, and I've got a bunch of gold and a bunch of money, and I just want to give it to you. And I'm going to figure it all out with the lawyers so you don't have to worry about any taxes, because I know you don't know about these kinds of things. You know, you're just a worker, you're a regular person. And I want to make sure that you are financially taken care of for the rest of your life. Boy, oh boy, is your blood going to start pumping. Now you're a vegan, now you're going to the gym every day, now you're helping people, you're giving handouts, you're doing all this kind of stuff, right? So that's for us normal people. But for these true enlightened beings, they eat everything. They're constantly in that position. They're always in that position. And they operate from this place of freedom all the time. They can eat anything. They eat what nobody else wants. And they find that this becomes like the sweet dew of the elixir of freedom, of God, of the sublime, of heaven, what have you. It's not actually about feeling pleasurable. It's more like peace or bliss. So it's very, very important. We need your support. We need your help. We need your donations here to keep this choo-choo train running. Primarily because of Dr. Rob's inadequacies. You know, that's why we need people to volunteer and show up and help and support, primarily because of my inadequacies. So we received a donation, quite a unique one, and we're going to go into this. We're going to figure out this Angelo Delulu situation. So let's do that. We're gonna get to the bottom of it together, the top of it. We're gonna look down on Angelo Delulu. And don't worry, I'll send him another email and let him know that he's being taken down again. Here we go. And this is going to be very unpleasant, okay? So we're going to have to bear with that.
all kinds of stuff. This series that we're about to do here, called Awakening Explained, is different, but it's not. And I never do this. I never do an intro to an interview or a series, but I think I really need to do it for this one because, first of all, it's a trigger warning. If you're not interested in personal introspection and transformation, looking at what is the deepest living truth in this moment for you, in the hopes of ending suffering for yourself and those around you, and just being more connected with what is true, if that's not something that even vaguely interests you, then you should just skip this whole series. You can make fun of me, you can be like, oh my God, he's gone full Deepak Chopra, like what's wrong with him, he's all woo. And then for people who continue to watch, you'll find out this: there's nothing woo about awakening. It's nothing less than finding out what your real identity is and dispelling the illusion that you're separate from everything else. By dispelling that illusion, your entire worldview is transformed, as is your life, as is the lives around you. All my suffering and all the suffering I caused for others was my own sense of, I'll never be okay, I'll never be enough. And, you know, we talk about transforming healthcare, building health 3.0. How can we do that if we don't first relieve our own suffering? Now, I know this from personal experience because in 2012, I was wrapping up about 10 years as a hospitalist at Stanford, and I was never so unhappy, miserable, suffering, never felt good enough, always felt like an imposter, always wanted more, but when I got what I wanted, there was just still more to want. I felt like it was a tiny little me against this vast, impersonal, and hostile world. And then I quit everything, and my family and I moved to Las Vegas, and someone introduced me to this wacky new agey book called...
Well, I mean, does it really, do you need to say anything more about that? He moved to Las Vegas. I quit everything. I had a bunch of money, and me and my family moved to Las Vegas. I mean, the video, I mean, that's at least for him, he's already done.
Totally. And I listened to it on audiobook, and I have never been the same. It launched me down a path of self-discovery, meditation, introspection, meeting others who are interested in the same thing, and it was amazing. I improved my mind. I was able to watch my mind. I was able to see my unconscious stuff happening, and instead of knee-jerk responding, I was response able. I could actually take a space and make a wiser, more compassionate decision. But I didn't really know that that was only the tip of the iceberg of what was on offer on this path. And that's when Dr. Angelo DeLullo reached out to me a few months ago, and he said, hey, I'm an anesthesiologist in Colorado. I love your Doc Vader stuff. It's really funny, man. Anyways, I wrote this book on awakening. I watched a couple of your videos. Seemed like you're interested in meditation and stuff. Like, there was a vibe there. Here's the introduction. Check it out and see what you think. I read the introduction. I asked for the whole book before it was released. I read the whole book, and I can't describe to you how simple and direct and powerful a guide it is to awakening. I don't care if you are religious. It doesn't matter what your belief is. It doesn't matter if you're an atheist, if you're a scientist. This book strips away all the mumbo jumbo and just says, hey, here's what this is. Here's how you do it. Here's why it's possible for you. Here's why it's important. I've never encountered anything like it. And then having met Angelo, he is absolutely the real deal. And so my own life is continuing to unfold in a way that I never would have guessed. And it's a kind of grace. And so this current show is our first interview where Angelo and I talk about awakening and what it is and just get started. There's another 8 hours of interviews that we did that are going to be part of this series I'm calling Awakening Explained. For those of you who are intrigued by this, who really the most important, I mean, it's so important to them because
So that's not, we're not going to be able to make any use of that because that's just some podcast nonsense. So we're just going to have to put that one down. The thing is with these people, you don't, it's all of the work that they do is in this veil of contrivance, this veil of superficial inorganic presentation. There's not really any, there's nothing to actually, there's no juice to squeeze out of that. It's just something that you listen to. It's intellectual, it's performative. There's no real person there. There's no real situation there. It's so selfish that it doesn't bear speaking of. I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, let's try again. See what we can get out of this one. We're looking for an entry point to infect, to exploit, to show the falseness of this man.
Of retreat almost, right? And my question is similar to what I asked last year, and it's how to proceed, right? When we're back. Yeah, it's the end of retreat almost, right? And my question is, yeah, it's the end of retreat almost, right? And my question is similar to what I asked last year, and it's how to proceed, right? When we're back home, because I feel like here the conditions are optimal or conducive for, like, I don't know, opening up. I feel like, you know, the heart and the body and the mind is all, yeah, opening up. That's what it feels like. And you know, we get healthy food and community
and we meditate and all of that. And back home it's going to be different, right? There's going to be challenges like work and whatever and family stuff. And I kind of get that's.
You can just see by how this person is communicating. They have not been, they haven't received good, clear principles and practices for, and a good explanation of what's going on, this selfless truth. Not just that he's asking for help, it's clear in how this guy is asking these questions that it hasn't been made clear to him the impossibility and the emptiness of all these things that he's talking about and asking about. You know, and this is in the midst of a retreat. So what has Angelo Delulu been doing? What has he been talking about for all this time? Well, what he's been doing is just feeding people nice aphorisms and therapeutic modalities, and think of how nice it would be to get it. And you do get it, don't you? You do kind of get it, don't you, man? You do kind of get it. Angelo Delulu is not a true non-duality teacher. He's not a true enlightened teacher. He's not a true awakened teacher. And he does not know what he's doing.
It's just going to. That's just how it is. Like, it's not, I'm not trying to, I don't want to change conditions. Like last year, I asked if I should go to a monastery, which I don't think I need to do, right?
Angelo Delulu's never been to a monastery. He's never trained with a master. He's a fan of Adyashanti. He's attended some meditation retreats. He's got no position supporting these people. The only thing he's got a position to do is sell and hawk his nitrous. His non-duality nitrous, which is what he continuously does on his YouTube channel, that needs to be taken down, frankly.
But then how do I navigate the mundane, like because the conditions are powerful, right? They kind of push in on you and want to close you back up. That's what it feels like. Yeah. So how can we keep that?
And this is precisely what Angelo DeLulu doesn't want anybody to see. This is precisely what Angelo DeLulu wants nobody to see. This group of sycophantic, pedantic, fake non-duality teachers, fake enlightened teachers that are self-assuring, self-convincing, okay, sitting on the stage, sitting on the Arahat stage, okay, in front of a bodhisattva that Angelo DeLulu has nothing to do with Buddhism. He just attended some retreats, spent some time in the Soto Zen tradition in America. He doesn't represent anything. These group of people that have been recognized as Angelo DeLulu as arahats, all that he's recognized is that they know how to convince themselves, as to some degree as well as he does, that they're enlightened and they've got it all figured out. This is exactly what Angelo DeLulu is trying to hide and doesn't want anybody to see. Okay? So let's see how they answer this nice guy's question. True spiritual seeker. That's why Angelo's channel needs to be taken down, because this guy's a true spiritual seeker, and this is what he has to deal with. This group of balding, nitrous addict, etc. people.
Spirit. The conditions like gone or changed. How can we take that with us and kind of cultivate that? I don't know, like from the inside. I don't know. That makes sense.
I'll just say, other people can speak. For me, when you said the retreat is almost over, I was like, that's not true for me. I don't experience that. And also when you say what's
And now he's attacking him. The first thing that Angelo DeLulu says to this guy, okay, when the whole idea is supposed to be, we all do non-duality nitrous, buddy. Everybody on that stage, right, is supposed to be, we do non-duality nitrous, and you either get it or you don't. And if you don't get it, you better stay out of my way. And that's precisely why Angelo is attacking this guy, because he's a real spiritual student asking for real spiritual advice when he's already heard all the yapping that clearly hasn't connected with him. And instead of Angelo saying, look, man, you don't get it, because Angelo is not allowed to say that, right? Angelo says, I'm a separate person, and I think that what you just said as a separate person isn't true for me. This is a dark circle. This is a circle of dark people. Angelo is a ringleader of darkness. Okay? Non-dual darkness. Welcome in Frig and Frig to this session, because this is a live stream that's being recorded, just as this was live. And this is how we're actually able to penetrate and go into who this Angelo guy is and his group of dark non-duality people, because it's live, because they're exposed, because they're in front of a bunch of people that are looking at them, so they can't do their little act and their little game, their little fake non-duality Zoom meetings. This is why someone he's called Emerson non-duality. There's nothing to talk about, because he's always in this super contrived, produced one-to-one meeting with some random people that are, looking for hope. And he's just saying, yeah, we'll look into it. We'll look more into Emerson non-duality. He's one of the famous people. But Angelo is the dark lord as far as I'm concerned. And I apologize if you don't appreciate my comedy or my levity or my snark or my the irony in some of the things that I'm saying, but we are going into this, okay? I was a Buddhist monk for 8 years. I have a lot more practical training and experience than this Angelo DeLulu guy, and we're taking this guy down.
going to happen later is this and this and this and this. It's like, that's not also true. That's just my experience.
You know what I mean?
I'm just going to translate for Angelo.
it's almost too dark. It's too dark. I can't even, I don't even, to go into this, I feel the dark. And you heard that laughter, that sick laughter. You couldn't get a guy that's more sincere. You couldn't get a guy that's more sincere. He's been joining your retreat. He's been listening to God only knows how much of your nitrous-fueled, non-dual drivel, Angelo. And now he's here putting himself, vulnerabilizing himself on this, in front of this group of sycophantic, insane people, okay, and asking for help, asking for real help with all of the false principles, the shallow teachings that you gave. And so that's what his position is at this point in the retreat. And now you're offended because he's speaking this way. And so now you say, that's not true for me. And everything that you said is fake and false. This guy's a cult leader of fake non-duality. Let me translate for Angelo. Like it's that complicated to say nothing. Everything's nothing. Don't you get it? Don't you get it? Look at these smiles. Look at these sick smiles on the faces of these women. Look at the arrogance and the contrivance look at how he's picking. Look at this. Look at this. Look at how Angelo is picking up this a can of Coke. What, he's drinking a can of Coke? Look at his little finger putting his pinky out. King of the castle. Oh, what is this? What does this look like? It looks like the seat of Jesus and the saints, huh? You ain't sitting on my Dharma seat, I'll tell you that right now. Get that out of your mind. You think you're going to come to Vietnam, you're going to sit in my Dharma seat, sit next to me in my position? Ain't going to happen, Chief. I don't care how much you get it.
No.
You've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. Somebody has to say something about this. Somebody has to do something about this. You got a bald man with a ginger beard. Say, let me translate. You guys got to see what I'm seeing right now. With some freak, some random dude that's into spirituality that find Angelo. Angelo says, yeah, you get it. We get it. You're going to be a Dharma teacher like me. And he says, let me translate for Angelo. No. And look at Angelo's face. Look at Angelo's face while this. We need to reverse that. Go back a little bit here.
Hello. No.
Oh my God. I will rip this guy apart. Talk about, you know, sometimes we talk about, would Dr. Rob have a chance? Would Dr. Rob have a fighting chance with Ajahn Yanamoli, with Beth Upton or something like that? I think Beth's a very nice woman. These guys would not even, they don't get it in the slightest, if I'd have a chance. When I walk in the room, their pants are full of piss and shit. Let me translate for Angelo. No. Man, these are sick people. I don't like making a video like this. This isn't fun for me. This isn't who I really am. But I take on this picture to actually talk to this. I can't imagine how anybody's even going to watch this at this point. But this is a takedown of these people. This is a takedown of what these people are doing. This is wrong. This is spiritual colonialization, spiritual neo-colonialism. This stuff is messed up. These people are messed the fuck up. This is the sweetest guy you ever want to meet. And then Angelo posts this. Just like when I did my first takedown video of Angelo DeLulu, right? I sent it to him in a message, in an email. He emailed me back, insulted me, told me I needed psychological help. So let's get some of the cheers in the background from all the non-dualists. Pop your balloons and your little incense fluttering comes out, right? And then he says, I'm seriously mentally ill. I need medical help, and he hopes that I get it. And then after he said that to me, He then took my video as a link and posted it to mock a mentally ill person, to mock somebody that needs help. These people are sick people. I'm not fucking joking about it. And I don't care how much they do their little talks, you know, as Angelo, every single video that Angelo does, he's leaning over on the other side of the camera and hooking up the nitrous mask for a couple minutes, coming back and said, yeah, so you know, it's all nothing. Do you get it? While he's living in the high world on nitrous, while the rest of us have to slum around breathing regular air. Listen to this guy.
Still flow? Does the river still flow?
People ask me how and why I can't be successful on YouTube, can't be successful creating content and making little snappy videos and things like that, because this is untenable. This is untenable. There's no tenability here. What, are we going to go and start the video back at the beginning and then watch it again to get a clearer picture? This is ridiculous. And look at Angelo's face. He thinks he's some 70-year-old monk, Burmese monk from Myanmar, sitting on his in his Vipassana kingdom or something. Look at the faces of these people. I don't know if you can see it. Turn in, get close to your screen here, everybody. Look at the faces of these people. Does the river flow? Wink, wink, do you get it? Does the river flow? Wink, wink, do you get it? And this is precisely the level of Soto Zen in America by and by as well. Look at this woman's face right here. Look at the face of this woman. And she's a victim. She's a victim of this guy. This woman is a victim spiritually of this guy. There's no humbleness at all. It's this, look at this guy's face. After some absolute spiritual nitwit just said, let me translate for Angelo Delulu when he said, the things you said aren't true for me. And then this guy says, let me translate. No. Does the river flow? And this is Angelo's face. Oh, they make tons of money. These people are making tons of money, hand over feet. These are faces of darkness, my friends.
Does the river still flow? I think.
Look at this guy's face. He has no fucking idea what they're talking about. And he doesn't have any idea what they're talking about because he doesn't get it. It's because they're bad teachers and they don't get it. I get it. Well, then that doesn't have anything to do with fucking non-duality, does it? And yet somehow the primary principle of their teachings right now is we get it, you don't. No. Let me say it this way. No. From the audience. This is fake fucking non-duality. And this guy is a victim of these people. And of course, they're a victim of themselves as well, especially everybody. This is probably the only fucking authentic guy in the retreat. The only real seeker on the retreat that's not a fucking loon, that's not hanging out with Angelo Delulu in the back rooms huffing nitrous in between every meditation session and sycophantic, pedantic talk. And so now Angelo Delulu is saying, let's all laugh at this guy. He doesn't get it. Ho, 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 ho. Same thing he did with me. Only with me, he said, I'm seriously mentally ill. I need psychological help. And he hopes that I get it. And then he posts a video that I made about him to mock me to his sycophantic, pedantic, cultish audience.
This points to what I almost talked about yesterday, which is the resolve to see. So if you're feeling open from the retreat, don't close again.
That guy seems fine, you know. That's where Angelolu gets off and gets all of his tricks. And he's looking over, what is this? Because it's therapy, right? But it doesn't have anything to do with non-duality. Coffee. Today's the last day. Tomorrow was today to be the last day for no coffee and no cigarettes, and none of that stuff's ever going to happen again. It's a full fast very, very soon. Look at these people. Look at Angelo and this fucking bearded freak. Yes, that's his name, Angelo Delulusional. You know, and people say, why don't you think about this a little bit? Why don't you write something down? Why are you combining art and serious critique and an overall sense of repulse and indignity in the face of this absolute spiritual reductionist travesty? Because that's who I am, man. And because I'm sitting there looking at this fucking guy with the red beard looking like a monster.
And when the mind wants you to close, don't do it. That's resolve. That's like drawing a line in the sand. I've had enough of the way imputing into thought. Like Angelo says, I've had enough of that way. It does not work. Because the view you take to a monastery is the same view you take to India or to the grocery store. It's the view you're operating from that's causing the suffering.
Now the beautiful thing, now there is beauty in in between the darkness, right? Silver lining, silver lining. The beauty of this is this kind of, kind of nice, insightful guy wearing black, and man, muscles. That's it's not really my type, but I really appreciate that thickness. That's like a father figure. You know, he's so below me spiritually, but I look of him like a father kind of figure. But this guy here, right? This yellow-bearded nitwit, this red-bearded nitwit that's Angelo Delulu's prime archetype of arahatship. Watch his face. I want everybody to watch his face as this guy in black is actually giving some good spiritual advice and insight. Look at this. I want people to see this here, okay? Look at it. Watch his face. Watch this red guy's face. The guy who just said, let me translate for Angelo the Buddha. I'm one of his arahats. No. Does the river flow?
It's the same view you take to India or to the grocery store. It's the view you're operating from that's causing the suffering.
His eyes are looking around. He's looking for reassurance, doesn't know what's happened. I mean, what are we talking about here? These are not spiritual teachers. And Angelo Delulu's not a spiritual teacher either, because he doesn't know what he's doing. He's just fumbling around.
So it's when you say, I want to keep the retreat conditions out in the world.
Here, this is the face of a Buddha, everybody. A lot of people here have been wondering what the face of a Buddha is. This is a face of a Buddha. Is this the face of a Buddha or someone who's done too much nitrous? Okay? And Prem Seva, I hope you're here. We'll need a thumbnail and title ideas. We also need title ideas and thumbnails, guys, for me posting this video. I've got a direct recording on my computer, but if you can send me like an intro, like that little bing thing. Anyways, is this the face of a Buddha? Looks to me the face of a nitrous addict. Okay? Someone who's taken a little bit too much nitrous, not really is there anymore. Okay? No offense to nitrous addicts, but come on. This guy is a monster.
You see how that's a graspy, controlling kind of thought that wants to make the retreat permanent, like a permanent state or something like that?
Yeah, but that was my point. Like, I get that. Like, that's not going to happen. Like, and it's in vain to try. Then, then what?
I would invite you to explore that there's no way to know. There's no way to know what happens when you leave the retreat. So trying to set it up doesn't work. You don't know what you're going to do when you leave the mic. There's no way to know.
So, but it's just the good advice too. I mean, this is a sangha. You can't really do this, but it's entertainment. There's levity. And what am I primarily saying? What am I primarily saying? I'm saying that 1 year from today, Angelo Delulu, meet me in Vietnam for a non-duality boxing match where I will knock your fucking top off. That's what I'm primarily saying. No, what I'm primarily saying is that we should get together and discuss this fucking shit. And talk about this. Not just constantly watch somebody on a screen yapping and slapping and sapping around, and we create these kind of parasocial sanghas. 1v1, ready to debate, ready to show up, ready to, especially if you want to talk about politics, stop debating. You want to talk about non-duality? Let's debate. Let's get to the bottom of it. Let's get serious about it. I thought that guy on the far left's advice was good. This red lady's giving some good advice. It's a sangha. Angelo's advice was stupid and totally egoic. And then he handed it off to this red guy's mic who said, let me translate for Angelo. No. Does the river flow? And then cue the audience. It's fucking sick. And it's sycophantic, it's pedantic, and it's very selfish. It's a self-oriented sangha proposing themselves as being non-duality. The red lady was fine because she helped him. It's not about if they've got it or not. It's a skill. It's discernment. We're talking about bringing a level of discernment here. Let's see what this lady says. I've heard she's not very good.
I don't know if it was you that I told this to when we did the breakout rooms, but if I remember right, I think that I said, can you commit to living problem-free? Does that ring a bell?
And that is total nonsense. That is total motivational speaker, podcast host, nonsense people presented. You're just trying to. Can you commit to live in There's a guy who's a TikTok famous, and he got famous on TikTok because he would just eat fruits, and he was he appealed to middle-aged functioning alcoholic women that neglected their children, and he had long hair and he's skinny. He'd sit there eating fruits and saying, "Yeah, man, it's all." And so now he makes little videos where he's saying, if you've got somebody around but they're not any good anymore, this is the tamea fruit. You got to know how to let them go and keep moving on. And that's not what we're doing here. Red shirt lady's good. Guy on the daddy guy on the far left is good. Angelo and his red bearded fake Zen guy are not any good. Neither is this lady.
Oh.
It might. I don't know.
Yeah, so I'm going to say that again. Can you commit to living without?
Can you commit to living without it? And now she's snarky. Look at her. Now she's snarky because this is their cult. They have a cult of shaming people who challenge that their principles and practices don't have efficacy and that their realization is missing and lacking, right? So he just got a win, right? This guy just snapped back at her. She's sitting up there on the aura seat. Now they're because it's an ego game for them. Because all this non-duality circle is a fucking ego game, right? And now look at these two. I want to point, the red guy's just a fucking loon, so there's nothing to say about him. He's totally, he needs to be fucking buried in a video game somewhere 6 feet under. And so, but look at this. I want to look at the main criminals here. The main criminals. Look at her. So he responded and said, that's pretty stupid. I guess it could work. So now she's snarked out of her mind. The red lady's going along with the audience and saying, you got a nice one. Angelo's saying, oi, 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 because he's a nitrous guy. And then the red guy over here, he doesn't know what's going on. He just thinks that he's a Zen master. And, daddy's over there being daddy. And now she's snarking back because she gave some nonsensical motivational advice that doesn't mean anything. Oh, the cross-leading guy is the worst people. Literally, the Chan masters of old, the Zen masters of old said if you killed 1 million of these people, you wouldn't incur a single karmic debt. That's what they used to say about people like that. And Angelo's one of those guys, only he's so suffused with nitrous, you can't even call him anything because he doesn't stand for anything. Only thing he stands for is huffing nitrous. Non-dual nitrous.
Generating problems where there are none, without generating duality.
I mean, I can commit to try. Yeah. That's what commitment is, I guess, to try.
So now it almost seems like you're fabricating a problem just to have something to perceive as a problem.
So this is one of the major issues that you encounter in spiritual circles. Sometimes a situation comes up like this. Like, both of these people are not particularly advanced enough to talk about what level they're on or if one's more advanced than the other. But let's just say that this lady is less advanced than this guy who's asking for support. That would break the entire fucking pedantic paradigm of what they're trying to do, right? I get it, they get it, so I'm sitting on the stage, but you're asking a question that means you don't get it, and we're supposed to be disassociating. Did you not take your nitrous today? And so now you have this weird freakish thing going on where you've got somebody that's not in a position to teach someone else, trying to teach them, and now trying to fight with them, and now trying to prove to the audience that she gets it more than him. These are precisely the kind of videos that Angelo Delulu posts.
Right, because maybe that feels familiar, comfortable. Can you
It's like it's what I'm used to. Like, that's how it always has been, right? So I'm assuming it's gonna be this way again. Yeah.
But you see your role in it.
He's more advanced than her, relatively. And so Angelo has somehow platformed this woman that doesn't know what she's doing. It's a self-convincing. Why is she sitting on the stage? Maybe it's a social performance. Look, Daddy fell asleep. You guys see this? Look, Daddy fell asleep. It's a stage. It's a game for these people. It's an ego game, and it's a nightmare. This guy gets it more than she does, but she needs to position herself that she has this great understanding. So now she's trying to play games and get him instead of actually trying to share her experience with him. Because this is not about sharing our experience. It's about pretending to be enlightened when we're not. To pretending to understand non-duality when we don't. Right? Daddy fell asleep. Orange guy thinks he's Bodhidharma, wall staring. Angelo's not there. He's too far gone on nitrous to be there. It's not even about non-duality at this point, right? He had too much access and he used it too often, and he needs B12 injections is what he needs. He doesn't need any more non-duality. He needs some B12 injections. He's got no idea what he's doing. And he doesn't care to be challenged.
Your complicity.
Your complicity,
I'm not sure if I'm.
He just said you're complicit. This guy is a fucking loon. This guy is a fucking insane loon. Do you know if I was in a position, I was a spiritual teacher guy. I had a big YouTube channel, you know, relatively. And some younger guy reached out to me and said, "Hey man, I've got a critique. Hey man, I've got a little bit of energy. Hey man, I'd like to fucking engage with you and interact with you." I'm opening up my arms. I'm ready for the show. I'm ready to learn. I'm ready to grow. I'm ready to give. I'm ready to box. But this Angelo guy, all he wants to do is keep with his hyper sycophantic, pedantic, fake non-duality.
I'm complicit because it's not like I want it to be that way. It's like the pressure or the force of habit is just so. It's another set of conditions, right? It's just there. It's not necessarily my doing.
Yeah, but it's the mind's vice to do that.
There's a belief there. Can you find the line between belief and truth?
Yeah, I'm like I know what you mean. Yes.
That's 5 nails in your coffin. Is that enough?
What was that?
5 nails in your coffin.
Oh, yeah.
You
yeah.
just lay down in it. Just lay down in it.
Okay. Thank you.
So just to be clear, you know, Angelo is a Dharma teacher. All these people on the stage are Dharma teachers in some way. It's a sangha. It's a group of people. Good for them. This is all just for entertainment, everybody, and you know, because Angelo is not man enough to have a discussion with me in person. This is what we've reduced ourselves to. So, thanks for tuning in. All right. Well, I recorded that video. I don't know if it's worthwhile to watch it, but there's a poignancy in this as well, because we all get along. We say, oh, we believe Dr. Rob. We trust Dr. Rob. We are the followers of Dr. Rob. You know, no offense. I like I'm involved with it too, and you know, we say, oh, this guy doesn't get it. This. Look, we're all freaks. Everybody's a freak. Okay, everybody's messed up. Everybody's wrong. All right, everybody's more or less skillful at any particular time. This Angelo Delulu guy is he's a killer, clearly. I'm just saying I've got something to say to him, and he's not enlightened. He's not a Buddha. He's not an Arahat. Is this stream entry? Are those stream enterers? I don't know. Probably not. You know. But guess what? It's our own minds. You are the projectionist. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? So that's real non-duality. That's a real studio, Angelo. You little punk. You want to say hello to everyone? Oh, Hung, you're glowing. Look, you're glowing, Hung. Come here, say hello. You're glowing. Hung's pregnant with detoxing. Hung's pregnant with detoxing. You're glowing. Yes.
Bác tới đó xem. Semua. Ai mấy semua. Bác tới đó semua xem.
Okay. Nice lady. Well, this is the problem, Handelover, of should and shouldn't. There isn't really any should and shouldn't, you know. There's not ultimately any should and shouldn't. You know, it's like, what are we gonna do? Are we gonna create a group of people to raid that that hotel auditorium or lobby to, you know, to fight against that group and take over? You know, it's kind of a game. It's a little bit of play. Really cool thing though, I'll tell you guys about. Anybody here ever heard of stopping yourself in your tracks? Yeah, 100% Jiu-Jitsu hotline, 100%. I think the thing is that maybe, I think Angelo like thinks he's a Buddha or something, you know? And you can't corner him because the people that he's willing to talk to are sycophantic, pedantic podcast hosts. You know, that's who he's having discussions with. You see what I'm saying? I'm having discussions with the people who are here now in this live stream that's offered for free for everyone. Yeah, that's right, Dobindo. Unless they're asking you to. And so that guy was kind of in a trap as well. He kind of trapped himself because he showed up and asked the question. So the Zen masters say, if you ask a question, you're already wrong. But if you don't ask a question, how can you know the right question to ask? Okay, so our goal is set, everybody. We've created our goal. We're looking to raise $100 today for our goal of raising $100. So I hope that we'll meet that. Donations are accepted through international bank transfer, Western Union, Cash App, PayPal, Revolut, Bitcoin. Yeah, please do, Asmiel. That's a great idea. And that's exactly the kind of stuff that we're talking about, isn't it? That's exactly the kind of dynamics that we believe in, isn't it? And then he titles the video 5 Nails in Your Coffin. Oh my God. It's just so, it's so contrived. It's so self-indulgent. It's so recursive. Oh my God. And that's why I'm not successful on YouTube. You know, because I'm just not contrived enough to be successful on YouTube. You know? But titling the video 5 Nails in Your Coffin, that's the final straw. Why is Shiva Kailashambo live streaming? What's he talking about?
Yep, not just United Kingdom, and it's so sad. So sad, and you know, I just don't know what to believe. Maybe it's a conspiracy theory. It probably is. But maybe human beings just, you know, if you're some liberal, oh man, just like open up your home to everybody and like, yeah, I get that. But some people are not sane to be walking around your living room. Anyways, thank you so much. Thank you, Sarah, for being here. Thank you for your donations. Thank you, KK, for your donation. It's a shame that we didn't get more. We didn't become rich in this live stream, but you can't have it all. And don't get me wrong, I'm extremely appreciative of this YouTube channel and this opportunity to do live streams from my home. and be here with all of you. It says cool AF, and I'm going to do more live streams and also on the computer, and just share more, and provide more. So thank you very much. You're done already? Yes, I am done. Next time maybe. Thank you, Seraph. Thank you so much. I'm done because it is 9 p.m. and I need to get to bed at a reasonable time. So I don't want to go past, the sun is already setting and I had to turn on artificial light. This is not good. If I keep blasting this in my eyes, I won't sleep. This is not healthy. This is how it is actually. All right. So message me on Discord when you can. Okay. Honestly, war crime experts. Good night. Good night. Thank you so much. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for tuning in. Shiva, you can adopt a Muslim character to with his beer tomorrow. Monk Life. We are raising $100 over on the Monk Life meditation channel. Come on by, everyone. All right. So what are you raising the $100 for? Usually people raise money for like a project, but you're just raising money for money's sake? What the hell, man? We are getting amnesty to major donors. Anyways. Oh, Monk Life, right now, Seraph is matching any donations. So this is your time to send Max Red Super Chat, $500. It's the money that you owe me. And you'll be the first one to do the maximum Super Chat here. So please send over and I'll wait for you to do that. I'll count to 10 or I'll wait 20 seconds. You gotta smell the money, man. Honestly, you gotta smell money.
Monk Life donated 10,000.
What? 10,000? Man, I don't know about that, man. That's just some hacking stuff. Wow, it's like magic.
At Seraph_Null donated 1 Israeli new shekel and 90 agarot.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sarah.
Israeli money is actually called shekels? I didn't know
This
that.
is like magic, my friend. Last chance you have for your donation to be doubled or duplicated. And whatever donation you send, Seraph will duplicate it. It'll be spontaneously doubled or duplicated. So send your donation, last chance, last moment, last minute, you have to do that to see a magic trick happen for your color to be represented twice. And in exchange, I'll share with you a little secret. This is a powerful secret, and don't give it away to just anybody.
At Monk Life donated 10,000.
Yeah. I don't know about that either, but thank you so much, Monk Life.
At Seraph_Null donated 1 Israeli new shekel and 90 agarot.
Thank you so much, Seraph. And money is getting duplicated. So you see, your donation will get shown up twice on the screen. So please send your donations. It is the only chance you have. And we are...
At Monk Life donated...
Okay, I'm going to mute this because I want to share this secret with you. And then I'm going to basically close the live stream. Thank you so much, Sarah. Thank you, Monk Life. Highly appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I bought this book a while ago. It was a very expensive book because my friend recommended it and I was just lost in life. I didn't know what I was doing. But it's a particular lady that had some secrets to share about acquiring money and growing in wealth. And that's what I wanted. And of course, I'm not rich. I'm not a multimillionaire, but not yet. And I'm growing. And as you can see, a few more of these and I'll definitely be a millionaire. So it's not stopping. This is good. This is very, very good to see. The donations will get doubled or multiplied or duplicated. So send your donations. Thank you so much, Monk Life. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So one of the most valuable things that she said in this book, and this was basically the secret, and I like to share with you for free or for nothing. Why? Because I want everybody to expand and for their lives to become better. And this, this book was not on the cheap side; it was on the pricey side. She said that money is what you want, right? You want money, but actually, very few people have they have limited contact with money. Meaning that, okay, it's something you see in the bank account, okay, you have cash, or here you go, but they don't actually spend time to appreciate this. Thank you, Monk Life. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you so much. So this is why I have physical cash. This is not just some simple thing. This is not a prop. This is a prop, but it's real. This is real cash. Why? Because I want this and I want more of this. Thank you, Chana. Thank you. Appreciate you. I'm sure Dr. Rob is not going to like that you're donating to me for some reason, but at least that's probably what he would say. Thank you so much. I highly, highly, highly appreciate your donation. And any donation gets duplicated. Look at that, just like magic. You send a color and you're going to get that color sent back right in a turn. If you want to see the magic trick, then send a color. Send a color, you'll see a magic trick happen. It's fantastic, okay? So do it. Go to the bank, get some cash, and actually examine it. Actually take a while to look at it. Hold it, touch it, feel it, look at it, examine it, wave it around. What is this? Why is this so valuable? What does this make me feel? Oh, okay, this is interesting. And most importantly, this is a secret. Smell it. Smell the money, baby. Smell the money. Why do you need to smell the money? Because your nose is the closest contact to your subconscious mind. It's not your eyeballs, it's not your ears, it's not your tongue, it's not your touch, it's your nose. Your nose has no barriers. Whatever you smell, it just goes into you instantly. You can have filters for your sounds, you can have filters for your eyes, for sure you do. For your body sensations, you can have many filters, and for your taste as well. But for your nose, your olfactory sensations, it's very, very limited. There's really no barriers or no filters. So whatever you smell, it just goes straight in. And that's why in hypnosis, smell and memory and intentions and thoughts are very closely associated. So if you want to make you feel something or inspire some kind of memory, we associate it with a smell. So smell the money, baby. You got to smell the money. What does money smell like? Some people think that money is dirty. Money is not dirty. If money is dirty, but you want it, you're going to have some kind of issues with that. This is the most beautiful thing in the world. It's touched the hands of thousands of people, probably, maybe even tens of thousands of people. And why? Because it's worthwhile. It's exchangeable. So hold it, feel it, smell the money, have the money go into your subconscious mind and know what money feels like, and then go after it. Get some money for yourself. I love money. Okay, that's it, my friends. That's the end of this live stream. Thank you so much. We have another 30 seconds before we end this off. So last chance to send your colors, and your color will become duplicated. Oh, we're basically 2 away from the goal. Okay, we might as well reach this goal, and we might as well see confetti fly over my face, because where else is it going to fly? It needs to fly all over my face. And this is an arbitrary goal that I've set. This is how I feel, 20 is a good number to reach. And if I live stream for 2 or 3 hours, then naturally we reach 20 super chats.
Okay. Hey, Frank, still hoping that we can collaborate, not about our egos or the money, but the Dharma. And, I was a Buddhist monk for 8 years, man. I gave my life to this, and I'd like to connect. I'd like to talk. I'd like to see if we can uncouth some of our principles and practices together. And I hope you get back to me, man, and take care, okay? I've trained with high-level meditation masters, man, really, really high levels, man. So unless you think you're a Buddha, call me back. Frank Yang.
The wind carries stories of people who found their way. I walk with empty hands and dreams I hide from the day. My shadow stretches long across the land that knows my fears. I whisper hopes to dunes that have carried them for years. I long to drink from rivers I have only seen in sleep. I long to feel the courage of the hearts I could not keep. My voice trembles softly like a drum that lost its flame. I bow my head in sorrow, ashamed to say my name. Oh, desert, teach me patience, teach me what the elders knew. For every grain of failing still belongs to me as true. The sky is wide with mercy, even when I feel too small. And the path that I have wandered is not wasted after all. I feared I was unworthy, that the world could see my cracks. But wisdom grows in silence when you learn to face the facts. The sand forgives your footsteps, it forgets where you have been. It only asks you rise again and try to walk with open skin. I've carried stones of shame so long my shoulders learn their weight. But now I see the promise in choosing my own fate. No one is born completed, we are shaped Even the proudest mountain was once a trembling child. So desert, guide me forward, show me the line when night meets day. I found a spark of meaning and it lights a gentler way. I walk with honest footsteps, unashamed of where I've been. For the road toward fulfillment always first begins within.
Hello?
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 Hello? What is this?
Hey, bud. Hello?
Oh, hello, hello. I didn't remember that I was here. What's going on? You want to learn about Buddhism?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Well, introduce yourself a little bit, please, so I can know who I'm talking to.
Do we have to use real names or?
No,
or
just, I
use
mean,
base
just
names?
more what your life situation. I mean, call yourself whatever you want, you know what I mean? Yeah.
I'm just gonna use this name, Karada, because, that's who I am.
Yeah. Do you have a job? I get it, you know, it's a
Me?
dangerous world, right? Especially in America. I'm an American too.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. I'm Cuban, so.
Oh, you're in Cuba?
Sort of.
All right, well, I don't want to talk too much about politics.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh shit! I didn't realize you're that purple guy, right?
Well, I was a Buddhist monk for 8 years.
Oh, that's crazy, man.
Yeah. So now I live in Vietnam with my wife. Because I'm not a monk.
Yeah.
I'm not a monk anymore. But I'm still teaching about Buddhism, and we're building a meditation center in Vietnam.
Oh, that's some crazy shit.
Yeah.
You guys meditate.
Yeah. Did you say, how do you meditate?
Yeah.
It's it's basically you just like go for a walk in the woods and don't bring your phone, right? And then you're with your own mind. And so it's the way of relating to your mind when you're with your mind that's less mental, less intellectual.
Right.
So you're just aware of the mind.
Why is your camera so good?
My camera's so good because I'm an online content creator, and so this is the serious channel, guys. This is the serious channel, so we want to respect the rules of the community. And I started this VC to share about Buddhism and all those kinds of things. So.
No, this guy's a troll. This guy, yeah, we know this guy. What's up, dude?
Okay, so yeah, you're not. All right, so I'll just go. Take care, everybody. Bye bye. Well, we dance. We can dance in our way of meditation. We can dance in our way of meditation. Nice. Oh, that's cool. Thanks for sending me these to me. This guy just sent me these pictures of like the wrathful, I think it's Guru Padmasambhava doing his wrathful thing or something. Come on, focus. So he sent me these pictures of Guru Padmasambhava, and then at the bottom, right? So that's like a wrath. That's a pretty cool picture, right? And then at the bottom is me from the live stream the other day. Talking with the liberals. This is me when I'm dealing with liberals.
That's crazy. Why is it that they call you a troll?
I don't know.
Hello?
I don't know why other people do what they do. I don't even know why I do what I do a lot of the times.
So why is it that they call you a troll? That makes them.
Well, if I don't fully know, I don't know I don't know. That's the answer. I don't know that guy.
Well,
I don't know what he's thinking. I guess that's what he believes in his mind. I don't know. A lot of people don't want to talk about anything deep. Like they don't want to be challenged, and not just talking about anything deep. They don't want to be in any kind of deep environment. You know, and I noticed that when I first started talking to you, like you were a little bit taken aback, you know, because usually people aren't. Really? Well, no, I noticed it. I could see into your mind that way. You know, you started kind of almost your breath, you felt something inside your chest is what it sounded like in how you were talking, you know. Yeah. Like when I asked you for your, like asking it's because it's like in a human situation, right? It's like you ask somebody their name, it's not a big deal. So now you're like fumbling around about, well, what am I going to do when someone asks me to introduce myself? You know, like we're under threat from Israeli intelligence or something like that. We're just normal people, man. We're just human beings. And all the political bullshit is just a way for us to distract ourselves from our own life. Mostly, unless you're a politician or unless you're politically engaged. You know, it's a lot of bullshit. Most people are surfing waves of bullshit most of the time. And when somebody comes in and says, hey, you know, let's cut the shit, let's be real, you know, let's talk about Buddhism or meditation, most people aren't interested in that. So if they see someone bringing it to that level, they might, you know, say that they're disingenuous, which clearly I'm not disingenuous. It's ridiculous.
I feel like,
I
feel like if you're actively putting it on them, that makes them less wanting to listen out. Like a vegan saying you shouldn't eat meat.
Right, yeah. If you're not actually putting on them, you have to go back to being a human being, you know? Unless you're in this compulsive state of trying to find something to be against to make you feel more like an individual. Yeah. So like I don't need to be against anything to be an individual. I don't need to be against anyone to just be. I don't need to be for anyone to do that either.
That's cool. Either way. Are there any women Buddhist monks?
No. Okay. We can't save them all, everybody. We can't save them all, but we do our best.
Hello.
Hey.
How's it going?
It's going good. It's nice to finally talk with you.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting your call, but sure, yeah, we can talk.
Where are you now?
Home, working in San Francisco.
You got a house out there? You said something about like you do rental homes or something.
No, I'm in the credit finance business.
Hmm. And you're Vietnamese American?
That is correct.
Hmm. Yeah, I've been getting a lot of your messages, and I didn't necessarily know where they came from or what they were about. I don't. But anyways, I saw you said you got a copy of a book for me. Big thing for me is for a book is Thomas Cleary. So any book like hardcover book by Thomas Cleary, I'm very interested in. If it's Buddhism and Zen, Chan.
How do you spell Cleary, the last name?
Cleary. So that's another thing, when we do get the meditation center having a library as well, because it's nice to actually open up a book. It's nice to get off the digital, even though the Kindle's kind of been falling out of favor lately. But those hardcover books are beautiful. I mean, it's so nice when they've got wisdom in it, But the reason I like Thomas Cleary, because he's just a translator, but he's a very skillful translator. Like, I feel that connection to the Dharma in his translation of these ancient Chinese, Buddhist, Zen texts and stuff like that.
Yeah, I typed Thomas Cleary in Google, and immediately the first thing is his name, and then underneath it is The Art of War, The Book of Five Rings. Great books. Miyamoto Musashi, Book of Five Rings. And Sun Tzu, The Art of War. Great books. Must be an awesome author. I meant to send that to my other friend in Bangkok. That message, because you guys have very similar profiles, and his name starts with the R. And then I actually sent it to you. Sometimes most of the messages I've sent you were meant for you, but that one wasn't. But yeah, I'd be delighted to get you a hardcover book. Books are great, especially when they keep you away from the phone, having a Kindle and whatnot, screens.
So what inspired you? What made you feel, wanting to donate and support? Because honestly, I'm a little bit used to it. No offense to anybody out there, but it's or not taking away anything from it. But I spent 8 years as a monk, so I'm used to receiving a lot of donations. So it's not abnormal for me to receive donations and support. But I'm interested, and I think it would be beneficial to other people as well. What made you feel inspired to donate to this, this crazy guy, this character, Dr. Rob?
I just want to show support. Just kind of felt natural. The first piece of content I saw from you was, I think Shiva was in your apartment. I don't know if that was the first time, and then you guys were doing some sort of activity with music and getting the energy up and all that, and I was like, whoa, this guy, I don't know, I can't explain it. I just I was like, whoa, like this is really cool. This is really really cool. And then the later stuff that came after that, it was just so fucking hilarious. Just really, really cool content, really educational. You speak really intelligently. And I'm not trying to flatter you or anything like that. I'm not a sycophant or anything like that. But part of it is just fucking absolutely fucking hilarious, the things that come out of your mouth. At the same time, the Buddhist, I can relate. I studied Buddhism from books. I'm not a monk or anything, but I do meditate. And Buddhism saved my life, honestly. My first book was Thich Nhat Hanh. It was given to me from someone that washed dishes at Red Lobster. And he was a homeless guy. He was riding from home, and then I let him stay at my place. And he gave me a book, and I never forgot that. And that kind of got me into Buddhism, because at that point, um, I was kind of learning about my Vietnamese side, and I'm like, whoa, he's a Vietnamese too. I'm like, whoa, cool. And then I read the book, and it completely changed my life, my mind, and everything. And so, yeah, I think you've mentioned him a few times. I'm like, whoa, okay, cool, awesome. That's about it. Yeah. And I'm a content creator, so I know I'm like, all right, I got to support my fellow content creator, and because it's really difficult, especially the trolls and the kickback, the backlash you get from it and stuff. So I'm like, all right, yeah, let me support this guy.
Well, in that vein, I have, because there's not that, I don't have much want to really do anything. I'm content in what I'm doing. This is enough. And it's nice to have a financial position where, as long as you don't get any big ideas, then you're fine. You're settled, right? So when I say like I'm retired at 33, I mean, functionally for me in my daily life, in my monthly life, in my yearly life, I am retired. Who knows what the future holds, but even millionaires go bankrupt sometimes. But in terms of content and being a content creator, I mean, I think there's tons and tons and tons of content that's produced here, but it's not being clipped or it's not being shared. And so that we recently started a group chat on WhatsApp for ways that people could like volunteer their time and their energy and their support because they want to help out with the project. That is our community. That is what we're doing here. And one of the things that you could do is, if you watch these streams, notice those points that are either absolutely hilarious, absolutely crazy, or absolutely like really intelligent, really insightful. And if you make like a up to a 3-minute clip, especially vertical, all you have to do is download the video or screenshot it and make a vertical. I'm sure you can figure out how to do it if you're.
Yeah, I got Opus Clip and AI programs.
So
my channel's got 1 million views. Yours has about 3 million, but I have clipped some. But yeah, I would definitely. I think it would. I have another channel, but oh yeah, definitely, that would be great. Okay, well, I officially have your permission to do that. So.
Well, yeah, and just we can start up a Google Drive or something. I mean, that's clippers. That's a big way that people could donate and support. We should be clipping this. I think I'm, now and see that's a part of the thing that people need to be aware of, right? It's like we're doing this together, and so now I say, oh, I want to let me clip that, and now I have to make another version of that to record it. I have to do all these steps that become contrived. And then we miss out on the act. I'm messing up my energy that actually is clippable because I'm trying to get a clip. You see what I'm saying? So it's a lot of ways to volunteer. And then we could set those up in a Google Drive, set up a Google Drive for those. And then I can just easily, and you can edit it up as much as you want. You can make it whatever way you want. I can download that. And then I can post it on TikTok, on YouTube, on different social medias, because my main work and my art and what I'm doing is this. And so when I'm giving like 12 hours a day to this, I don't have a lot of extra energy to then go back and rewatch it and clip it and then post it and do all the editing and stuff. So if you if you want to support, even if it's a video of me being totally crazy, that's a way you could donate. We can get more people involved and get the message out there. I mean, if it's a message that you really feel is resonant and important and valuable, then let's get it out there.
Oh,
so
yeah.
to clip, just for somebody in the chat, John. So to clip, you basically what you could do is you could be using your phone. And you could be watching like the recording of the video on your phone, and then you could do like a screen recording, and then you could just send me that screen recording of like that 3-minute clip. I mean, that would go a long way. That would make a big difference.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Consider it done. I'll make an effort to do that. I clipped one. I downloaded it actually. So it's I think it's your most recent video that it's your video, it's not a live, it's your last video that you made, I think. I think you were talking about Donald Trump and stuff like that. And yeah, people like I shared it on my Facebook and people were just like really enjoying it. Yeah.
And so I know you said about, maybe making a large donation. I don't know if you were joking around or not, but what was that about?
Oh no. No, 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 no. I mean, I certainly intend to. I don't know
Okay.
when I'm going to do it, but hopefully soon, yeah.
Well, it's something to consider. I mean, you might know more because I know you have connections in Vietnam, but sometimes if you're sending any kind of large amount of money, it can get triggered or flagged or different things like that through PayPal. So
Wise.
maybe Wise or Zelle. Do you have Zelle?
Yeah, I have
Yeah, Zelle would
Zelle.
Zelle would be great because that goes into my bank account in America. So that would be great.
Yeah, that's cool that you have your American accounts. It's pretty awesome.
And very useful. So, like, what a big part of what's going on here is like it's building a new culture for doing good deeds with mindfulness and detachment. Sure, building a meditation center. Sure, sharing with people about Buddhism. But it's really trying to build a new culture for ways that we can interact with each other to go deeper down the path and help others, and be a part of a community. So it's developing a new culture for a new community. That's how I look at it. And I'm trying to be more, because as a monk, I was already a part of a community that was fully established for a culture that was so established for years and years and years. So they have their own ways of doing things, like certain ways that monks would talk about, or not talk about making a donation, or ways that we communicate as human beings to avoid like drama or confusion, or somebody saying, oh, like that monk wants money. But I feel valuable in just trying to communicate openly. And for sure, there will be all kinds of, confusions and missteps and whatever with the ego. But then seeing that that's a part of us developing our communication skills and the culture of communication to actually work together more intimately and in depth. Not to say that we're all going to come and live together at a meditation center, form a commune, but that actually we have, because of the internet, we can be a part of this community very deeply from wherever we are as much as we want to. And I just want to build up the resources and the foundation for people to do that even more, to come and stay at the center in Vietnam, to possibly travel together, do pilgrimages, visit. My teacher has meditation centers all over the world, but especially like Bodh Gaya, India, and his main meditation center in Myanmar. So it's all like this constant giving and constant opening, so we have more chances for people to be a part of this if they want to. And along with that, like that support, because I wouldn't be able to do this if a bunch of people didn't oftentimes tune in and tune out and then stay for a little bit. I wouldn't be able to do this. So it's already a collaborative effort. And my invitation for people to donate and volunteer and participate, I'm not trying to profit myself as much as I'm trying to give more space for people to collaborate, so we can all enjoy more together. This space, whatever it is, whatever it's going to become.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think it's a great idea. Should aim big and yeah, definitely. I'm all for it.
Well, you're here with the audience, the community. Would you like to share anything?
I don't know. Yeah, not sure. My
So
mind's
is
kind of blank.
yeah, well that's good. That's a good connection. That's very close to meditation. So so your business is like you do credit repair for people?
Yes, that's correct. On the highest level.
What are there different what are the different levels to this kind of thing?
Well, to be perfectly frank with you, 98% of the industry that I'm in is very questionable. And that's not a good questionable, that's a negative questionable. Consists of mainly scam artists, fraudsters, or very unqualified people that it's the same thing with Buddhism. Like you expose people that don't know what they're talking about,
Well,
and
specific. It wouldn't. I mean, that's true for Buddhism, but it's specifically like spirituality. Because if you go looking for Buddhism, you're going to find a lot of people who maybe don't necessarily know much of what they're talking about, but they understand that it's not very monetizable what they're doing, so they're not trying to. But like in broader spirituality, that's where you see, all these people that are trying to monetize anything that they can get their hands on that seems like self-help, that's spiritual in nature. So
yeah, I see. It's interesting. There's like I guess a fine line, or yeah, I've
that's why
never.
that's why somebody like Angelo DeLulu isn't a Buddhist. He's a non-duality guy. That's why there aren't a bunch of like Buddhist content creators running around, because it's very difficult to share Buddhism with somebody, because it's not it's about practices. It's about principles and practices. And so you might, if you really, color it up, you might get some clicks and get some views, but you're not really going to be able to sell people anything from that. Because what you
Yeah.
present is what you would otherwise be trying to sell. And then if you get any skill or any experience with Buddhism, now you're going to see the ridiculousness of trying to sell it. When you could
Yeah,
just give
yeah,
it and practice it
yeah.
yourself while you're doing
I
it.
understand. Yeah. That's exactly what I thought.
Because there are countless spirit, quote unquote spiritual content creators everywhere, but there's very, very few Buddhist content. So I would consider myself a Buddhist content creator. And like my peers, I wouldn't know where to find my peers. If anybody knows any Buddhist content creators out there, let me know. But I'm not aware of any of them. And it's something I like to bring attention to people about this, because we get so awash in the constant rainfall of content that we aren't able to see like anything that's unique, because everything's just content. This is unique. Who out there is even live streaming for 12 hours a day?
It's
At
very
all.
exhausting. It's a lot of energy.
Let alone in the Buddhist sphere, right? Because when I said that, I immediately thought of Twitch streamers, and then I was like, well, I guess I'm not that special. But what how about Twitch streamers, YouTube streamers for 12 hours a day, or live streaming and sharing different dynamics, different energies with, having a real experience in Buddhism? It is something unique. It is something that stands out. And that's why I encourage people, if they want to donate, they want to support, check some of these videos. Go to the most energetic, the most intense, the most wild portions, or interesting portions, or whatever that stand out to you. And we can clip that and we can post it. We can share this energy with people, because it's a special kind of energy. Yeah. It's a dynamic energy that shifts people. It shifts people.
You're unique, no matter what you do.
Yeah, it's a unique brand. It's a very unique brand for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's you. It's your story, your content, it's your art. And you could literally read the same book someone else reads, but the difference is it's coming from you. People want to see you, right? Yeah, so that's what also makes it unique. Yeah, and it's quite peculiar how, like, I've seen the majority of her content completely different. I'm like, whoa, am I talking to the same person here? It's like, what's going on? Like, whoa, this is awesome. Yeah, it's quite fascinating. Would you say meditation is regulating the nervous system? Because I think a lot of people have trouble to do that, no matter what it is, whether it's being in federal court and getting news that you don't want to hear, or a job, or being in line, traffic, or seeing some negative balance in your bank account, or getting a message that you don't like.
Sorry, I'm sorry. The people who on the YouTube couldn't hear it. I'm sorry, everybody. So this is Aditya. The picture is Aditya I guess they're in Sydney. Aditya and our dear friend Wally B. Somebody does need to get him cleaned up and get him on track for prime minister, running for prime minister. Yeah, so it's both, right? It's being able to train your mind in being at peace with what already is, and through that training you actually create a context for your life that it's like a field, right? Or like gravity, or like pressure. You pressurize your mind in a way where it pushes out those conditions and those situations that create those actions that create those kinds of things to be able to happen. So it's like for the Buddha ran the fuck away. The Buddha is a runner, right? So Zen Master Puaha Sunim, he taught me one time, he said, if nothing else works, run. And that's what the Buddha did. Nothing else works, so run. And so I give that advice for people. Be ready to run. Have money saved up. I'm saying this for people that are, good people and can connect and have a relationship with virtue and generosity. Have some savings, have a passport, be ready to run. Be ready to leave behind this life that doesn't work. It's a really powerful thing. And we're so disconnected from that. And I think it's why so many people every year commit, ending their own lives, commit suicide. If nothing else works, run. We don't know how to run. It's so strange. You see these people get caught up in weird crimes, make mistakes or for whatever reason, and then they know they're in trouble, they know they're in danger, and then the police show up at their house, the next day, and they're just sitting there. What are you doing? Run away. I'm not saying I want a bunch of criminals to be running, but what do you do? What are we thinking about? That's what, even wealthy people, you'll see wealthy people doing that. Like rappers and stuff. What are you doing? Why are you in a place where the random police, white supremacist police, whatever it might be, right, can just come and fucking pick you up and arrest you? What are you doing? And this kind of ignorance, this quality of ignorance, then they die from overdoses. or they commit suicide in prison. We got to be ready to run. We have to be ready to start again. But if we're not virtuous, if we don't have a spirit of generosity, then, what's the point of running? You're just going to make the same mistakes all over again. But think of like on good, we have all this, well, people need to be punished. What's a world without punishing people? Well, a world without punishing people is a Buddhist world.
Yeah.
This guy who was a fucking serial killer. We talk about people getting in trouble for financial crimes and making mistakes and these little small things, right? And now they got a warrant for selling drugs or something, And so the Buddha was approached by this guy who was a serial killer. And the Buddha said, as long as you get it, man, and you change, which is I can see, Buddha could see his mind, we're good to go. No question. On sight, as the kids like to say, on sight. And so for the Buddha mind, evil is on sight. Taken out. It's on sight. Offer compassion to evil. Offer compassion to suffering on sight. People say only cowards run. Do you know who the best animal or the best being on the planet Earth is for running? Human beings. Human beings can outrun gazelles and horses and things, right? You know what I mean? So, and the core of our biology, right, is as a wanderer and a gatherer, a traveler. That's why we walk upright, because we wander. If this is not working out here, we keep going. Eventually we learned how to farm, so things worked out, we could stay there. But you've got to know how to run. You've got to know how to leave. Think of all the women that are being abused by their husbands. Think of all the children that are being abused by their parents. God, I can't wait until they can run, until they know how to run. It's sad that we have such a sad world that maybe there's nowhere to run to, but at least while you're running, you'll get some relief.
Yeah.
Run from unjust systems. Develop yourself so that you can come back and change those systems. All these people who, the system is unjust. Here I go, running towards it. It's you got hundreds and thousands of leftists and rightists or whoever they are, right? Running towards the wall of the system and smashing their head against the walls until they're brain dead. Especially leftists, Portlandists, and people like that. They're just doing nonsense. It's like when the Black Lives Matter protests, you got all these white people, middle-class white people, guys and young ladies and stuff, showing up with black masks, having these little fights and little Coliseum performative fights with a bunch of right-wing MAGA lunatics dressed up like clowns. It's nonsense.
Yeah,
it's total waste of
is,
energy.
yeah.
It doesn't lead anywhere. It doesn't benefit anybody.
The way I see it, the best way to protest is to protest in federal court, the Court of Appeals, the Supreme Court. Be a mover, a shaker, infiltrate. That's how you make change. Not necessarily like obstructing people's, place, pathway to work, and making them late and they can't pay their rent and stuff like that, or vandalizing things, or just causing arguments. It's just it's negative. It's not really productive.
Well, if you, it's, I mean, I gotta put in one pin here because if you're Martin Luther King Jr. or something like that, then it's beyond productivity. You know, it's just these groups of people that have these vague ideas that want to protest, but they're not smart enough or committed enough to actually spend time and develop their principle. They don't have enough compassion to sit together and be together, and now they want to make it everybody else's problem. You better make a solution together before you bring your problem to everybody else. Everybody else already has problems. You know, that's my problem with Occupy or Black Lives Matter or, you know, any of the, you know, the social whatever new wave protesters are running around. Do you actually know how to have compassion with each other and to create a space that has a absence of problems together? Because if you don't, why are you running around making more problems?
Yeah, they're just exacerbating the issue. TikTok, I've watched a lot of, especially when I got your video just popped up. I was in a live, and then your video popped up. But since then, like this was like months ago, like last year, I've been watching a lot of Thich Nhat Hanh videos, and yeah, he's had situations where he's dealt with serial killers or this or that, and he's a real peace talker, an actual peace talker with compassion, and that's that's really important. Right view without compassion is just you're running around as a prosecutor, looking to judge, uh, and that's yeah, like a crusader.
Prosecutor and proselytizer. Yeah, it's just nonsense, you know. And then you convince people. So what? You know, and then you're just saying, I've convinced a lot of people. I'm convinced. Let me show you how to be convinced too. Do you know the Thich Nhat Hanh temple monastery in San Diego, or Escondido specifically?
Escondido.
Yeah,
No.
check out the website. Check out the website. See when you might be able to make. You know, I would go there for a weekend or something. See what they say on the website. But I've got a lot. I lived there for years. You know, for multiple years. So they know me over there. They know me very well over there. I know the leaders of the Sangha over there. And you can go and stay and participate. They have a lot of different programs, and I'm sure you'd really enjoy it. So I'd recommend that.
Check it out. That is quite a. That's the only one in California.
Yeah, that's like one of the biggest, the most energetic meditation centers in the West right now. Actually,
I'll check it out because you recommended it. I was going to ask you for, so now I have it. Okay, you answered that. So yeah, I will check that out before I leave the States. Yeah, that will be awesome. Yeah, that will be cool. Is this Deer Park Monastery?
Yeah,
No?
yeah.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Yeah, they all know the doc over there.
That is awesome. Wow. And this is, I'm looking at the pictures on Google, and this is, wow, it's perfect. It's like everything that you would want. Wow. And this is a beautiful place. Oh my God. It is worthy of like, you know, a temple that you would, you know, it's not just like a house or something, you know, not that those are bad or anything, but wow. Yeah. Really cool.
Well, that's what we want to do in Vietnam. I mean, Vietnam is not, kind of like, we're not talking about Pakistan, but we want to build a big old fucking meditation center here in Vietnam that's going to make people fucking piss in their pants. So that's the intention, that's the goal, that's what we're continuously moving towards, and we'll see how it evolves, but that's the ideal, you know. Plan is to, I think that as long as we set it up as a homestay, so we get it registered as a business, So it's a homestay like hotel business, but it's a meditation center, and we keep everything low key. Then people can come and stay. You know, we'll register you with the government when you're there, and may even be able to get visas for people as well. And that's the kind of thing taken care of by lawyers.
An international hub. Absolutely.
If we
Spread the
did, if
word.
we didn't set it up as a business, or if we didn't set it up as a homestay, then we might be okay for a little while, you know, but eventually people would start to notice, the government might get involved, you know, you have people staying here, you're meditating together, etc. So just doing it as a business, and then I think it will be fine. There's some other elements, like they have happy villages in Vietnam. There's a lot of these happy villages because you can't really do a meditation center or a Buddhist center because of the religious rules. But they do these happy villages, but that kind of works because it's primarily Vietnamese people. So as a Vietnamese person, you don't have to register, you know, where you go and you visit and you stay for a little bit. But as foreigners coming into Vietnam, you know, there's extra regulations. So if we do it as the business, it should be good.
Yeah, for sure. Vietnam's got a grip over everything, in Vietnam at least. Yeah, I'm sure you're aware that Thich Nhat Hanh, I believe his ashes are in Hue. Maybe you could check the place out.
Yeah. I've been there. I've been there once before.
Oh, nice. Wow.
To the Hue, to the temple. I just visited. I didn't really spend time there because I went during lunchtime. So the monks and nuns were like taking a nap. Usually when I go to the temple, I want to interact in some way with the monks and nuns. But that's also a place I'd like to visit. We're going to be doing some traveling in Vietnam here pretty soon to check out different possible places for buying property. And Hue is a place we may look at as well. It's a very Buddhist area.
It'll come. Everything will come into place. Whether it's Lam Dong or Hue or wherever, or Bao Loc or anything. Yeah. Yeah. Well, Dr. Rob, I'm going to get back to work.
Okay, brother. What should I call you? Pinnacle or?
Andre is my name.
Andre. Okay, Andre. Thank you, man. Take care.
Take care.
Bye. Nice guy. That's not Chanath, but Chanath is not white. I'll put it that way. Okay, so unless we get a major donation in the next 10 seconds, we're going to be turning off the live stream, okay? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So Doby said, how much in savings? Enough to retire, but not enough to build a meditation center here in Vietnam. So that's why we're actively fundraising and we're actively participating in this project and this work. Thank you, Pinnacle. Beautiful color, beautiful lotus, beautiful kind man. We've just, for everybody watching along at home, we have just received a $50 donation out of the pink. Not out of the blue, but out of the pink. I'll be using the chat, everybody. We do have residential opportunities all over the world. Anybody who would like to come and volunteer to become a monk or a nun, a yogi, living at a meditation center, living at a monastery, we have opportunities all over the world for that. You can reach out and I'll do my best to support you in that endeavor if that's your interest. That's exactly what I was thinking, Frog Eat Frog. We think about, well, how are we going to organize this? How are we going to figure it out? All that needs to be figured out is that you've got your passport, you've got your suitcase, and you're ready to go. As soon as you're ready to go, then we'll figure it out. All you really got to do is show up, but I got to let them know you're coming. Or really, all you got to do is show up, but and I think if any streamer, any famous streamer, right, were to just sit like I'm sitting right now, not saying anything, not really doing anything, being meditative, all the people that follow them, their heads would explode and they just go and do something else. So these social media creators, they're just entertainers. They're just performers. They don't really have a community. They don't really have followers. They have people that are looking for something to be compulsive about, looking for something to express compulsion about. All right, let's get some W's in the chat. Everybody having a good time? Everybody feeling good? And our generosity is a game, right? So let's play. If we know that our generosity is a game and we can play with it, that's good. Play with our sharing instead of this seriousness. Yeah, it's something we're attached to. We're sharing it. We're giving it away. We're exposing ourselves. And that's good.
It's the season now for gifts and giving all the love our hearts and dreams can afford. And when I think about the hope that you've handed out, I wanna give back all I have and then some more. Yeah, I'm only human, I can only do so much. All the miracles we need is just one touch from me, from you, helping someone who can't make it on their own. No one wants to be alone at a time like this. Only joy should exist when the world gets too much. All we need is a touch of love. A touch of love. When hard times appear, when we drown in our tears, there's faith enough to see us through. Whatever rains on us, yeah, we can always trust that heaven's hand will guide us through. Yeah, we're only human, we can all do so much. All the miracles we need is just one touch. Yeah, just one touch from me, from you, helping someone who can't make it on their own. No one wants to be alone at a time like this. Only joy should exist when the world gets too much. All we need is a touch of love. A touch of love. Even a child can touch the world. Just think what we can do. Think of the miracle from me, from you, helping someone who can't make it on their own. No one wants to be alone at a time like this. Only joy should exist when the world gets too much. All we need is a touch of love. A touch of love. All I need, ever need, is a touch of love. All I need, ever need, is a touch of love. It's all I need, is all I need, is a touch of love. It's all I need. It's all I need. All I need. It's all I need. It's all I need. 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 It's all I need. It's all I need. It's all I need. It's all I I need, is all I need. A touch of love.
Sometimes the darkness calls me, it swears my soul to keep. Well, that's when I start drinking. I drink myself to sleep. I drink to all that's holy, and I drink to the hole in me. I drink to all that's broken. I drink to everything. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. I will not bear this burden alone. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Such a heavy load, I will let go. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Sometimes when sleep is falling, in the distance I can see a tiny candle burning, a new reality. Well, that's when I start hoping, that's when I pray. Well, someday I'll awaken, it's not so far away. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. I will not bear this burden alone. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Such a heavy load, I will let go. Oh, Mani Padme Hum.
We have to accept the habit before we can let go of the habit. Otherwise, we're always going to be an addict. So don't use that as a coping mechanism, but understand that as a basic principle for you dealing with this addiction. If you can't accept yourself when you're smoking, you're not going to be able to accept yourself when you're not smoking either. Right? Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme.
I will not bear this burden. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Such a heavy load,
such a heavy load,
I will let go. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. The songs for all who suffer, for all who lost their way, for the ones that can't remember a bright and sunny day. The songs for all who hunger to awaken from this dream. The songs for all who wonder, is there still some hope in me? Oh, Mani Padme Hum. I will not bear this burden alone. Oh,
mean, that's one of those things where, at least from where I'm sitting, I never get anybody that comes in these live streams, even though it's going to tens of thousands of Americans, regularly. I never get anybody here who comes in and says, I'm going through hell. Like, I'm super depressed. I am going through it. You never see anybody sharing that. And yet, according to what I know about the world, that's something that tons of people every day are dealing with. They wonder, is there any hope in me? They've forgotten a bright and sunny day. And then they cover that up with maybe their addictions or just this very egocentric philosophy about life to push themselves through, and then destroy the planet Earth just so that they can cope. Well, you're welcome here, Frigg. Yeah, all these people, tons of people that are scared of being sober. So I'm not here to be some guru or some, something like that. Let's all get enlightened. I'm here to remind people that it doesn't have to be that bad. And in terms of like pushing your negativity out towards someone that's not trying to share positivity, but reminding people that you're not alone, that's reprehensible, From a deep place, from a real place, not from, hey, everybody, just be positive and get your head up. Start going to the gym. Hey, everybody, start going to the gym. Hey, everybody, use Claude to make apps. Or, everything's fine. Just remember that everything's fine. Everything isn't fine. What you need to do is depersonalize suffering. Life is suffering. Everybody is suffering. And so what are you doing? What am I doing that's not allowing me to be free from suffering? What are the practices? What are the principles? What are the perspectives that can help me see through the veil of this personalized suffering now? Not so that I'm never going to suffer again, but so that I can not think about it so much and not take it so personally, because it's not personal. Your suffering is not personal. It's not personal to you. It's just life. And if we can show up to life, we can make it be the way that we want to be. Not in terms of our physical, mental, or verbal actions, but the action of showing up itself. There's so many people out there, I want to grab them by the neck. People that tune into my live stream, I want to grab them by the neck and I want to shake them. What do you think you're doing, buddy? What do you think this is? I want to slam them into the wall and tell them, wake up. This ain't a game. This ain't a show. For a lot, we have Prem Seva, who's on our channel. They said, for a lot of ordinary people, the mind tries taking refuge time and time again in changing forms, which reinforces a model of self that ultimately creates suffering. It's like setting up shop on a faulty foundation. There's no refuge in changing form. It's like you're trying to take refuge in not smoking cigarettes. Well, that's going to be nonsense. I don't smoke cigarettes anymore. Who cares? Isn't the whole point of you not smoking cigarettes that you don't care about smoking cigarettes or not smoking cigarettes anymore? So we've got to get on the bandwagon. We've got to start donating. We've got to start volunteering. We've got to get to work. We've got to pay our tithe in this church, in this Sangha community. We've all got to pay our tithe to support others. All right. Thank you, everybody, for being here. May you be well, happy, peaceful. May you be free from suffering. May you be free from ignorance. And see you again soon, okay? Take care, everybody. And remember, this is Dr. Rob's volunteering. This is not Dr. Rob's job. I'm here as a volunteer. This is my volunteering. This is my donation. So don't point the finger back at me. I'm just here to be the mirror. So if you point the finger at me, you're pointing your finger at yourself. Let's all take a little bit more responsibility. Let's think about ways that we could volunteer, how we can collaborate with our other Sangha members here in safe spaces that I'm, working to cultivate and create. But you need to come to me with that resolve, that intention, and I will meet you there and I will try to support you there, okay? And our Sangha, our community will try to support you as well. All right? Okay, honey, let's get ready. Let's go. Let's get dressed. Honey, let's get ready. Friggin' frig, the Cash App is MonkLife93. MonkLife93. So pretty easy. Pretty simple. Where are we going to go? We're going to go out. We're going to do some shopping. We're going to go out to the town. We're going to pick up some offerings that have been made. We're going to go pick those up.
But I have girls, I cannot see anything to put.
Hong's talking about she's all the food she's going to see when she goes outside. It's going to make her hungry.
No.
All right.
Okay, we will go.
Nobody talks like that in the real world. Nobody does it.
Twitter somehow.
All I see is light.
Now this is
man hair.
I do not see.
Now I see the Fortnite.
I mean, I'm pretty sure the last Canadian team to win was the Canadians, right?
Yeah, it was Montreal 93. And then Rangers 94.
It is time to open up a new paradigm.
Paradigm.
It's time to learn about Buddhism. It's time to learn about mindfulness and detachment. It's time to get serious about the relationship that we have with the nature of our own minds. The very looking glass that looks. The very looking glass that looks.
Time for you to get like a toupee or something.
Don't minimize. Don't minimize. Don't derail. Don't play games. Hey, guess what? Newsflash. I'm not here to be physically attractive to random people. It's the most ludicrous idea ever. It's the most ludicrous idea. Some random men online. Oh, now you're triggered, huh? You're a little bit angry because I'm talking strong to you, huh? Some random men online are saying, I have a standard of beauty. Why aren't you meeting it? Why aren't you meeting my standard of beauty? And then we're all supposed to go along with that. We're all supposed to go along with that. Like, that's not absolutely ridiculous. Like, that's not absolutely insane. Why don't you change your
Okay,
hairstyle?
okay,
I just
go
brought
on.
up
The mind-
Buddhism,
the mind of the
meditation,
eye,
mindfulness,
the eye of the mind. Go
detachment,
ahead.
looking to the source of
King
our
of
own
the
minds,
fight.
the nature of our own minds. So let's stop derailing, let's stop minimizing, and let's step up to the plate. A ball's been thrown forward.
I think this guy's
What kind of
spitting.
doctor are you, Dr. Rob? Rising up to the challenge around.
Actually, I'm curious too. Why is your name Dr. Rob? Is that like related?
Maybe it's not my prerogative. Maybe it's not Dr. Rob's prerogative and focus in life to have other men be attracted to him. You ever thought about that?
Too late for
Is that a remarkable
Phenom.
idea? Does that make your brain explode? That this person's prerogative and focus is not random men online being attracted to him?
That was very.
And I wouldn't
Sorry.
point to you personally because I
Jack.
know that you're just doing your meme, right? So I'm pointing to the context, the cultural context where we say, yeah, I know. I mean, he can wear what he wants, but it kind of does make sense. Why is he not why is he not fulfilling those
Dude, I
needs
love this guy.
of random sense of attractiveness? You're
He's
already.
pretty bold, yeah.
What do you want me to take off my shirt? You want me to get castrated to make you feel more attracted to me and be a lady boy? What are you talking about? I came in here. Did you not hear the words that I said? I came in, or I said it's time to change the paradigm. Isn't that what I said? And I said it's time to talk about
anyways.
mindfulness,
Don't
detachment,
mute him.
Buddhism, meditation.
No, Mason,
No. You can be unmuted. I'm muted.
I didn't.
He can be
Unmute him, please.
No. We're in the middle of a conversation. Jock. Are you still there?
Okay, Dr. Rob, I'm gonna get you unmuted, don't worry.
I wasn't the person who did that.
Just hang in
I-
there.
I realize that. This is... Dude, I really want to know what he's saying right now.
I wasn't saying anything. I was just mouthing words. Yeah.
He was like just, he was making.
I was a Buddhist
Jack,
monk for 8
Jack.
years. You are speaking with a professional in a field, okay? With a scholar in the field of Buddhism. So why don't you make the very best use of this opportunity? Why don't you make the very best use of this opportunity instead of posturing like you know what you're talking about? You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. Cartesian, a Cartesian.
What I sent you earlier was actually the art gallery that proves the medieval representation.
That's a derail. That's a
of the one-body sex
derail. That's
paradigm.
cope. That's a derail. That's cope. That's already gone. Whatever that was has been finished for a
So
year.
it's
Now
not
you've
like
got
if
one
you're
man.
Vladimir Lenin.
Now you've got
if
one
you're
man
interested
trying to
in
push
the,
up a
truth of
derailed
Jock,
train. Now you've got
then
one man
this
trying
is,
to push up a
what
derailed
was
train, but we actually
my
have
claim
something
being
going on here.
substantiated. So
When
if
we have
anybody
something
is
real
here
going
to,
on here, but you don't want to take it to that
Cartesian.
level, do you? You don't want to be real here, right? You want to keep going along with
I'm
trains
afraid
that
of
are
the
easily
truth,
derailed.
or whatever the line
It's not
is.
about being afraid of the truth. I'm here to have a discussion as a consummate
afraid.
professional.
Anyways.
I'm here to have a discussion as a consummate
so
professional. There's no
Cartesian, this
anyways. There's
literally
nothing else going on
substantiated my
here.
point. But the thing is that I literally clicked on.
So Rinpoche, welcome back to London.
Okay, we've received sensitive information from an anonymous donor.
So Rinpoche,
I want to share that information with everybody here.
welcome back to London. Welcome back to Jamyang. We're so thrilled and grateful that you have returned and that you are with us today. Thank you so much for being here.
Hello. Angel but teaching and jumble like sauce. Giant choose on the yard. The penny, jumble like sauce, cutting cheese.
And so today is a very auspicious day because it's the first day of Sakadawa. And so for us here, you have appeared on a most auspicious day. So thank you again. And so
Let's go.
And we're so happy that Venerable Sean is translating today. So, Rinpoche.
Ayo. Matters. I'm so sorry.
So, Rinpoche, tonight in this room, we have representatives of 9 organizations. And thanks to you being here, you've brought us all together. So we've got translators, we've got volunteers, we've got friends and benefactors, and we've got center directors and spiritual program directors, and we've got founders of some of these organizations. And so for us, it's such a privilege to be in this intimate room together with you on this auspicious day. So I have with me Dan, who's from Rikpa, UK. And Rinpoche, again, you bring us together in harmony. And so for that too, we want to say thank you. And so now I'm going to pass on to Dan.
Yes.
Good luck.
Yes. Yeah.
Rinpoche, thank you. I don't have so much to say. Your laughter needs no translation. It's already so precious to be here and to be here very much together as one Dharma family, brothers and sisters, all together as practitioners, but also, as Anidroma said, people who hold the whole thing together. Without us here, we are so fortunate to be able to contribute, and we feel deep appreciation to be in this family together and to receive your presence as a family, welcoming you. Thank you.
Thank you. Lasso Ani Samalola Banning Tawani Tashitele Jui.
So, the outset of our time together, I'd like to greet you and offer Teshidele.
Deni, Dangazo Lama, Zachimbo, Chulurismachi, Lama, Zachimbo, Ge, Deni, that Chuzo, Tumi, and Chenamba Samalo, Chuzo Mandawa, Goods and Zomiris, Sungso, and if Missy Katinche.
And you're at pains to mention that representatives from 9 different Dhamma centers are gathered here. And so as you are all disciples of very qualified teachers, I'm very happy that you've kind of gone out of your way to all gather in one place and kind of, like, as Dan mentioned, as a family. So I think that is something that is extremely wonderful and brilliant.
How about the second Dawaji, Tujen, Cheparji, the line, not so. And
as you know, we are all followers of Buddhism of the Himalayan regions, or Tibetan tradition, if you will. And for all of us, the 4th month of the lunar calendar, Sakadawa, is an extremely important time. And so, as Dharma mentioned at the beginning, to be gathered here on the first day of Sakadawa is something extremely auspicious and wondrous.
Je, that Tangbongazo, Katsugi, Dumbalana Mewa, Zambaling Tina, Tenchu Mambo, Dumba Mambo Uni, Lana Mewa, Tinjungi te Konani, and Be, Genda the Cheva, Zachimbo, Sungdeniji, and Mazo, Katsurta, Sanji, Jumdendi, and Kitu, and Kungi, Gombaji Zungi, Dangazo, Kajuro, Kang Tudugi. And that Digilam 샤르제 제와 인장 당보디 아니 맞아 타이비 심제 탐제지 텐더라 그노라나 메바 아니 랑 드라베지 아니지 동해만 되어가다 대반 되어간데 아니 도와 리투 넘버 그 직송 인장 대탐지로 내가 대반 되어가다 동해만 되어 이나양 대참말로 말한지 나이 되니 틀네 다 코르발라 양양 코르바 인장 대탐지네 아니 산제 좀 된대지 람라나메비 대코나니지 대 설바치야당 대 또버치 체더라 심전 탐지 산지지 공부하는 거지 토비 체더라 아니 맞아 드린 다 준제 라바 있는다 니시 지 가르소로 당시 라바 있는다 아니 다 군주 숨되지 아니 개뚝 라바 있는다 그래서 돌림 라바 있는다 안데 상망로와 담부데라 아니 그런 남바 타바스 설답 아니 지 잠님 대장 마임바 아니 다 잠님 치와타데 가리요나메나 강다라 동해만 되위 셈제 아니 뒤순나 니데 셈제 탐제 산제지 공부를 무지 더바쇼 제네 아니 소소기 참말로 출발해도 아니 그런 남바로 타와지 셀담네 안 통보 산제 주소마 마 지소라나스 안티니 맞아 토닝 지고스
So in the month of, the fourth month according to the lunar calendar, Sakadawa, so that time we recall our teacher, the Buddha. Generally when we use the expression, my teacher, a teacher, etc., when we reflect on the world within which we find ourselves, there are many teachers. What is unique about the Buddha, the awakened one, can be understood through his teaching. We find, as mentioned, that these myriad teachers, they give spiritual instruction, but the only one that reveals the mutually dependent nature of things, the suchness, if you like, of things, is a Buddha. And so when we reflect on what makes the Buddha awake, it is this understanding brought to perfection. And when we think of ourselves as followers or disciples of the Buddha, it should be then this understanding that we not only try to cultivate within ourselves, but it is that we should try to perfect within ourselves. Because we, each and every one of us, would like to achieve the state of awakening. We would like to become Buddha. It is for that reason that we follow the teaching of the Buddha, that we consider ourselves a Buddhist. And so we have understood the unique characteristics of our teacher. And so then what follows is not only the receiving of that instruction, but is also to put that into practice, to kind of train our minds, to wake up, if you will, from the slumber of confusion. But what should motivate us in this? What should be the fuel of our endeavor? It is the wish to bring about benefit for all sentient beings. Why? Each and every sentient being is the same as ourselves. How? If we reflect inwardly, we are an individual who would like to be in a situation of comfort, would like to be free of discomfort. In other words, we may like to have pleasure and avoid pain. In just the same way, all sentient beings would like to experience happiness and comfort without the slightest need for pain and discomfort. Now, if we reflect upon the realms of beings. So generally, within, as you know, the teaching of the Buddha, there are 6. No matter where, no matter how, no matter what form sentient beings are born within, that wish to avoid discomfort, suffering, if you will, dissatisfaction, if you prefer, is the same. Now, what distinguishes us at this moment is that we have the opportunity afforded us through the kindness of our teacher, the Buddha. We have the ability to, rather than look outside of ourselves, thereby following kind of sense pleasure and so forth, whatever form that may take, we have the ability to look within ourselves, to see ourselves in the state of slumber, and then to understand what it means to wake up, to become Buddha. And we have this because Buddha has kindly taught the path. So when it comes to putting the path into practice, it is essential that we are motivated by this wish to awaken completely, so as to bring about the full awakening of all sentient beings. And so I implore you, at the beginning of our time together, this juncture, as much as you are able, please bring this attitude to the forefront of your being, and motivated thereby, then we can have this kind of Dharma connection, if you will, meeting, if you prefer, teaching, if you will, however you like to phrase it. Before we engage it, before we start it, please reflect on sentient beings. Not just sentient beings that we perceive with our eyes, humans and animals, whatever their form, whatever their kind of shape, whatever their aspect. But reflect on, as we hear about in the teachings of the Greater Vehicle, the myriad realms within which sentient beings exist. Bring all of them to mind. Similarly, bring sentient beings to mind using time, reflecting on sentient beings of the past, present, and the future, wherever they may be in the moment. They are all the same as we are. They wish to abide free of dissatisfaction, in happiness, if you will, free of discomfort. And in order to put each and every one of them, without the slightest exception, in that state, reflect how I'm going to engage in this activity, this kind of Dharma teaching, if you will, so as to bring about my own awakening, with the motivation that through awakening, I'll be able to be in the best position to awaken each and every sentient being. And so with that motivation, then we'll begin with the repetition of the usual prayer of taking refuge in the 3 jewels, and thereafter the generation of the awakening mind. Sangye che
Sanje chedan soje chonala janjo badu dani gasu Dani chuso jibe sonamge dola penche sangye duha shu Sangye chedan soje chonala janjo badu dani gasu Dani chuso jibe sonamge dola penche sangye duha shu Sanje Chodan Sangye Chodam Chanchu Badu Dani Kapsuchi Dagi Chuje Gibe Sonam Drola Penshira Sangye Drupa Shu Ungangi Duzini Zoya Dawa Damje Bangwe Je Dambe Chunen Dunzimbe Godam De La Choze Lo 东营年节总感觉为了季节生在看见，电中个强南北毛地在，说完的时大举进见了。我们个的两百三千他们就东营全正经单车，走北三千结婚不是毛钱，特别钱，他们去做梦的娘子老丑。Lasso Deni da che number chama lo che ba cha chimbo dikala lakwartu gilo number da chema number cha chimbo an tela yoba songzang de ngadi ya ji khen cha wora sin de yero da nga zo sanje ji chu la dushi la ya dang de simnani dumba da dushi joyagi cha chimbo ni songi do wa de inzane de la yobe an je semba da sema chanju semba da sema tini kenonda da cha chimbo ngai la da sama lo tini ji ya nangala ya yobe samba chini tini nga da nyamba chonga de sine de samba chini tini nga zo yi karju buru da chöji drawing da sine tini ki 그런 지기 야 디마치나 나티고 사이로와 나타면 바로와
So once again, kind of to remind myself and also all of you, reflecting thus as far as space extends, existing within that space are countless. Hello? Can you hear at the back? Yeah? So as to remind myself and also you at the beginning, kindly reflect as far as space extends, there are countless individuals in the state of dukkha or suffering, as some prefer to say it. In order to liberate each and every one of them from that state, I myself must achieve the state of complete and perfect awakening. And in order to do so, initially I need to receive a Dharma teaching, but more importantly, having received the Dharma teaching, to then put it into single-pointed practice, so as to awaken, to thereby awaken for the benefit of all sentient beings. And so all of you are students or disciples of impressive, extraordinary teachers, lamas or gurus, however you like to phrase it. In addition, then you have a lot of monastics, male and female. And so in a way, I feel a little bit strange kind of sitting here, talking about the Dhamma. But when we consider the point of the Dhamma teaching is to transform or to train our mind, when we understand it from that kind of perspective, then we kind of gather together as kind of Dhamma people, Buddhists if you will, practitioners if you prefer. It is important to kind of set ourselves up correctly at the beginning of our time together. In other words, to adjust our motivation, correct our attitude, if you will. And so I'm sure that gathered here are many who aspire to the highest awakening for the benefit of all sentient beings. Many bodhisattvas, both male and female. There are, as you can see, many monastics, both male and female. And so I'm thinking that together, all of us have the same intention to awaken. So when I kind of view all of you in this kind of light of being awakened or aspiring to awakening and have entered into that path, then I save myself the sin, if you like, the demerit, if you prefer, of sitting on the Dharma throne and pretending to teach, because I'm, as you know, just an ordinary person, right?
That makes it. I think as a thing, chulu, changmang and Zoya de Shinden Bay, kitchen bodang, and Jigre Tingdo, Kainsan as a number Sanji, Chubazina, Chulu Kandi in Selena, Yamana as a Nima, Yamana Gelu, Yamana Gachu, Yamana Saja, Labdena, go Kinsa Horizador. That rarity. That's also Buddhism. Sanji Jomdi Chulu, Silana, Kariri. Only Kunduzade, Tajaji Tomba, Sanji Jomdi, Churi derwa. 아니 산진 좀 된디 디기 최대 한가서 낭바짬지 많이 봐. 로아끈라 그거 요대 봐지. 로아끈기 최인데 봐지. 가인세나 되니지. 최 제약이 아니지 가르쳐 최대양 아니 이제 이거라 이나 이제 템바니 람이가나 람탑시니 리고 꾸니 라야디 용수 줘봐 끌라 아니 찹대바지다 끌라 그거 요바지 시 템바니 나니 이나양 근접 템바당 된담 템바나 만두가 최지 메대바지 들어와 뒤숨기 아니 산제다 전주선바 샘지 하얀 종알라 아니 직체와 이나 아니 시템바니 이나 만두가 매바 송장 시템바니 람 탑시니 소용데 되니 맞아 다추 라야디 아니 따와 띵중 대코나니 쩨바 차바매와 되니데 인자네 아니 람대양 안 탑다 시럽라두 탑라나 아니 영수 줘봐 근접이 최 참말로 잔주기 셈기 토네 냠내지 거야지 돈도 줘야지 냠내지 거야지 단담배 아니 토네 아니지 가르쳐로보다 시럽이 차네 아니 잔주기 셈 아니 롱쩌샤데 롱쩌샤다 롱쩌닌다 롱쩌 용수 줘봐디 아니 랑지 밀루암 코랑이 랑지양 댐바 장보 뭐니지 또 돼야 되라 아니 띵중기 때 코나니 소용데 꾸나 찹대와지 꾸나 쌀대와지 녀모 용수 줘봐 꾸기 녀모 용수 줘봐 쌀대와지 가인세나 녀모 참말로와 아니 띵중기 때 코나니 마통링 아니 가서 몽수로와 띵중이 대코나니 딥시데 수레스나 당진 말이봐 최 탐지 이제 마통이 토네 아니 트스도 안가서 되니 말이봐요 왕게 트드드 아니 대차 세당 디목 낙셈 뇌셈 록다 라 소바지기 아니 제 땀네 아니 코르발라 뒤기 차니 코르발라 양세 제네 내라양 아니 고 박차 제 레다 뉴몬베 박샤라네 드리지기 땡네 자와인데 내 참말로 설바치야다 디기 초바 동이 제연적이 아니지 탑나 초바 용수 초바 매봐줘야지 띵링기 때 코나니지 제송와 이나 장축라에게 아니 자치무지 뉴몬 용수 초바 아니 배 정화제대야 매봐줘도야 싸와니 매봐줘도야 근데 뉴몬 매봐줘서나 코르비 짜와줘야 코르비 짜와줘 뉴몬데 매서나 랑게 되니 초바 동이 라야디 나미야 매봐지 자기도 와 대송장 제가 첨부ren도 와 아니 딘디게 탑 시럽라나 매봐 디 남 준도 가서 되니 따와 친질로 왔다 쪄바 친질로 되니기 뒤 준도 몽 되니기 따와 친질로 와 쪄바 친질로 와데 따와 친질 말로 와 되니 양답에 따와 니룩 치마치지 오늘 네니스 시에대한테 따와 친질 말로 와 인장 딩가서 람라 아니 베테 람지 가르쳐다 자친부지 줘야라 dim마시나 탐해봐지리도 남양사본 로트르서 말봐 따와디 친지 로송아이나 안 줘봐 친지로가 다 주변으로서 따와디 친지 말로와이나 아니 줘봐 정축 샘 라야디 아니 배 할리비지 랍심보 할리비 된다는 맞아 되니 줘봐 친지 말로와지 잔주기 샘 라야데니 자친보 저연지 오늘 전에 안지 근접이 전주세미나 전남 전주세미나다 강달 되니 용수 쪽바데 따와 친지로 돼야다 쪄바 친지로 돼야 디파로 줄니 최제라래 최대 디파 쪄니 따와 친지 말로와 땡중기 때 콘나니 zamu tombani lawa inada yang thabita lawa inada nulu jumchen da temba lawa inada dit ogodo ta chuba cheva meba lawa ina ani chi nam jundu ngaso tawa chinjilo ni chungani ha chuba chinjilo ani tawa di pe mesi kharchoroda che tamjini 아니 지 템바 마주바 이나니 템바 주바 저버지 야 켈레 미다발라 딱바 켈레 동미브라진라 대와 켈레 미자발라 짱마 켈레네 덴디신 트르테바 송장 디 참마 트르샤디 하코네 아니 제바 체바메바 제바이나 아니 찬주기 심데야 체메바 마네 타니게 데니지 셈젠 탐제도 동에만 돼봐 대와 되비 심진 요도줘라 아니 심 상배도니 점진다 땜비 장배도니 안디 참말로 아니 타르바타 탐지 쳔바 셀라비용데 아니 타르바 셀라디 아니 저 탐지 니룩데 된도 니소나 타르바 톱주기도 와 탐지 쳔베 공방은 데 직토고와 이나 아니 가지기 아니 심디 자침보 고양보 쿠르쳔보 겐쳔보 심제 탐지도 아니 베 zewa ninje desu de komban bene deni parchin chudiya ji nyamne ji yungdu ani ngaso zachi mushiu rendo wa chezang nam tapshini debu kuni ani number 2 bi chuguda zugu delizi topcha delizi yoba songzang number 3 bi chu de ngaso shene tapatomne ani roba ina ani ngaso ji chulu riksu machiwa 다 벽 강제지 중은 자가 팍배윤의 벽 강제 중은 봐 다른 감지 인간에 아니지 니마 사자가 주리면서 된듯이 다른 감지 돈에 송어라마도 다르주 줘야 돼 아니 이제 된반 남탑시니 지부꾼이 산지 좀 된디 송이하고 다른 인바 인정 뭐 빼대 가져올 때 튠제 집어 맞지 직송 집어도 빼 개점 버려 네 맞이나 차방 장장 persona 빼갈래 가버려 놔 저 직인데 마타이
One thing that is, I think, worthy of mention, a special thing, if you like, is that, as has been mentioned by our hosts, in the room there are gathered the representatives of different Dharma organizations, centers, if you will. Now, when we consider, as was mentioned, what kind of binds us, what is the kind of common denominator, if you will, between us, is that we're all kind of followers of the Buddha. We consider ourselves Buddhist. And it is this that should really be at the kind of forefront of our attitude. If we kind of forget this, and we say, for example, oh, I'm a follower of Nyingmapa tradition, Gelugpa tradition, Sakya tradition, Kagyu tradition, etc. And in a way that becomes more important than one being a kind of follower of the Buddha, a practitioner, if you will, of the Buddhist teaching, a Buddhist, if you will. Then in a way we've kind of fallen a little bit out of sync with the way of things. So when we consider ourselves as a follower of the Buddha, what does it actually mean? We think I'm a Buddhist, I follow the Buddha, but really a Buddhist is a person who practices the instructions or the teachings, if you like, of the Buddha, the Dharma, if you will. And we should consider this in the light of what the Dharma actually means. Because when we think about practicing the Dharma, the reason for it is to kind of awaken ourselves, to become Buddha, if you like. and thereby to benefit all sentient beings. So we have this opportunity now. But if we look around us, not everybody has this opportunity. Even though each and every sentient being kind of needs this. But at the moment, perhaps, it is somewhat obscured for all beings. And the reason they need this is not so that we kind of count numbers of Buddhists, etc. It is for the following kind of reasons. Generally, when we talk about the teaching of the Buddha, we can do so in terms of ground, path, and fruition. We talk of the kind of ground or the base, foundation, if you like. We can explain it in terms of the two truths, relative and ultimate. When it comes to the kind of implementation of those truths, both ultimate and both relative and ultimate, we do that through the method or the means that we call method and wisdom. And as a result of the thorough implementation of method and wisdom, what is rendered evident is the resultant state of the two kind of dimensions or kayas, bodies if you like, of the awakened one, Buddha. And so when we reflect on the ground, the starting point, if you will, therein, as mentioned, there are the two truths, relative truth and the ultimate truth. And everything is included within that, whether it be animate or inanimate. All sentient beings, the various world spheres within which they find themselves, are included within the relative truth, aren't they? And what allows the relative truth to unfold is the ultimate truth, the nature of things. So when we reflect upon all sentient beings are included within these two truths. When we reflect again upon the two truths, they're included in the relative truth. They appear to us and we interact with them. Now the digesting, when it comes to the digesting of the two truths, we talk of method and wisdom. Now when we think about wisdom, which is or should be paramount, we talk then of the mutually dependent nature of things, the suchness of things, simply the way things are, which is mutually dependent. And then we consider, in a way, method. How, having digested, having implemented and embodying understanding of suchness, how does this affect the way that we interact with others? So as a Buddhist person, we can talk of the kind of conduct is to avoid harming others. And this can be understood in relative and ultimate ways. However, when we consider the two, the method and wisdom, so wisdom, suchness, the way of things, and then the method, the digesting of that, conduct, avoiding harming others. This is something that is understood in a way through the implementation of method, through the implementation of wisdom, then the understanding of method is understood. Through understanding of the ultimate nature, the relative, the appearing mutually interdependent world as it is, becomes obvious. Thereby, bodhicitta, the wish to awaken for the sake of all sentient beings, becomes something that is possible, because we see a way through the kind of misconception that we have of the way things appear to us. And so, when we talk of developing the wish to awaken, the ability to awaken comes through our understanding of wisdom. Wisdom is then the expression of our understanding of the ultimate truth. So ultimate bodhicitta, if you will. So it is only with this ultimate bodhicitta that relative bodhicitta can really be understood. So we need to understand in a way, when we reflect upon our attitude, bodhicitta means, or the aspiration to awaken. So we can consider this in terms of the agent, the action, and the object. We would like to awaken by engaging a path to achieve something. But all of these three things are mutually dependent, aren't they? They're mutually dependent, and as such, they lack independence. And so this is an extremely important point. When we consider how things lack independent, autonomous, existing from its own side-ness, if you will. So when we consider this, it's important to understand that this is simply the way of things. Now, when we consider the attitude to awaken, it is in and of itself within the relative world, therefore it is mutually dependent. Similarly, when we consider afflictive mental states, negative emotions if you prefer, these are similarly without or devoid of autonomous, independent existence. It is our lack of understanding that these afflictive emotions or mental states are interdependent that is called then the fundamental distortion of reality. To put it another way, ignorance. And it is this kind of misunderstanding, and more's the point, our kind of addiction, or rather holding to this misunderstanding as something truly existent, that kind of causes us to see things in a way that they simply don't exist. And based thereupon, we kind of react. And reacting, we like some things and try to pull that towards us, and we dislike other things, we try to push that away, because we see that which we like as existing autonomously over there, and we think that through projecting autonomy onto it, if we pull it towards us, it will somehow increase our well-being. And it is exactly the same for something that we don't like. We see that thing that we don't like kind of existing autonomously over there, and we think that by pushing it away, that it will somehow relieve us of an imagined discomfort. And based thereupon, we have other afflictive mental states that arise, and we can enumerate them in all kinds of ways. But essentially, if we put them all together, we say that this is the contaminant. When we talk of the word samsara, it means continually rotating under the influence of this contaminant. And by doing so, we gain familiarity. We get habituated with that. It's something that becomes the norm for us. Based upon that, or under its influence, we engage action. And as you know, for every action there is a reaction, an effect. And it is based upon that when we experience these effects. These effects that we experience do not bring us any stable pleasure. Rather, they are temporary. They are momentary. Our experience of them passes, whether we would like it to or otherwise. And this is what is meant by the word dukkha. Being unable to, under the influence of this contaminant, enjoy any lasting or enduring satisfaction. So when we understand the nature of things, and we understand that we can reverse this through simply seeing things as they are, thereby we see that it's possible to come out from under the influence of these destructive or negative kind of mental traits. By doing so, then what we achieve is the resultant state, which is simply the mind purified of these mistaken ways of viewing the world and our reaction or addiction thereto. When we understand at this point, we understand how the nature of things is distorted, we understand then that this distortion can be reversed. And if this distortion, this ignorance, if you like, is reversed, what happens then is we simply see things as they are. And when that is brought to its kind of resultant state, then this is the experience that is known as kind of awakening. Through engaging with the two levels of truth, in terms of the actual method and the wisdom, this is then the way or the means of uprooting and thoroughly ridding ourselves of the experience of dukkha. This is something that we can do. If we understand the nature of things, if we develop this within us and have wisdom, it is under that influence that we engage perfectly in positive conduct. So we talk of, in general, the Buddhist view is of mutual dependence or dependent arising. And the conduct which arises therefrom is one of avoiding harming others. We see the benefit of that through understanding the nature of things, the wisdom of things, if you like. In terms of the actual kind of way of interacting with things, that is to say, when it comes to putting this wisdom into practice, which is what we call the path. The path here then is the digesting, the understanding, and the thorough familiarity with simply the way things are. And when we've understood that, what arises from that is this perfect kind of Buddhist conduct. But this perfect Buddhist conduct is of avoiding harming others, etc., is really not possible unless this wisdom aspect is fully digested. So when we talk of bodhicitta, the wish to awaken, it is possible for us to awaken, but unless we know how it is possible because what we call samsara is simply an illusion, and it is something that, if we understand its nature, it can be reversed. If we understand that perfectly, then our conduct, within which we avoid others, avoid harming others, within which we avoid kind of harming others, becomes perfected. The attitude within which we say, okay, I'm going to become Buddha for the benefit of all sentient beings, becomes perfect because we see then the true kind of nature of things. This is what makes kind of bodhicitta something very special, this wisdom aspect. So it is extremely important to understand the ultimate, or bodhicitta in its ultimate aspect, ultimate bodhicitta, if you will, and thereby to understand it, how, therefore, conventionally things exist. Thereby, it is said that one understands the relative truth, or the conventional truth. Truth is convention, if you will, through understanding the ultimate truth. Indeed, if you would like to look at the Tibetan word, the meaning of relative means that which obscures the ultimate. That's its function, to obscure the ultimate. And so it is important then to, as a follower of the Buddha, adjust our motivation to see the true nature of things. So how do we like to engage that word? The true nature of things, the ultimate nature of things, the mutually dependent nature of things, the dependently arisen nature of things, the empty nature of things. This is all this kind of word choice. Ultimately, it refers to seeing things as they are. When we see things as they are properly, then under the influence of that, that is to say, as kind of to digesting it, what shines forth in terms of one's conduct, physical, mental, verbal, mental, etc., is a genuine avoidance of harming others. At this point, the relative world, or one's conduct, if you like, becomes clear, and in a way, it becomes perfected through the understanding of wisdom. Now, again, to look at this in stages, to look at how confusion arises. Generally, we can talk of confusion in myriad ways. But in terms of the Buddhist practice, we can talk of three kind of projections of understanding in a way that are completely fictitious. We project a sense of permanence onto that which is by its very nature changing, impermanent. In terms of the experience thereof, we project a sense of enduring satisfaction when the nature of things is fleeting, as such dukkha, not able to give us enduring or lasting satisfaction. And ultimately then, we talk of the mutually dependent nature of things, the empty nature of things. But rather than see that, we project a sense of autonomy onto the ultimate nature of things and act under its influence. In other words, we project a sense of autonomy onto that which is completely void or empty of autonomous, independent existence. And reifying that, we engage in action. And so, in a way, it is important to understand these three kind of misunderstandings, if you like, these three these fictitious approaches, if you will. Understanding that subjectively, when you then bother to look at sentient beings, we can understand their plight a little bit better. It's very easy to say, for the sake of all sentient beings, but why? How do we interact with sentient beings? What do we need to do to sentient beings in order to get them to kind of see simply the nature of things? What is it that propels sentient beings? If we understand this using ourselves as the subject, we will understand that it is this fundamental distortion or confusion concerning reality. As I mentioned, based thereupon, we encourage, or we kind of develop afflictive states of mind, emotion, which lead to action. And then we experience the results of those actions again and again and again. And this builds up. And so, accordingly, what is important is to reflect upon the nature of things. If we think about how we want to kind of get rid of all of the problems that we experience in the world, all of them stem from this fundamental confusion. And when we see that in ourselves, with ourselves as a subject, if you will, then it's relatively easy to see that in others. Thereby, from within that understanding, a genuine compassion arises for the first time. It kind of wells up from within. And based thereupon, we're able to properly engage in what are known as the 6 perfect actions, the 6 perfections or paramitas, if you will, for the first time. Then the practice of these 6 perfections really begins. Understanding this, then, we understand the relative world and also its nature. We understand that we're engaging in these practices, and thereby we will perfect our mind, thoroughly ridding this basal or foundational kind of distortion, this fundamental distortion of reality. The result of purifying our mind thereof is then the Dhammakaya. And that which appears therefrom is then the form kaya, the resultant state of the 2 kayas. So when we reflect upon within ground, path, and fruition, the ground of the 2 truths, and then the path of method and wisdom, and then the resultant state of the truth and the kind of form dimensions of awakening, if you will. This then is the genuine conduct, or the genuine practice, if you like, of anyone who considers himself a follower of the Buddha. This was how it was in the noble land of India, and this is how it was in the land of snows, Tibet. So what is important is to kind of forget the packaging, if you like, of the tradition, whether it be Nyingma, Gelug, whatever. What is important is to understand the kind of fundamental teaching of the Buddha, to understand that to the point where you're able to put it into practice such that it brings that kind of result that we would like. In other words, to understand the ground, path, and fruition, the digesting of which makes one a follower of the Buddha, of somebody who is striving to achieve the same status or the same state of awakening as the Buddha.
Yang tu kemo tu kela mat ni kur nga laso deni deni da tawa za chimbo da jeba za chimbo di ani nga 저기 냐우스 리닌디 nga so sure 세잖아 다 수수수 도나 지고로 아니지 된조지 밀르름 붙이는 아 르텐디 자 chimbo 임바 nhập 마 임바 아니 가르조로다 된졸 좁지 라야기 상 미상 따야다 아 된조지 밀르름 붙이 라야디 이게 띵네 아니지 다르바단 조르바티 정안네 내용도 가지고로 다시 람르는 채나마 칭기라와 람름 상마지 봐 사자간이 리소 마지 아니지 가지고 된조니가와 쳔메다바 레이전제 다르비 페 신이 된지 라소버드지 참말로 아니 추 가지고다 지고야 짜침부임이 좀제 조보 마치가 있나 아니 집합니다베 차네니 베미시 가지고다 직소서 진료캔로 아니 마치가 있나 아니 지 레전드 까나 로아메비 니주 인자니 디비토니나 다니 오늘 전에 다 주지야 다 주야다 지고이 좀제다 아니 대양 양타고지 지야랑 아주 샘진리 감이 야다 체스지 매너 디고 말아봐 되니 신이도 댐비지 자벨라마 라마 자침부지 아니 가르쳐 때 타르바다 탐지 준비 공말라 아니지 ndrobal라 아니지 아랑 단다바지 샘진 가야 메시니 지기 타르바다 탐지 준비 공말 로트고 말아봐 가서 트르벨로기 짐벨로 아니 심벨로 당진다 랑진진이 시간에 타르바다 탐지 준비 공말 로트고 말아봐 아니 디 다음에도 비시라다 진진진이 시간에 고숨데 자와 개발을 컨디스트려 보면 고숨데 아니 문진 제당 되는지 타르바다 탐지 준비 공방라 되는데 뭐 뉴스기 레체바이나 아니 배 전체와 라야시 좀제 니가비 좀제 전체비 좀제 주부 마치는 셈미다비 좀제 되는지 내용 양양 체가와 단주지 밀리를 못지데 니가비 내중안에 달에 아니지 덤바스 체마 산지 좀 된데 무슨 제요 저도장 저 이진도 저베다 덴지 집부터 릭스 마주베 자침부 데레 덴주 체마 세지 리지라 아니 당아 용서가 산지야지 자침부 내지 체대와 아니 디 드미지 밀리를 못지 톱대와 아니 제 왕부 상대와 로출에 초대와다 한데 좀제 마무지기 띵네 아니 자침부터 통과해 비케시 모레도와 내가 저거 마시나 아니지 지쟁님이 아니지 남시다 디치 학벌설라 단다이나다 중지 진종아지 아니지 니수 아니 낭내 목적서 용수조비 띵네 아니 가서 집에 지인데 망 순비 지인데 뉴 임바 인장 되니 뒤수 퉁퉁 되게 나라 아니 네발던 줘보세요 거야지 대 인자니 땡상부 대양 초이 체들라 된지 또 그땀 라소버디하고 초이치더라 아니 지 맞아 그거를 또 거를 내만 거를 초진 잠직마도 자체모지지야 시비 분조대 자체모지 진송아이나 아니 타만데라 동네베랑이 아니 마체랑 아니지 루티오라 아니 가르죠 다지 메세 똥세 던저네 루티오라 마세 녜손숨시 아니지 주산도 년가도지 여들어봐 대송장 되니 미치지기 나라 드림마 제바이나 안로 자이나네 시도와 타취버리 디나네 아니지 타르바다 탐지진비 공방 짜침부지 랑가 여대반디 아니 베티 믹스해서 던드니야지 내양 타르바다 탐지진비 공방 저야 내양 아니지 칠로라지 제주체네 짜침부지 누구지야 마임바 아니 타르바다 탐지진비 라야디 낭 심지 랑지 산지 좀된나니 좀된 디제니 가절 숨으로와 심제나 산제데 연저 로브 체메드 체마 테스 산제니 드리송이로와 테 인자는 상지지 라야기 아니지 공방 주야기 줍샤 로고르디아 잔주기 셈다 돈이다 바지 아니 톱샤디아 양캄 대신님고 심 참오디 뉴모다 얘는 망거봐 마추르니 덴디기 시럽 피도 중원 인지 피도 중원 zonju기 랑당지 심이라지 요새가 저기 빼자지 무지 용대이도와 덴디지 가서기 아니지 다 톱샤라는 메바지 인장 다 또고다 인다 아니 가서기 직den기 로존다 또고트지디 코라 니갑라다 핀도치야 왕부 작발라 코라 다 델 핀도치야지 고그루와 디 짬지레 마도 짜외 내니 가서기 톱잘라나 메바데 아니 세미 랑진데 간데레도 랑중게 셈데 디지 하고송아이나 데니지 곰 냠레 라바이나라 로종 라바이나라 다베 짜침보게 추이지 아니 제 중봉 제제제선 짜침 땅아서 할레베도와 대상말로와 가리체들이 가서지 탈뚝이 랑이 셈 예시데 모토야리 디 문도 줘야리 딩문도 줘야 체들라 안 가서기 자와창하지 다 딩문도 체도 인바 인장 아니 딩오시 거와 딩오 마시바이나 아니 또그 담지 기보면 저바이나 시비 분석할 아니 고코데바이나 아니 가서 지 왕부 작바지 조유장 지 공유 왕부 이게 대tuk장 지게 좋아냐네 대tuk장 지게 드울라 레도 제바이나 아니 가서 할레비기 논주침부지 디니 가져로다 가서 통주지 tunduda this jiboda was reader wa meta tundu jibo charo gre keza mi shirabda namju la de pyudu chungwaji peju dang tuya la ani shirab pyudu chungwa ninji pyudu chungwa silane dia jumjen de bazi reader wa mazu namjundu lobjong chawa yongso ba shirab chawa chigure ani ninji yodere tu jundu rangyuni mazu 이게 semba zangbo mi chamalo miti zangbo 연대지 여들이 순저지이나 심지어 순저지이나 코로나 장신라 코로 장교 연대지 여들이 이는데 최신들이 들어와 딜리티네 최신데이나 아주 짐바다야 저 저바지야 삼대지야지 마음보지 다 마음보지 여들어와 배드서 딘주 이나야 표도 중앙 차고요 말이 표도 중앙 제나 짐바 동사 동계 동주 수tum 송사 송겐 송주 저바 송사 송겐 송주요 수저바데 아니 다 매베랑지 띵중기테 코나니 셰라프드 중앙에 든지 지용도 아니 디기 드브디기 아니 푸드 중앙세나 아니 동에 싸와니 매바 제텀니 대와 바직 뒤다 넘바 꾼들라 아니 베테 찬주sem비 심제 탐제라 아니 제 잡라나 매바 장구 뿐이 가져로다 침발라나 매바 cevalana meba nimbalana mebachi lewa 인장 디기 돈에다 짜침부 시부 인자네 디기 침부 쓰고야 돼 개침부래도와 태송장 딘디기 tumbuchun지 뭔가 중요도 통바이나 곰잡나 잡히기리 가리곰 가리스 곰리 곰지대 말에 가리 곰지대 거래 셈바장보 셈바장보 라기로 아가서 남주 셈바장보 장보 디즈디 체신이 들어고 디 아니 셰당이 뭐다 아니지 주제 신앙서부터 태와이나 코베드 매바 차르와 코베 되샤왕 코 셰당왕 딱 람산 차르고로와 디 마임바 시라피도 중원인지 피도 중원데 여나 되니 땅에서라 동에 태와이나 강에 간데지 태와이나 데라 세베 냠네 피도 중원 아니 자기 말에 민지 콤베트 땅이야 민지다 쇠바다 시럽다 아니지 디가네 당돌래야마도 앞에 독자리에 전에 랑가지 남영 가게 말해 남영 수수기 안 셈바 슝게 말해 슝야기 시사요 말해 간신나 시럽 카체로 와 셈바 슝야한테 갈스는 주 말해 강에 태와데 갈스 주 말해 맞추지 짐바기 찡니 시럽데 카마지네 동행이 규칙라 대화 당도 지니 빠주 찡들어와 내는 즉 진짜는 한 찡도 그래 찡한테 줘발라 다음에 비랑신이 순간에 시럽 카드 세와이나 아니 수변이네 어야 되니 잠바 제와 닝제 라야디 표도 중앙슬레 내 상말로가 내가 제사 낭미 침장 지수 자컵 코육 상만하라 제도야래 내지는 출발하나 매버래 아니 강샤를 랑처 아니 진지 렉바 통슬라네 한 강제와나 자침부지 통주와 대송장 가서 최대 낭배 최대 추진의 자침부지 데믹도게 마스나 아니지 띵용기 대코나니 시럽디 카세야당 아니 디기 띵네 문제 첨부 심지어 탐지라 뒤다 남바근 디니 데믹 디니여나 되는 가서 최치야 까야요 말이 참 수빈 냠내 잔자리 동네 참말로와 되니 수수기 닌지 공배지 세바 공배지 제바 공배지 빼데 동네 레전이 푹뚝 말이 참말 시작된다 초보차 시작된 자치부차 제 똑바 진지는 데라 빈닌지 사람이 버지인으로 랑라 네비 자와 짜니 메바차래 되니 초보만 차러 산지 최든지 임바다도
So I'd like to say at the beginning, I laugh because it stops me from falling asleep. All right, for some minute. So we talk of view and conduct and the implementation of the two. And so then, when we reflect, who is it that has the capacity or the ability to bring about a transformation of one's outlook, that is to say, perfect the view, if you like, and thereby perfect one's conduct or mode of interaction with the world, be it inanimate or animate. We can say, well, it's me. I'm a follower of the Buddha. But again, if we pause and look within, what is it that we have that allows this transformation to occur? And accordingly we talk of the precious human birth, don't we? The precious human experience. We're all very familiar. And perhaps we can rattle off the 8 freedoms and the 10 endowments that characterize the precious human experience. But do we really appreciate that circumstance? So, for example, when we look in the Lamrim, the graduated stages of the path to awakening, now regardless of one's kind of affiliation, whatever, regardless of the kind of tradition of Buddhism that we follow, the Lamrim is kind of universal. And we can talk of the precious human birth, its impermanence, reflecting on the general and specific dukkha nature, or suffering nature, if you prefer, of the contaminated world, or samsara, if you will, and understanding what brings it about of cause and action, cause and effect, and then understanding the way of reversing that through relying upon qualified teachers. But we're all familiar with that, aren't we? As mentioned, whatever tradition we practice, each tradition has its own unique way of kind of talking about these very same things, putting the same things in different kind of ways. But what is important is to really kind of reflect upon what these things mean to us. We reflect upon the precious human experience and we say, yes, perhaps we ticked all the boxes, I have the 8 freedoms and the 10 endowments. But is this going to endure? And the simple answer is no. Why? Because that's not its nature. It's in the relative world. Its nature is change, impermanence. So it's not going to remain. If we really understand this, you might say from the very core of our being, then we'll not waste time. We have the ability to bring about the path within us, path meaning kind of realization within us, understanding, if you will, within us. This is afforded us by this precious human experience that we're now enjoying. But we have to take advantage of it, because it's not going to remain. If we reflect upon what it actually means to implement the Dhamma, using, for example, teacher, our teacher. If we want to practice the path, we should look at somebody who embodies that. And so, if we approach them, and we say, I've got this opportunity to practice, but I know it's not going to last. So we then ask for instruction. And the instruction is, indirectly at first, but ultimately leading to the way of overturning our addiction to this perceived independent nature of things. And this is something that is complete, we are able to rid ourselves of because this nature is in and of itself adventitious, it's temporary. It's not something autonomous. Accordingly then, we understand that what we call liberation simply means coming out from under the influence of this fiction. This is simply the nature of things. And if we take those instructions that we receive from our teacher to heart, then these instructions and our time, the time that we have left in life, if you will, then takes on a great meaning, becomes beneficial, if you like. And the more we're able to engage the teaching of the Buddha, then the more meaning our precious experience, human experience, has. Why? Because we're using it to actualize the state of awakening for the benefit of all sentient beings. But do we have the leisure to do that whenever we feel like it? No. Why? Because the nature of our experience is change. It is impermanent. And it can end at any time. At the moment, we enjoy the teaching of the Buddha, taught to us then by the qualified teacher. The ultimate expression of a qualified teacher then is the Buddha. But the Buddha, historical Buddha for example, is somebody who we didn't meet. But is it possible to meet somebody who embodies the qualities of awakening? And the answer to that is yes. Where, you may say? In the form of our teacher, our root teacher, who is none other than the victor, holder of the Vajra. In that personage, we meet the Buddha and receive instruction, perfect instruction, qualified instruction, valid instruction, if you will. And having understood how this teacher is valid, is perfect, etc., then our interest or our willingness to kind of bother to digest it will be so much deeper. But again, whilst we have the opportunity, it's best to, as they say, seize the moment. Why? We don't need to look far. In a way you could say, just look out of your window. Illness, sudden kind of climatical changes, clashes of the elements, etc. There are many factors that can shorten our lives. Just because we say the average lifespan is maybe 100 years, it doesn't mean that we are guaranteed 100 years. Through some slight change in condition, it is possible that we will pass away. And so what is important is to reflect upon ourselves and what we would really like to take away from this life. Because if we look at the actions of the world, we see that it's a lot to do with gathering things, whether they be kind of tangible or otherwise. The hankering after a name, reputation, for example, or the need to gather certain kind of material things around one. If that takes the lion's share of our time, we should really reflect on our commitment to the awakening of oneself for the benefit of all sentient beings. Because when we think that even if we have the riches of the pinnacle of existence, how much use is that when we pass away? Because we will go away empty-handed. Everything will be left behind. The goods will remain, and we will go on alone. And then here's the point. We may think, yes, but that's other people. But when we reflect on the average lifespan, even if we say it's 100 years, then 100 years from now we'll all be dead. But in the time we have remaining, we're all kind of followers of the Buddha, right? So how much progress can we actually make on the path whilst we are here? How much of, in a way, the essence of this precious human birth do we dare to extract whilst we are here? Well, this is something to really reflect about. Because the cleaning up of one's mind, if you like. And so here, it's important to reflect on the citation that all sentient beings are primordially awake. The difference between the awakened one and ordinary folk is whether these defilements have been removed or not. Remove all the adventitious defilements and the Buddha is there. What does this mean? It means that all sentient beings, each and every one of us, if you like, have this kind of, what is known as the kind of innermost subtle mind of natural luminosity, sometimes referred to as the Buddha nature. So all sentient beings have this. It is, in a way, our ultimate nature. Every sentient being, indeed, when you think sentient, the essence of sentience is this natural luminosity. And it is this natural luminosity, the natural, if you like, and as some people like to call it, the kind of self-arisen, self-manifest, but natural will suffice, this natural mind, the natural state of things, that is our nature. It is the rendering evident of this natural awareness that is our job, if you like. When we talk of the word, awakening in a way, means to clear up these adventitious defilements such that the natural quality of awakening can be rendered evident in the moment. If we understand that point, then the teaching of training the mind takes on a whole new meaning. We understand that the training of the mind, lojong in Tibetan, means simply to tidy up, to remove this adventitious defilement such that the innate qualities of awakening are rendered evident in the moment. Indeed, every teaching of the Buddha, we look at the 84,000 types of teaching. Why are there so many? Because beings are varied in their attitudes. But each and every one of those teachings was given with one reason in mind, to tidy up the kind of messy mind, if you like, to render evident the Buddha nature in the moment. So when we understand this point, we understand the real import of the Buddha. The Buddha was simply pointing out the means to render evident the awakened nature in the moment. So when we think again, sentience, sentient beings, so in a way, when we kind of interact with the world, we can see human beings, and we can see other animals. So let's just start there. What distinguishes, in a way, an animal and a human being? In a very kind of loose way, we can say, oh, the faculty of human intelligence. So in a way, it is important to recognize that by being born as a human, we have this human intelligence. And so, just having it and saying, okay, great, I've ticked that box, isn't enough. One should strive to put that into practice. What does it mean? It means to develop wisdom, to understand the nature of things, for that is all wisdom is. Simply to understand the nature of things. When one understands the ultimate nature of things, the ultimate truth, if you like, then the facade, the fiction, if you like, of the relative world collapses. And it's at that moment that a genuine compassion wells up from within. So this is what we need to understand by wisdom and compassion. Generally, we can talk of all kinds of wisdom, knowing something. And similarly, we can talk of compassion in a relative way. It's not that difficult to see compassion in action, if you like. We meet people who are naturally empathetic and kind. But these understandings of things, this kind nature, etc., is temporary. It's not perfect. Within the relative world, we can similarly talk about engaging in certain activities, being charitable, for example. And we may say to ourselves that being charitable is the perfection of charity, but it isn't. There is a difference between charity and the perfection of charity. Within the perfection of charity, one understands the nature, the true nature of charity. Not being generous, of course, that is in the relative world the nature of being charitable. But here we're talking about what makes it the perfect action is understanding the mutual dependence between the person giving something, the receiver, and the object given. Thereby one understands there is no independent or autonomous act of charity. And the same is true for ethics, for joyful effort, for patience, for meditation, and so forth. Indeed, one needs to understand the mutual dependence of everything. When we understand the mutual dependence of everything, we understand the emptiness of everything. Because everything is interdependent. So understanding the interdependence of everything, when we engage in these activities, such as, to mention again, the first 5 of the 6 perfections, patience, joyful effort, ethical conduct, meditation, and so forth. Understanding then the mutual dependence between the subject, the object, the person doing the action itself, and the object of the action. Thereby, we will be not only perfecting the action in the relative world, but also this will aid in the experience of the ultimate nature of things. And this then, through familiarity, is the way we bring about the path or realization of the ultimate within ourselves. So again, having a good heart is great, but understand that that is temporary. The genuine kind of compassion is one that wells up from within. It wells up from within the understanding, that is to say, the realization that is called wisdom. Understanding the nature of things. And this is something that is extremely important. For when we understand the nature of things, of course we're talking in the positive, engaging in positive actions and understanding the nature of them as we engage said actions. But understanding the nature of experience also helps us. Having this wisdom helps us engage with the world. Nothing becomes difficult if we understand its nature. Somebody giving us a hard time, we're the recipient of that hard time, and perhaps the action that brings about the hard time. If we understand this mutual dependence, there is no tangible hard time. If there's no tangible hard time, why are we getting so upset? There's nothing to point to and say, oh, this is the hard time. So it helps us in the relative world. Problems no longer become problems. Why? Because we see their nature. Seeing their nature, we are not then bound by this self-grasping. We're not bound by addiction. We become flexible. We become open. Within that openness, then the genuine patience, love, empathy, compassion, and so forth, well forth. And so then, our kind of, in the relative world, we can say that our work, our home life, they all become tangible in a way. We can kind of work with them. But most important for all of us, when we think of our practice of the Dharma, we always say obstacles, difficulties. But they become laughable. Why? Because we understand their nature. When we understand the nature of things, whatever we do then becomes the perfect conduct. So there's an expression that's used that is often translated as whatever arises is naturally freed. And what this means is no matter what the circumstance we find ourselves in, wherever we are, whomever we find ourselves with, etc., we remain through this understanding or of the view, if you like, through having changed our outlook, we remain naturally free, no matter what the situation is. This then is the perfection or the perfect implementation, if you like, of wisdom. When we have as our experience wisdom, we simply view then the nature of things as it is, mutually dependent. At that juncture, everything becomes the path, so to speak. On a relative level, the experience of dukkha is no longer really relevant because we simply understand the nature of things. We've come out, if you like, from under the bondage. We have kind of loosened the bonds, if you will, or the kind of tight kind of hold, if you like, that the self-grasping has upon us. And thereby, compassion naturally wells forth within us. This compassion that wells forth within the understanding of the natural state is a genuine compassion. This then is the highest conduct, the perfection, if you like, of conduct, as we strive in our perfection of wisdom and of conduct.
Lasso! 야, 나 가서 정말로 가지고 그러다. 능봐. 자침보 조금만에 다 한다는 인중 찬스 양답에 따와야고 곰. 아소스 짜빌라마. 대박. 다낭 이시야고 제 한짜빌라마. 군주슴 디야고 스곰. 안디 군주슴 짜빌라마 저 이시 대발라야 돼 양. 아니 잔주기슴 돈이 따와고 뭐 아니 지르지라 당가서 짜빌라마 스틴데스레드레. 군주슴스는 드리드리드리 디hin가서 남일루고 말해 이게 대화 이치체 아니 텐데지 고세린 아니 로 출런저가 진질랍 출람던저가 신질로 람트바세와 진질로 트바 이시서 차르바 진질로 도베 다주 트바 신질로 덕지신지 트바 신질로 군주슴지 진질로도 소 아서
And so all of us are kind of all of us are Buddhist, and it's imperative that all of us try to implement as much as we're able, so as to bring about an attitude of kind of going forth or renunciation, striving to awaken for the benefit of all sentient beings, bodhicitta, and then this kind of correct outlook or kind of view. So sometimes these are called the three kind of principal aspects of the path to awakening. And then when it comes to meditation upon those things, it's important to trust the person that reveals them to us. And so we talk then in kind of Buddhist technical language of having faith and devotion to our teacher, which we can also translate as kind of trust and a willingness or an openness to the practices that are prescribed thereby. So it's important then to develop this kind of trust, faith, kind of devotion, kind of openness to our spiritual teacher, to train as much as we're able in kind of pure view, and thereby, or therewithin actually, to develop kind of wisdom and compassion to the best of our ability. So this trust and kind of openness to the teacher is extremely important, because when we reflect upon what the teacher embodies, what the three jewels actually are in and of themselves, it is the union of emptiness and compassion. This we've seen is something that needs to be developed within ourselves, and these externals are merely the means then for us to develop them within. And so it's important then, if we are planning to practice this particular path or go in this particular direction, to have a kind of guide and to believe or trust in that guide, to have faith in them. And this is extremely worthwhile pursuit. So I encourage each and every one of you to, as much as you're able, practice that. And as a conclusion, I will make the supplication that our minds may turn towards the Dharma, that we may practice the Dharma as the path, that whilst practicing the path, any kind of confusion is naturally clarified, and then this confusion appears to us as wisdom. Thereby may we, each and every one of us, receive the blessing of the three rare and sublime ones.
Chanju zimjo rinpoche, maje paman jejo che, jewa nyamba mebay, kone gondo pebay jo, donye dawe rinpoche, maje paman jejo che, jewa nyamba mebay, kone gondo pebay jo, jewa tsujin rinpoche, maje paman jejo, jewa nyamba mebay, kone gondo pebay jo, jambe boy jidre chemba dang gondo zambo deyan dijin, tada gunjin tamje rabdo mo tuzo shibe jawa tam mo kun chudo mo daji kebe zawa digi zambo shije rabdo mo chi. Thank you. See you soon.
Thank you, Rinpoche.
Lesson.
Hold on. Rinpoche, phone not working. Thank you, Rinpoche. Thank you.
Song of the Enchanting Wildwoods by Longchen Rabjang. I prostrate to my Guru and the three jewels. Her form, a peaceful grove of fresh blossoms, pleasingly dappled with the soothing moonlight of compassion. The soul restful tonic for those long exhausted, I honour the miraculous wildwoods, which I see now as if for the first time. Since I am broken-hearted here in the city of existence, my mind sends these tidings its own way. A story about resorting to the peaceful forest for someone who will apply their heart to the Dharma path. I see the truth that this life won't last and is swiftly heading toward ruin. That even this body, which I've so lavishly cared for, will be lost. And I'll have to head off alone to parts unknown. So now I'm off to the wild woods. When I get distracted, I lose sight of the path to freedom, which is solely responsible for prolonging my samsaric suffering. Now that I've seen the plague of conceptual thinking, I'm off to live in the unborn peace of the wild woods. The busy cities are bonfires of desire. I see now that if I catch the terrible plague of existence, I'll just keep wandering in the canyons of samsara. So, I'm off right now to the wildwoods. Every being in existence is threatened by affliction and totally bound by terrifying chains of duality. Because each one has at some point or another been my mother or father. To free them, I must go to the wildwoods. All these outer things we keep looking to are impermanent and completely unreliable. seeing how they change like autumn clouds. My heart knows I must go to the peaceful, wild woods. The sun of the good times of yore has set, and the moon of mean people is on the rise. The darkness of evil-doing Maras closes in on all sides. I see it, so I must go to the wild woods right now. People are so difficult to be with. The good ones won't lead the way, and the bad ones never stop. At the slightest provocation, their mood can shift unpredictably. No matter what I do, they're never satisfied. So I can't stay here. I'm going to the wildwoods. If I don't take charge of my own mind, no one else is going to steer the course for me. If I'm really going to give the best counsel to my own mind, it's this. Don't stay here. You must go to the wild woods. Spending time with the spiritually immature diminishes my virtue and certainly makes me more negative. To make sure I'm totally engaged in the positive, from today on, I must go to the wildwoods. These days, when you spend time with somebody, you might make a quick friend, but at a moment's notice, they can become as unbearable as an enemy. Therefore, I can't stay. I'm going to the wildwoods. Alas, even the light of the sage's teachings is drawing down upon the peaks of the western mountains. Once it has set, the lion's roar of the true Dharma will not be heard again. So I'm off to the wildwoods. When explained well, nobody pays attention. Poor explanations contradict the true Dharma. Since beings prefer to believe that the Buddhas have taught only that they should do what they like and nothing else, when I teach the real Dharma way, everyone reviles me like an enemy. For whatever reason, when they teach non-Dharma these days, people love it, even though it sends them off to the lower realms. I simply can't understand what they're up to. Seeing all this, since I aim to accomplish the benefit of beings, I can't stay. I won't stay. I'm going to the wildwoods. Even though your body is beautiful with discipline, you soar on the wings of the 3 trainings, and you've plunged into the lotus lake of study and contemplation. If you aren't also wealthy, everyone just reviles and ignores you. The evil-acting, irreligious rich are treated like gods. This is an age when fools are marketed better than the holy ones. Seeing these signs of the times, I'm off to the wildwoods. Wherever I look, apart from people putting their energy into the material world, those practicing the Dharma path are as rare as a supernova. Having seen this to be true, if I'm going to accomplish the true Dharma, I can't stay any longer. I'm going to the wildwoods. Compared to those who seek distraction with every thought, people who care for themselves according to the Dharma are altogether rare. Those who actually practice it are bullied and disregarded. Thus, I can't stay. I'm going to the wildwoods. Even if you spend this life in introspection, it passes so quickly without pausing day or night. Having seen that laziness always gets the better of my virtue, and that this mind won't settle even a little, I'm off to the wildwoods right now. Because I'm distracted by the 8 worldly concerns, such as preferring praise to blame, even though I live spiritually, it's all for this one life. So I can't stay. I'm going to the wildwoods. All the good times I had until yesterday are now as real as last night's dream. Though sometimes they do become objects of pleasant nostalgia. Seeing how meaningless this is, I'm going to the wildwoods. Even savouring my desires, I never feel content. All the pleasures that I've experienced from birth till now would not satisfy me, even if they returned. This mind is addicted to desire. If I'm not even securing this life's happiness in this way, how will I ever achieve the nirvana I seek, which ensures benefit that lasts through all lives? So I'm done following the desire highway. Oh dear heart, we can do it. Let's abandon these desires and get to the wildwoods. Since all this thinking hasn't done me much good, in order to grow accustomed to observing my own mind, I'm going today to the wildwoods, where you, dear mind, will realize lasting happiness. Once I'm lying on my deathbed, I'll have to leave everything behind and travel on alone. This time is certain to arrive before long. So right now, I'm going to the wildwoods. Because this time is incredibly degenerate. Even if someone like me were to teach, it won't really benefit others. Because I aspire to be of benefit to future ages, I can't stay here. I'm going to meditate in the wild woods. O mind, dismiss these preoccupations that are of no help to yourself and no help to others. You must, from today forth, go to the wildwoods to meditate on the nature of mind in order to accomplish what will definitely bring us benefit. But absolutely, I make the noble heartfelt aspiration that a time may come when I receive the opportunity to be of benefit to others. Accomplishing their needs on a vast scale, without thinking of myself for even a moment. Now though, if I have one thought in my heart, it's this: don't wait. Go meditate in the wildwoods right now. in order to encourage those below me to listen and especially uphold the Buddha Dharma. My primary concern will be the exchange of the essential teachings. This will spread the sage's doctrine and increase the intelligence of my own mind. Whatever I conceive of is impermanent and meaningless. Even the best conditioned things are bound to fall apart. Having seen this to be true, I will seek the sacred, undeceptive mind, the essential and indestructible truth. All the Dharma collections that the sage has taught come down to giving up desires and settling evenly in the peaceful truth, nothing else. O mind, consider your mortality and be intent to go to the wildwoods. The wildwoods have been universally praised by the victors. So they encourage anyone who has few desires and is rich in contentment to go live in the wildwoods. Now, when there's all this unstable thinking, the primary task is to settle mind inwardly, for it projects itself toward objects in the midst of many distractions, unable to rest for even a moment. Even if well guarded, it follows compulsively after emotions. Therefore, I can't stay here. I'm going to meditate in the wildwoods. Intellectually understanding phenomena's nature and leaving them as mere objects of mindfulness is no help. So, if I'm going to become intimate with the true nature of phenomena, I can't wait. I must go to the wildwoods. The wilds naturally entail few distractions and obligations, and are free from the suffering of anxiety and adversity. So today, be happy, go to the peaceful wildwoods, which far surpass the joys of the cities of the higher realms. Well, my dear mind, listen now to the charms of the wildwoods. Precious trees, fit to offer to the victors, abound there. Branches laden with fruit, their leaves and flowers fragrant and blossoming, graced with the scent of incense and mist on the breeze. Cascades of water descend with the gentle rumble of bass drums. The hills above are bathed in the coolness of the moon and covered with a thick robe of clouds, above which shine the stars and constellations in their perfect beauty. Flocks of geese glide above fresh-smelling ponds, and birds and deer roam freely about. Bees buzz melodiously everywhere among the lotus and upala flowers, among the wish-fulfilling trees. The trees sway, dancing back and forth, back and forth. And the tips of their branches bow, as if lovingly welcoming guests, saying, "We're glad you've come." The cool, pure ponds are covered with lotus flowers, whose faces are bright as if smiling upon us. Surrounding are groves of flowers and trees, and grassy meadows holding the robes of the sky. All of this shining like the stars on a clear night, or gods playing in pleasure groves. while the cuckoo sings his intoxicating, piercing song, and the flowers sway in the cool seasonal breeze. Cloud elephants trumpet their joy, and the appearance of rain heralds cooling goodness. In all four seasons, guiltless subsistence can be had from readily available fruit, leaves, and roots. In the woods, the afflictions naturally subside, for there is no one to say unpleasant things. Having gone far from busy cities, in the woods, peaceful meditation naturally grows. In the woods, the mind is tamed as it conforms to the true Dharma, and one can find the bliss of inner peace. In short, the charms of the wildwoods are endless. Even if I had eons, I could not conclusively extol them. The attainment of awakening by all the victors of the three times only occurs when staying in the wildwoods, never in stressful cities and countries. Offering flowers and incense to all the Buddhas, for eons as numerous as the grains of sand in the Ganges, would bring but a fraction of the merit gained from taking 7 steps in the direction of retreat, with the qualities of the wildwoods in one's mind. I encourage you thus to contemplate the qualities of the woods as detailed in the Moon Lamp Sutra. Once you've gone there, you'll live near caves and cliffs, in areas rich with medicinal herbs, amidst flowers and trees, or in a simple thatched hut made of grass and leaves. You'll sustain yourself with the bare necessities, such as water, kindling, and fruit, and have the space to apply yourself day and night to what is wholesome. There, inspired by the turning of the leaves, you'll realize with certainty that beauty, health, and various abilities all gradually change, that they lack solidity. What is called the diminishing of one's assets. inspired by the falling of the leaves, you realize with certainty that friends, strangers, and even your own body are such that they separate, even if they are together now for the moment. What is called the reality of loss. There, inspired by the pond losing its lotus flowers, you realize with certainty that all wealth, assets, and sensual objects are in the end changeable, lacking solidity. What is called the exhaustion of what is amassed. There, inspired by the passing of the months and seasons, you realize with certainty that even this body, like the blooming flowers of late spring, changes with time, its youth passing. What is called the arrival of the Lord of Death. There, inspired by the ripening and falling of fruit, you'll realize with certainty that youth, the prime of life, and old age are just so. That there's no certainty of when death will occur. What is called what is born is bound to die. There, inspired by reflections appearing in ponds, you'll realize with certainty that as the diverse range of phenomena appear, they lack inherent nature, just like illusions, mirages, or reflections of the moon in water. What is called empty of true existence. Having thus internalized the nature of all that is, sit upright on a comfortable seat with the body at ease and cultivate bodhicitta, concerned with the needs of beings. Don't dwell on the past or fantasize about the future. Don't engineer this natural, ongoing presence. Don't direct the mind or draw it within. Just let it settle without distraction, resting without grasping or conceptually structuring this open clarity that is vivid, quiet, lucid, illuminating. This is the wisdom intent of the Buddhas of the 3 times. Other than settling, easily relaxed in the innate experience of the way your mind abides, there's nothing you need to contemplate. So you can release the effort it takes to engineer it. For it is not an object of conceptual elaboration. It can't be conceived of or investigated. Yet, it is the wisdom intent of all the Buddhas. Therefore, to quiet the tangled mess of thought, all you need to do is look into the intimately peaceful nature of mind. At the end of the session, dedicate without reifying the 3 spheres. In between sessions, cultivate your appreciation of impermanence and death. Conditioned things have no attainable essence and are rife with problems. Consider how samsara's nature is also like this. Once you have realized how the play of all external appearance are like dreams or illusions, let everything be within the equality of the experiential dimension of space. Don't affirm or reject anything. Give up attempting to engineer experience. By living in this fashion, anything that happens will help reveal the unborn and unceasing nature of mind, your innate nature, just as it is. Also, at night, when it's time to sleep, release your mind into a conceptually unstructured experience within the reality of its unborn nature. When you wake and appearances dawn, repeatedly relate to them as being ineffable by nature, like illusions. Once you have seen this precious treasury of your mind's nature to be such that nothing need be added or removed, you will cross the painful ocean of existence to the simple experience of that which is eternally peaceful and entails no suffering, arriving at the boundless state of Buddhahood. In the meantime, consider the magical play of concepts that occur as the natural arising of your essence, to which you need not grasp. Thoughts arise as the display of Dharmakaya's essence. When appearances occur as you are up and about, think, I will guide these beings. May I be their protector, refuge, and friend. Once you have entrusted your mind to bodhicitta, bear in mind that your conduct should ideally be pure. You needn't think about anything other than the needs of beings. This is the miraculous tree of compassion, which nourishes the shoots of the omniscient victors. This path surpasses the Shravikas and Pracheka Buddhas, for it is a great lake of innumerable qualities from which the light of immeasurable compassion spreads, the incredible source of the precious state of perfect Buddhahood. Nothing could be more incredible than this. Thus, anyone who is wise should definitely go meditate in the wildwoods. to accomplish sublime and peaceful awakening. If in this way I do not accomplish the Dharma now, later, who knows what direction I'll head in, and how difficult it will be to reconnect with the path at that point. Then there will be nothing I can do. So now, while I have the chance, I must apply myself to the Dharma. Nobody knows for sure whether they will die today or tomorrow. Nothing is totally reliable. The Lord of Death is drawing ever nearer, and I have no power to send him back. So quickly, I'm off to meditate in the wildwoods. When death comes, none of our wealth, friends, or relatives will be of any help to us. A real practitioner will have nothing to fear of death. So let death come quickly here. I'm going to the wildwoods. It won't be long before everyone, everything, and I will all be gone. This is certain to come to pass, so I can accomplish a bit of the Dharma now. I'm definitely going to live in the wildwoods. Those who live an ethically impeccable life with abundant study, good meditation, life in the wildwoods, and training in what is virtuous, shall fearlessly discover great joy in the face of death. The cause of their joy is exactly life in the wilds. Thus, I am leaving to meditate there. Nobody could know for certain if the time when I shall be no more will come tomorrow or not. On the morning of my death, nothing will protect me other than the Dharma. For the Dharma is my protector, my home, and my friend. It points me to the fine manner of the higher realms. Thus, mind, remember that death is coming. I must go to live in the wildwoods for the love of Dharma. My mind sent this letter to itself. Mind, if you're listening, you are fortunate in the Dharma. This message, spoken for your benefit, came straight from the heart. Mind, take it and head to the wildwoods. This song of the enchanting wildwoods was penned by the man from Samye, whose mind was turned to liberation by renunciation on the highest mountain peak of being at ease in the nature of mind. So he would wholeheartedly head to the wildwoods. Through any virtue arisen from this, may all beings extract their minds from the city of samsara and find freedom altogether in the enchanting wildwoods of omniscient liberation. The Treasury of Natural Perfection by Longchen Rabjang. Homage to the glorious Samantabhadra, the All-Good. To timeless Buddhahood, basic total presence. To unchanging spontaneity, the spacious Vajra heart. To the nature of mind, natural perfection. Constantly, simply being, we bow down. This unutterable space that is the nature of things, the apogee of view that is natural perfection. Listen as I explain my understanding of this sole, immanent reality. The conclusive meaning of mind, matrix, and secret precept lies in absence, openness, spontaneity, and unity. These four are treated each in four aspects: disclosure, assimilation, the bind, and resolution. The first theme, absence. The disclosure of absence. First, let me tell you about absence. The absence that is essentially emptiness. In the supermatrix of pure mind, that is like space. Whatever appears is absent in reality. in the universal womb that is boundless space, all forms of matter and energy occur as flux of the four elements, but all are empty forms, absent in reality. All phenomena arising in pure mind are like that. Magical illusion, whatever its shape, lacks substance, empty in nature. Likewise, all experience of the world, arisen in the moment, unstirring from pure mind, is insubstantial evanescence. Just as dream is a part of sleep, unreal gossamer in its arising, so all and everything is pure mind, never separated from it, and without substance or attribute. Experience may arise in the mind, but it is neither mind nor anything but mind. It is a vivid display of absence, like magical illusion. In the very moment, inconceivable and unutterable. All experience arising in the mind at its inception, know it as absence. Just as the objective field is absent in reality, so the knower, in actuality pure mind, in essence and absence, is like the clear sky. Know it in its ineffable reality. In the heart essence, that is self-sprung awareness, the absence of causality closes the abyss of samsara. The absence of discrimination integrates samsara and nirvana. And in the absence of glitches and veils, the triple world coalesces. In total presence, the nature of mind is like the sky, where there is no duality, no distinction, no gradation. There is no view, nor meditation, nor commitment to observe. No diligent ideal conduct, no pristine awareness to unveil, no training in the stages, and no path to tread. No subtle level of realization, and no final union. In the absence of judgment, nothing is sacred or profane. Only a one-taste matrix, like the Golden Isle. The self-sprung nature of mind is like the sky. Its nature an absence beyond all expression. The actual essence, pristine gnosis, cannot be improved upon, so virtue is profitless. And it cannot be impaired, so vice is harmless. In its absence of karma, there is no ripening of pleasure or pain. In the absence of judgment, no preference for samsara or nirvana. In its absence of articulation, it has no dimension. In its absence of past and future, rebirth is an empty notion. Who is there to transmigrate? And how to wander? What is karma? And how can it mature? Contemplate the reality that is like the clear sky. Constantly deconstructing, investigating keenly. Not even the slightest substance can be found. And in the undivided moment of non-dual perception, we abide in the natural state of perfection. absent when scrutinized, absent when ignored. Not even an iota of solid matter is attested. So all aspects of experience are always absent. Know it as nothing but magical illusion. During the empty enchantment of dream, ignorant babes are entranced, while the wise, disillusioned, are undeceived. Those unaware of the truth of absence, clinging to their identity, wander in circles, while the wise yogi, fully present, knowing the zing of reality, convinced of the absence in that very moment, is liberated in the non-contingent reality matrix. In total presence, the indeterminate nature of mind, lies the timeless, pristine awareness of non-dual perception. In sheer, naked, non-contingent gnosis lies the non-discriminatory, holistic seed. In the holistic transparence of zero-dimensional gnosis lies a contemplation of Dharmakaya Samantabhadra. In essential absence, the intrinsic gnosis of total presence. Non-referential, immaculate contemplation is shining. In the yoga of enchanting illusion, the play of Gnostic vision, empty experience arises as evanescent, uncrystallizing display, and convinced of absence in the moment of its inception, without the least urge to control, to cultivate or reject. We remain open, at ease, carefree, and detached. A fool deceived by magical illusion is like an animal pursuing a mirage in their thirst for water, expecting their delusive hopes to be realized, trusting in their dogma. They are trapped, losing their way on the eightfold gradation of intellect. They fail to see the real meaning. The spaciousness within and beyond the Ati Yoga precepts is a complete absence, nothing whatsoever like the sky. In the very moment, in the natural disposition of pure being, as the original hyperspace that we cannot abandon. The natural state of pure pleasure is spontaneously arisen. If secret gnosis, the actual Buddha dynamic, eludes us, To attain release by any purposeful action is no option. Everything is impermanent and bound to perish. How can a tight mesh of body, speech and mind reach out to touch its own indestructible core? So if we aspire to the supreme state of being, we should cast aside all childish games that fetter and exhaust body, speech and mind, and stretching out in inconceivable non-action in the unstructured matrix, the actuality of absence, where the natural perfection of reality lies. We should gaze at the uncontrived sameness of every experience, all conditioning and ambition resolved with finality. In the absence of outside and inside, subject and object, intrinsic gnosis, being out of time and space, supersedes all finite events that seemingly begin and end. Pure as a sky, it is without signposts or means of access. Any specific insight into gnosis is always deluded, so that any spiritual identity, always delusive, is abandoned. And convinced that the space of undifferentiated Samantabhadra is the all-encompassing super-emptiness of all samsara and nirvana. The natural state obtains as a reality without transition or change. breaking out of the brittle shell of discursive view into the hyperspaciousness that is nowhere located. In the experience of absence, the crux of the matter is fully disclosed. Assimilation of all experience to absence. Once the existential crux of absence has been disclosed, in the gnosis of carefree detachment, in non-meditation, the non-discriminatory space of whatever occurs is assimilated. Gnosis, congruent with the non-dual supermatrix of mind. Pure pleasure, left alone in Vajra spaciousness, gives uncultivated, spontaneous hyper-concentration. With the yogi settled in uncontrived sameness, it shines forth easily, a constant, like a river's strong current. Authentic sky-like reality in its utter simplicity, unchangeable, admits no gradation, and its ineluctable, all-suffusing spaciousness has no language to express itself. Yet insight bursting through, gnosis self-arising, uninhibited by their learning, without any pedantry. The yogi in whom mental silence supersedes ideation gains conviction in signlessness, without sign or no sign. And since there is no meditator nor object of meditation, lethargy and agitation need not be confronted as foes. Essential absence has already released dualistic perception. So delusion falls naturally into the matrix of sameness. We live without interruption in pure being. Inception and release are simultaneous, entwining in the single blissful matrix. Whatever arises appears spontaneously as its pure nature. As it abides, it exists spontaneously as its pure nature. When it vanishes, it dissolves spontaneously as its pure nature. Whatever arises in the reality matrix, release is reflexive, always a play of pure being, never shifting into anything other. A timeless vision, another form of emptiness. We live in non-discriminatory, essential reality. Whatever occurs in the mind, quiescence or proliferating, is one of the 5 poisons or any other Gnostic potency. In the very peculiarity of its arising, and in that very moment, it recognizes itself, fully potentiates, and vanishes without trace. The crucial, carefree detachment at the subject-object junction. The crucial self-sprung awareness as a bird's traceless trajectory. The crucial all-inclusive spaciousness as a unitary billowing ocean. And even the crucial focus upon the sublime mystery itself are assimilated from the very beginning in every experience. And mere recognition of this crux is the reality of release. in the intrinsic Gnostic dynamic of the supermatrix. Everything the very same at inception, in existence, and upon release. Nothing unequal, nothing fixed, nothing unreleased. Total integration in the ultimate total presence matrix is assured. Involuntarily, in spontaneous gnosis, the free Buddha dynamic is naturally present, and the pure mind that supersedes moral conditioning is one with unchanging reality. The ineluctable bind of absence. The dynamic of space, that is the nature of absence, binds all experience without exception. Just as matter and energy are bound by elemental space, so all events, self-imaged, are bound by super-emptiness. Samsara, merely a label. Goal-oriented endeavour is undermined. And in the emptiness that cannot be improved or impaired, freedom is just another word. And there is no nirvana. Striving in the 10 techniques accomplishes nothing. Exhausting exercises, exacting struggle and strain, with short-lived product, like a child's sandcastle. And moreover, all moral endeavour, all experience is caught from the beginning in the bind of absence. Now, the Yati Yogan, the Yogan of essence, forsakes all provisional techniques designed for straight cause and effect babes on the lesser laddered path, and binds the Gnostic dynamic that supersedes all clever technique to the yoke of the non-active sky. Deliberate action deceives. Look at treacherous samsara. Diligence corrupts. Consider the vicious cycle of suffering. Neither virtue nor vice can stop the turning of the wheel, and accumulated karmic propensity may lead up or down, but it gives no chance of release from existence. For the person in whom the flow of good and bad ceases, there is no duality of union with and separation from reality. And that hyper-yogan, certain in the great mystery, effortlessly reaches the natural state of original perfection and abides forever in the royal citadel of pure being. In the very moment, therefore, of an event occurring, whoever recognizes the language of biased projection and morally discriminating, goal-directed endeavour as unreal, like the non-active sky, they catch all experience in the snare of absence. Resolution in absence. Resolution in absence is the very heart of the matter. All the various events of samsara and nirvana, in their inherent absence, belie their existence. In their unceasing appearance, belie their non-existence. Neither existent nor non-existent. Being both is belied. And since both are absent, being neither is also denied. In the intrinsic absence of assertion and negation, reality, indefinable, cannot be indicated as any one thing. So reality is alpha pure. Yet the babes who are careless of that stay attached to their various ideas and opinions. What mania to believe in concrete ideas. How sad to believe in an I that is actually absent. How disheartening to make an argument out of nothing. How we love those fervent believers, eternal migrants in samsara. White or black, virtuous or vicious. All clouds equally obscure the sun of intrinsic gnosis. Stressed by the lightning of frustrated discriminating endeavour, an incessant downpour of delusive satisfaction and grief waters the seeds of samsara, ripening the harvest of the 6 realms. And we love all the tormented beings. In the ultimate definitive analysis, just as golden chains and hempen ropes are equally binding, so the sacred and the profane do both enslave us. And just as white and black clouds are equally enshrouding, so virtue and vice alike veil gnosis. The yogi who understands that fosters release from moral conditioning. As self-sprung awareness arises from within, and the dark night of causality dissolves, the clouds of moral duality melt away, and the sun of non-dual truth dawns in the field of reality. This is final, ultimate resolution, induced by the absence of the 10 techniques, exalted above all progressive approaches. the intangible samadhi that lacks any field of meditation. Pristine, simple, intrinsic gnosis consumes all events in consummate resolution, and all experience spent itself is consumed. Since the consuming or non-consuming is resolved in absence, its existence as ineffable is never in question. What is a vast, non-referential panorama. All experience consummate. No mind. And that is a yogi's delight. A single field of dynamic space, integrating past, present, and future. An unbroken, holistic field of reality. That is the arena shared by all Buddhas and masters of Gnosis. The unchanging and indivisible, non-composite matrix. The matrix of self-sprung awareness, beyond endeavour. The ineffable matrix, where labels are a joke. This is the non-active space of Samantabhadra. Where everything is the spaciousness of Samantabhadra. Where empty appearances are neither good nor bad. absence reified as some thing is delusive projection. But in the very moment of projection, there is neither delusion nor non-delusion. And everything is resolved in hyper-namelessness. That is the way of natural perfection. In all experience of samsara and nirvana, inner and outer, convinced of the absence of both delusion and freedom from delusion, we do not seek to abandon samsara and attain nirvana. With conviction in the absence of birth and birthlessness, belief in life and death, existence and non-existence, is suspended. With conviction in the absence of right and wrong, there is equanimity in the absence of value judgment. And all experience is resolved in Samantabhadra's matrix. The first theme of the Treasury of Natural Perfection, showing conclusively that all experience is beyond thought and expression, is concluded.
Hello? Hello? Anybody here? Oh, we've gotten some jewels. Thank you for the jewels, everybody. Is there anybody here right now? Hello? 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 Hello, 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 hello. Is there anybody there? Is there anybody listening to this? Anybody watching this? Okay. Wow. Well, there you have it. Hung tired because the fasting and the detox. We met our neighbors. We met our neighbors when we were coming home. Two nice guys. And who am I? Who am I now? That's right. Who am I now? What do you guys think? You like that idea? You like these kind of special Zen readings in the background sometimes? What do you think about that? It's good? Great. Glad to hear it. Sure you can blame Rust, whoever you are. Ask away. We just got home, rode our motorbike and came home.
Coffee. มาเล่นท็อป coffee ครับเดี๋ยวชอบกิน
Coffee come today, huh? Maybe I'll have 3 coffees today then. The fast, we're going deeper into the detox and letting things go, letting things flow. Hi, Ken.
โอ้ให้มีรายชิป
Very suspicious, very suspicious. Shout out to Pinnacle Credit Management. YouTube here. The Robin Hood Gold Card Review. How much credit do you have, Pinnacle Credit Repair, if you were to run away and max out all your credit cards? I mean, is that a part of being in the credit repair industry, that you would know how to turn credit into like gold and then like run away to Brazil or something with all your gold? You ever thought about that? Of course, pay back the debt eventually, but some debts can't be paid back. All right, so blamed us. So your monk life, do you still follow the Buddhist religion? If so, or why not? And are you planning on making more videos like the old ones I actually thought were pretty cool? I don't know what that means, but I'm a Buddhist teacher. I'm a Buddhist practitioner, Buddhist layperson. And, this channel is shifting. This channel is shifting towards people who really want to be a part of this intentional community, this online and in-person meditation center. So those people, this is for them. This isn't for the tag-alongs or the general public. This is for people who are really ready to 80K. Oh. I guess that's a good credit limit to have. So why can't you get more, Pinnacle? Can't you take out like a bunch of credit cards with a bunch of high limits? If you have an 800 credit score, can't you get like hundreds of thousands of dollars of credit if you wanted to? Interesting. I don't know anything about it. Wow. Huh. Looks like people are joining up. We're having a revolution. Hey everybody, who's out there watching? YouTube should show me. YouTube should give me options to be able to see who's watching this. I have a right to know who's watching me and what their accounts are, and what their information is, to the best of my abilities. It just shows me my top fans. Which doesn't mean anything. I mean, is there any consequences for that Pinnacle Credit Repair? Let's say you had 80K line of credit, right? And then you use that somehow to buy gold, right? What's going to happen? What are they going to do? And then you're never going to pay back. They're not going to do anything, right? It's fine. You can do that, right? It's just a civil matter. Is that true? Yeah, I know what you're saying about that. No, that's insane, blamed Russ. You're crazy. You're just insane. Yeah, you're a lunatic. So, I mean, good for you that you feel open to sharing stuff, but you're a crazy person. I don't know what to say to you. This is a space where people can come into my home. People can come and spend time with me. I'm not writing letters to anybody. I'm not forcing anybody to come and spend time with me. So if you're so twisted in your brain that you're coming to my home because you want to be here and then asking me if I'm okay, that's insane. It's like going to a temple where a monk was and you're allowed to go and visit there, and then you're going to the monk and saying, are you okay? Do you need to talk to someone? If you if it's coming from a place of kindness, that's fine, but I'm doing my part to let you know that you're an absolutely insane person and you have no idea what you're talking about. And I guess another way is I could do it, yeah, I'm doing okay, or I'm doing fine, I'm doing great. But I think what I'm communicating is a lot more direct. All right, great. Be inspired. Be inspired by peace, right? It's just people don't get that. It's like, this is my home. This is my life. This is where I'm at. This is what I'm doing. And you're coming here because you want to be here. You want to follow me. You want to listen to me. You want to look at me, right? You want to be around me. So take responsibility for that. It's not that complicated. And it's fundamental human dynamics. It is essential human dynamics. And then everybody wants to tell their story about why they're here, but we're not doing that. You're not being asked to tell your story about why you're here. I'm just pointing to you to look at your own situation, your own mind. Ask yourself. Don't tell me why you're here. Yeah, Soul Matrix, you're just some schizophrenic lunatic, stalker. I mean, that's what a lot of people are doing. They're stalking me. Even if it's, stalking, I guess, inherently has a negative connotation. I'm not entirely implying that, but you're watching someone without their knowledge. You're listening to someone without their knowledge. You're following them around. So look at yourself when it comes to that. Why are you doing that? Come up with a good answer. Ask that question deeply. Why are you doing this? Why are you, doing that? Yeah, definitely some clickbait and stuff like that. But once you get settled, once you get some awareness about what's going on here, take responsibility. Ultimately, it's just an illusion. Yourself, myself, story of life. It's an illusion. Life is but a dream. There's a meaning in that song. There's a deep meaning in that song. Honey, you take shower and wash my hands and wash my face. So wash your hands, baby, not touch your face and so many things. Tea, we need to buy some tea. Drink tea, very good.
We have tea, right?
Oh, but what is that tea? I don't know. And what's this? What is this stuff here? Oh, this your juice, right?
Yeah.
Special juice?
Yeah.
Sugar?
I cook, right?
Put sugar?
Yeah. Now see her.
Oh.
I cook in the morning.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Medicine juice. Very good medicine juice. Thank you so much, honey. Space is flat. It's just nonsense. I mean, I guess we attract a lot of schizophrenics and stuff around here, which is fine, but you guys got to open your mind a little bit. No, nothing's. It's like, so we say a cloud is real, right? But is the face that we see in the cloud real? Ask yourself that, right? And that's kind of what life is an illusion means. So you say the cloud, the cloud is real, but the face that I see in the cloud is not real. But that's why you're saying the cloud is real to begin with, because you see it, right? So the face in the cloud and the idea of the cloud, or the thing that you see as a cloud, are both equally unreal because they're based on the same thing. At that time, you see a face, or you see a an object, you see a shape in the cloud, right? So your perceptions are not reliable. Bananas aren't real, cats aren't real, dogs aren't real. The mind that perceives things is unreal. I mean, these are real teachings. These are swords. These are blades. These will wake you up. These will show you, they help you, understand what's being talked about in Buddhism and meditation. Sinceriously. You know what I mean? Sinceriously true. Periodolio. What's that? Psychological phenomenon. Exactly. And so that is just a label. It's just a label. It's just another idea, right? So now you've done 3 layers, right? You seeing the cloud, you seeing a face in the cloud, and you having this idea, now an idea about you seeing a cloud and you seeing a face on the cloud. They're all equally thoughts, equally ideas. We say, well, one idea is more true than the other. Only contextually. Only on a case-by-case basis. That's correct. Thank you. Yeah, birds are not real. The FBI replaced them all with robots back in the 50s. That's 100% true. And I'm glad that you brought that up, 3 random words. I'm very glad you brought that up. Somebody needed to say it. Israel is an illusion. That'd be a better way to say it, Holly Gaming. 100%, 3 random words. 3 random words, smart guy, on the money, or smart person. All right, everyone, we have not been making a lot of money today. We have not been receiving a lot of super chats today, so I think now is time for that to change. I think it's about time to start getting some big super chats, some big donations. We start getting towards our goal, everybody. What do you think? How's that sound? And I'm thinking about making a video of that interaction that I had with that group, that online group, the online group. Let's see here. Nitrous non-duality. That's one of my biggest viewed videos, nitrous non-duality. Me mocking Angelo Delulu. Who would have thought, right? Who would have thought? Okay, here we go. Let's see this. Wow, 45 likes on that post, me and Hung. Here we go. Hello, is anybody out there that says there's 21 people? This is hilarious. Look at this. What a compendium. Look at this, guys. Here, I want to show everybody this. Nothing, just say nothing and then the word Israel. That's a little bit more direct than nothing is real. Because you can really get lost in that. But nothing Israel is just as interesting, and you're not going to get lost in that, are you? So the mind that's not lost in thoughts at all, and you're aware. And you can take your meditation as deeply as you want to. This is a fantastic collection of dynamic events. Look at this, everybody. We need to take a look. Take a look at the Monk Life Meditation YouTube channel, everybody. Let's take a look at this. Look at that. That's amazing. This one, that's pretty cool. Master Young Hua, Eli Tabarwa interview. That's a great interview. If you haven't watched the Eli Tabarwa interview, guys, I highly recommend you watch it. Detox Day 1. We got the business suit. Smoke and mirrors. Look at this. The bathtub stream, authenticity, expensive. All right, what I want to look at here is I want to see about so we're co-working. Now we're in our meditative co-working space, everybody. Let's get some W's in the chat for co-working, everybody. W's in the chat, everybody. I think pretty successful. Pretty successful session. Still in development. We'll still work on it. We'll still continue working on it. But we think that there's there is some efficacy we've developed because you know, in the past they'd say that I wasn't being genuine. You know what I mean? They would stay with the he's not being genuine. But this time nobody said that. Nobody said I wasn't being genuine. So I think that's an improvement. You know? You're not lobbying anybody. The only thing that you're lobbying is your own ego.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the idea.
And I don't know, maybe comedy, maybe levity. I mean, what the fuck is wrong with you people? Yeah, let's be fucking toxic devils. Let's be fucking ghouls. Let's find a way to be ghouls. Instead of carrying levity in these interactions, actually come back to a place of peace and solemnness. And appreciation that somebody who is a technical professional in their field, somebody who is a Buddhist monk for 8 years, is willing to spend time here with y'all folks. Slumming it up with y'all folks. Slumming it up here, talking about a topic that you've got no position to talk about.
Yeah.
Monkey, you never used to be this angry. Where did this anger come from over the past 2.5 years?
I was wondering all throughout this discussion,
when he does it, it's okay. When we do it, it's because we're misinformed or we're just don't
I think you know
about how life should be lived, right? Like that's it. He's allowed to do it because he knows things that we don't. But when we're asking him to share those ideas, he doesn't do it. He doesn't do it. He just says we're stupid. He says we don't know. We can't know because we're sitting back in our wooden chairs drinking whiskey. He doesn't actually see what he's doing, and it's hilarious. I don't know. It's just a fucking hypocrite. You should be banned. There's no reason. It's not the ideas that's the problem. It's also the way you're doing it. Like you think this is helpful. For some reason, but no.
No, this posturing, this kind of posturing is absolutely ridiculous. The regular culture here, the regular kind of conversations and the way that people act here is absolutely slum. Absolutely slum. Drinking, being drunk, insulting each other, fighting, talking about nonsense all the time. And now somehow you've magically, as I said at the beginning, somehow you've magically elevated back to the debate club at the Harvard Institute, and I'm somehow interfering with your important work. Yeah, the important work of you fucking making a caricature out of your ego so that you can fuel your fucking social status needs with a bunch of fucking random people that you're not actually connecting with and have nothing to do with. Give me a fucking break, holier than thou, grasping your pearls. You're in a fucking Destiny server, buddy. Drink up, buddy. Yeah, clutching your pearls, clutching. How dare he act this way? This is a yacht club, sir. How dare you act this way? The way that people, just because I have energy, just because I'm bringing energy to what I'm doing, just because I believe in what I'm saying, and I'm ready to put into practice what I'm saying. I don't know if that truly bears repeating or coming back to, but I thought it was quite dynamic. Quite a dynamic live stream. And this was good too. How's it going? So raise your hands, guys. Raise your hands if you want to come up and ask a question, guys, and we'll bring you up. We're looking for, remember, we're not looking for the class clown because this is a class full of class clowns, right? So we're not looking for another class clown to show up, right? You see what I'm saying? All right, let's go to F. Wea, who's a good friend of the show.
Did you not recognize my voice the first time?
All right, Seraph Null sends another 1790 Israeli rubles or shekels and says, love to Lebanon, hope we can meet in peace. And I really want to go to Lebanon. Go ahead, FWEA, what's your question?
Oh my god, yo, hold on.
Well, it's, I mean, we're not approaching it authentically, are we? We're not approaching it with honesty. There's no need to talk about it. We're not defending our ideas here. That's not what practicing Buddhism is about. Practicing meditation isn't about defending your ideas. That's nonsense. We don't do that here. We don't believe in that. I'll tell you what we do believe in is Hassan Piker.
When you have no argument, you silence the opposition. When you have no argument, you can't say a damn thing in favor of Israel. You just turn around and demand its critics be silenced. That's what's going on here. This is fascism. Okay?
And if you don't believe in Hasanabi, you're no friend of mine.
That was supposed to be in Mother K. And the reason why I say supposed to be is because, as you guys know, obviously I've been dealing with a lot of stuff. Specifically around being able to go to the UK. Just been a sequence of it's been an interesting month so far. Lots going on in the world of Hassan Hasanabi Piker. Just a bunch of annoying things that I'm on the receiving end of as liberalism crumbles and turns slowly but surely into unrestrained fascism. Very cool stuff. Very cool stuff. We're going to get into all of that and more. Obviously, UK visa denied, banned from the UK. I thought you said you could, can you still go on a regular tourist visa? Guys, can I ask you a serious question? The ETA is the basic visa that Americans receive. If the government has made a big show of not giving me a giving me a regular visa, an ETA, and then revoking it, what makes you think that they're going to be fine? They're going to be like, oh my God, you're the guy we deliberately revoked the visa on.
Under a mat. Some of you have requested for me to make this video. It's about Zen Devil. Being a Zen Devil. Today we're going to talk about what that is and what that means, and how you yourself can prevent yourself from becoming a Zen Devil, as well as not falling into the trap of following a Zen Devil. So let's get into it right now. according to tradition, you would have had monastery. You would go to a monastery, there you're meditating under a master, someone that has been doing this for a long time. And you would train under this master. You would meditate under this master and he would hold you accountable. He would hold you to very strict rules. If you look at these monasteries, they have to wake up very early. You have to meditate a certain amount of hours a day. They have to do this. To wake up very early. You have to
I've been here. I've been to this monastery. This is the, I don't think I was there at that time, but I did a retreat there, you know, and I was at this monastery, you know, and that is a serious monastery for practice. And this guy's explanation is pretty fine, pretty fair. Pretty decent. So I've met that woman. I met this woman here, and of course that's the master guy. And then there's another woman that's like the co-master or something. And I wasn't very impressed with her, but this lady was nice. It was hard. It was a hard retreat. They're a hard group of people. All right, let's continue.
To meditate a certain amount of hours a day. They have to do this and this and that. It's a very disciplined life. It's a life dedicated towards spiritual growth. It's really a dedication, a lifelong dedication towards developing yourself. And due to dogma and traditions and things that are not important, we created this kind of non-duality Neo-Advaita movement. This Neo-Advaita movement came about, and instead of being very strict and practicing very strictly disciplined like a monk, now everyone can just become a spiritual teacher. And now everyone can just become a spiritual leader. And now everyone can just, because they practice meditation once a week, talk about meditation and everything that's from the East, where all these traditions are in place and all these rules are into place. All of that is too strict. It's all too strict. It's all too disciplined. We want to be more free, more loose, just do our thing, because ultimately it's about enlightenment. It's about freedom. And so the typical idea of
It's actually funny because it's not just a matter of being strict or loose. It's also a level of commitment, a level of immersion, and it's a communal immersion, right? So the role that these sadhus or these sannyasins, these very deep practitioners have played is through their renunciation, community has built through that. And this is something that's also being removed, where we're kind of, this Neo-Advaita Vedanta is turning everyone into non-dual zombies, functionally, where there's no community, really. It's just follow along with the grift, you know, with the presentation. Just keep going to presentation after presentation after presentation, and there's nothing else offered there, you know. It's just, so this guy's a nice guy so far. I like what this guy's saying.
Enlightenment to people is that once they become enlightened, now they're free, and now they no longer have to meditate, they no longer have to practice, they no longer have to do anything. They can just be perfect no matter what they do. No matter what they do, they're perfect and they're enlightened, and there's nothing to be criticized about that. And so what Neo-Advaita does is it takes away all the fluff around enlightenment. They just say a direct path towards enlightenment. It's just a direct path. Here it is. Here's what you got to practice. Here's what you got to do. This is it. Forget about all the traditions. Forget about all the rules, the disciplines, everything that was set into place to actually not create Zen devils. All of that was set into place to not create Zen devils. And now we're taking away all of that to just show you a direct path. And once you have come to the end of the direct path, now you're enlightened. Now there's nothing you need to develop ever again, and that's it. Now you can speak from your high horse and say to everyone what you think, what you know, all of this stuff. So what could go wrong by just teaching a direct path? Ultimately, that's what we want, right? We want enlightenment. So why not faster? Why not sooner? Why not just get it now and just find the most direct path towards getting it? The reason is because the rules, the disciplines, that were set into place where there because the journey doesn't end when you get enlightened. They say chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. The discipline doesn't end. The journey doesn't end. It doesn't stop, because just because you had some experience doesn't mean you have integrated now a complete selfless version of yourself. It's a lifelong journey. It's a lifelong journey. Before enlightenment, after enlightenment, it's a lifelong journey of becoming more conscious all the time. So you never really are on a pedestal. You never really have arrived at the end. You never really are the teacher. You are always learning. So what could possibly go wrong? What could possibly go wrong with a direct path? Now here it goes. Intellectually understanding something is something completely different than how you live and what you do. I can understand exactly how a train works, but it doesn't mean I can build a train. I can exactly understand how a car works, everything about the car, but it doesn't mean I have the skill to drive it. These are different things. And therefore, when people get all these non-duality concepts, they start to think that now they understand it, they got it, and that's it. And that's just not true, because you are always alive. And therefore you always have some form of ego. You always have some form of ego, maybe not in the biggest sense, but in the sense that you don't want to kill this body. You want to survive, you want to eat, you want to drink, you want to sleep, and therefore you're trying to take care of your needs till the very day you die. And that doesn't stop when you become enlightened. It's not like now you're free of that ego completely. You're not free completely of that ego. You maybe have found a more non-dualistic essence that you can bask in, but that doesn't mean that you're now living like a god. You are still human. You're a human being. You're not just being, you're human as well. And therefore you have this human aspect that traditions have set all kinds of rules about. For example, if you take Christianity, right? You shall not kill, you shall not steal, you shall not cheat. All of these things, they seem like so moralistic. It's just really horrible that they have all these rules into place. Because without all these rules into place, we wouldn't have a functioning society, and you wouldn't even have time to meditate, because constantly people will be raping and cheating and stealing from each other. These rules by Christianity, these rules by Hinduism, these rules by traditional religious ways are set into place so that we can have a functioning society, so that we can live in peace. You cannot live in peace in a chaotic society. There needs.
This guy is quite a low level. So this guy has quite a low level, but he can be a good bridge for people. He can collaborate with people and help people out with this situation that they seem to be in, whatever that may be. Help give some more clarifying information, some background information. But these non-duality teachers, sometimes they have an insight. You know, they have some degree of insight. But it's a difference when you have some degree of insight and you realize that it's not that high. You know, it's not that advanced. You're not a Buddha. You're not a living Buddha. And there's so many of these guys out there. One of them is this guy called, I don't know what his name is, but he's, he thinks he's a living Buddha. And I mean, that's functionally, that seems to be what this Angelo Delulu character is implying and believes in some sense as well. Maybe if you asked him that, he wouldn't say that. I don't know, but yeah. So you can't just scroll around on non-duality tube and find very advanced practitioners. You can find people that seem very advanced. the car analogy, he missed out a few things, because if you're being, he was talking about previously the Dharma teacher. So not if you keep smoking weed, Acadian Stacker, not if you keep dabbing. So the thing is that he was talking about being in the teacher role and how that was actually the theme of his video. So what he really could have said with that is that you might know how a car works, but not how to drive it very well. You might know how to drive the car fairly well, but you don't really know how it works, so you're not going to be able to help it when it breaks down. And so the function of a teacher, so we're finished with that. That's an interesting guy, though. Just a few subscribers. And then these non-duality lunatics saying, so this guy did not get it. It doesn't work like that. It's so stupid. There's a non-duality army out there, man. I got to make more content about non-duality, because there are so many people that have been pulled into this non-duality wormhole. And if you challenge them, if you put them in a challenging situation, they're not going to be non-dual at all. They're going to be more normal than anybody else. You know, so when you're a teacher, you've pushed yourself, you've trained yourself, you've gone into these deep aspects. So now intuitively, you do know how the car works. Frank, I think Frank is a good guy. It's the same situation. There's very few very advanced teachers in the world. Very, very few. And a lot of them don't speak in a way that the general English audience is going to be able to connect with, because they're working with people who are part of a Buddhist culture, and they're helping those people, women, middle-aged women, mothers, fathers, people you would never think about that are quite advanced, that are Buddhist. And so what happens is that you go through this process, you have these transformations, you have these deep experiences, but you haven't really trained with significantly advanced teachers. But when you do train and do practice, you're going to cultivate a lot of blessings. And so those blessings are going to appear in your life, and it's going to be more and more seemingly that you're so advanced and that life is so fine and everything's going the way that it should go. I think Frank is pretty good. And I think that his contemplative CrossFit workshop, I mean, I would participate in that. But it's like $3,000, and a lot of the stuff they do isn't live, and a lot of the stuff they do is recruiting people, and there's too much contrivance in it. But I think the community that he's built, the practice that he has, there's a lot of potential in it. But the way that he's doing it doesn't very much inspire. Because I'm talking about intentional community. You know what I mean? I'm talking about building out intentional community around spirituality, around Buddhist principles and practices for co-living, for getting outside of the matrix of financial need, you know, and that's what community offers us. So but for a lot of people, I think if they did go through that CrossFit, they would develop a lot, but they're not going to be able to develop like as much as somebody like me, or if you really go and train with a teacher. It doesn't work like that. There's very few teachers out there, and then you might go to a temple with a very advanced teacher, but you're still going to have to put in this work, you know, in a kind of starvation environment, which is the work that you have to do to get more and more advanced and more developed. You have to be in a starvation environment. You have to go through hell repeatedly, again and again and again and again. No, I don't watch UFC. I would watch UFC if there was like a Mike Tyson character, or, but these characters that they have now, they're just not interesting. That's why I watch arm wrestling, professional arm wrestling, because they have some great characters. One in particular, Devin Larratt. So this other guy's Emerson Non-Duality. This guy is crazy famous. This guy is like on the edge. I don't know how he got to this point. But he's got 300,000 subscribers, and the only thing he posts is these non-duality introductions that come from this guy. This guy that originated is like Tony Pearson's, or maybe it is Tony Pearson's, but it's some old guy that's, you know, developed this certain kind of language and pointing out instructions to give people this sense of getting it. And, you know, it can be for better or worse. But I guess in From a Buddhist perspective, they might consider it like the Hinayana, or the lower path, or like the more personal path, you know. But if you took a real like serious Buddhist forest monk and you compared it, that was only focused on personal enlightenment and just, you know, help people when they could, when it came about naturally, these non-duality people, their level would be nothing close. These non-duality people just look like normal people. And this is just my take. This is just my understanding. If you have a different idea, I'm happy to talk about it. But we can definitely look at some of this guy's content if we see anything that makes sense. But a lot of it is just this one-to-one, like, mutual convincing work. Here we go. Let's see this. Let's take a look at this. They've got the branding. They've got, because they're contrived, because it's selfish and it's contrived, you know.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay, how you doing?
Hi, Steve. How are you doing?
Great.
Thank you so much for that essay.
Sure.
How did that come about? You were just
Somebody said about, is pain real? The body is not real. So how is pain real? But you have to realize that, not just adopt that as an idea, which is the critique with this non-duality stuff is, to what degree is this method, this approach, this practice, this way actually facilitating deep realization? And I would say it's not, as far as I mean, you have people like Jim Newman who's pretty advanced. But I think this Emerson non-duality guy is just some normal guy, if you ask me.
It was over a long...
come about.
And then, like, for Jim Newman, compared to Sayadaw, you know, my teacher, Sayadaw Otamatara, Jim Newman would just be an actor, you know?
You were just...
It was over a long period of time. I was sort of collecting ideas and things as they happened, and then they were all sort of... it was a big mishmash, and I had to figure out how to organize it. And finally, I came up with this three-part, I guess you'd say, series in which I sort of traced how I came along from, you know, the whole consciousness thing and trying to get enlightenment and reading Nisargadatta and Ramana. And I left out a bunch of people like Papaji and Gangaji and all these people you yourself looked up to, I'm sure, for a while.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
I left out using holosync discs to sort of holosync meditation discs that I would sit an hour for at a time and doing all that. I mean, I didn't put everything in there, but I sort of used that as made an outline and took it from there.
Wow. I also did a whole bunch of different kinds of meditation that sometimes I forget, and then someone mentioned, like, I did that too. I did the TM, you know, I did, what else did I do? I did a whole bunch of other ones that too many to mention.
And that's precisely one of the issues that you find with these guys, right? You ask them, like, what teachers they've trained you with, what practices they've done, and it's always just some vague answer. You know, oh, I really looked into Buddhism and stuff. He just listed Transcendental Meditation, which is just some Hindu cult meditation group, you know, nothing special about it.
Right, and it's a really well-written piece, and I appreciated even what Harvey, wrote. It was well done as well. Yeah. So
I was just so surprised by that, because I was just going to get together and talk to him. And I sat down with him and he gave me this 11-page analysis.
yeah.
And I mean, at one level, okay, so for me, we had a one-on-one, you and I did.
How long ago was that? Was that 3 years ago?
It's probably about a year or two ago.
A year.
And this is my other problem with it. It's just selfish. I get it. You get it. Great. We're finished. Let's make money. Here we go. A direct talk with an anonymous spiritual teacher. Maybe this will be less uncomprehendibly boring. It's mysterious.
Emerson was, I like to sit quietly in the morning. I wouldn't call it meditation. I just like to sit quiet. And it's like I wasn't looking at grass. And I wasn't looking at a tree. It's like that.
It's just such basic. They're using such basic spiritual teachings and principles to make something special out of about it, right? I wasn't seeing trees. I was seeing Nama and Rupa. I was seeing the unconditioned. It doesn't mean anything to talk like that. The big problem is there's no competition. There's no competition out there. There's no critical dialogue out there from people who have real experience and real training. It's exactly the problem with these non-duality cults. You know? That's as much of a problem as the fact that it's just this self-centered spiritual nonsense. Totally selfish, totally self-oriented, self-fixated. I. They're just sitting there repeating I. And this guy doesn't say anything. He's just having these conversations from this position of I get it. So we're going to talk about it from that perspective.
Now everybody's intoxicated with these words, with this poetry, with this style of speaking, with this cadence and all that kind of stuff. And
yes.
And there are still people, you know what, that would basically write me or mention that I used to like Emerson of how he spoke about this. Not anymore. Yeah. And I see that a lot of those people are just belief addicts.
Yeah.
Addicted to the belief that there's nothing happening. But they can't seem to see it. It's like when somebody tells you that, you know, somebody has a drinking problem and they think it's just fun. It's not a problem yet. They can't seem to see that, you know, that they're blacking out every night.
Yes. I love your analogy of being drunk.
Yeah.
I think it's so neat. And it so works, you know. So we're drunk on words and ideas.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. I have a friend who's sort of into philosophy. And
it's eyeing and it's active deception. This guy's actively deceiving this other guy. There's no authenticity. There's no realness. It's fixation and deception under the guise of non-duality. You know, because he's convinced himself enough, then he's a master.
As well. And then you get in the older ones like my Psalm 65. There's people in their 70s, 80s.
You look good.
Yeah. You know, it's like,
yeah. And that's
just horrible nonsense. All under this beautiful, fantastic umbrella, this rainbow of non-duality. We've discovered something. No, you haven't discovered anything. You've stolen something, you've appropriated something, you've colonized something that doesn't belong to you and that you don't really understand. It's just colonialism. Non-duality is spiritual colonialism. When it comes to people like this guy's a spiritual colonialist. Emerson non-duality is a spiritual colonialist. Tell Emerson I said that. Right? Here we go. Book one-on-one here. Donate to support. The last retreat in Toronto. Let me see that retreat. I want retreats of that clip, clips of that retreat. He's already got his book on one-on-one here for $100 a pop, right? Or 60 minutes. Let's go for the 60 minutes. Go this little cute calendar. I need a calendar. Give me a calendar. $115. Well, I'm charging $200 for my 60 minutes. Okay, I'm charging $200 for my 60 minutes. I'm sick of it. Sick of this nonsense. A 2-hour meeting is $200. I'm charging $300 for a one-on-one meeting. It's just an ideal, they create an ideal environment for them not to be challenged. It's the same. It's this hippie spiritual self-convinced about anything. You know, anything that you can be self-convinced about you got it or it worked. Non-duality is just spirituality, modern TikTok spirituality, only there's an end goal and you've reached the end goal. Right? That's it. That's absolutely it. There's a difference between communism and applied communism. So in applied communism in a post-scarcity society, there's plenty of art. There's plenty of free time. There's plenty of freedom, especially with AI and technology. What happens if we just search non-duality with a dash? There's so many of these people. Just endless, these people. Most of them are not any good. Most of them are garbage. Rupert Spear is a killer. Rupert Spear is very advanced. I get it. Hi everybody, I get it. I'm an Arahat. Would you like to listen to what I have to say? I'm going to start my own non-duality channel. Imagine story time, non-duality, non-duality and enlightenment simplified, the non-dual channel, eternal life non-duality, Susan Chang non-duality, science and non-duality, Zane non-duality and somatic healing. I just need to go down this list and get some of these people. Julia non-duality, Erie non-duality, Zabi non-duality, non-duality with Saeed and Kyle, Terrence Stevens non-duality, the Timeless Wonder non-duality, the Non-Duality Podcast, Non-Dual Reality, Steve Emig non-duality now, Richard Sylvester non-duality, Kenneth Madden non-duality, Rose Rose non-duality. David Farmer non-duality. Absolute malarkey. Leela Muse non-duality. Andrew Kishburn non-duality. Michael Jeffries non-duality. Neil Denham non-duality. Vern non-duality. Sensing Radiance non-duality. Magdi Bawe non-duality. He's got multiple Tony Ningham non-duality. Grace non-duality. Vern non-duality. Jessica Wood non-duality. Fred Davis non-duality. Who's this guy? This guy's got some subscribers. Let's check with this guy out. Fred Davis. 2 days ago he posted. Here we go. Let's see.
This is dropping away. First, just little hair flecks.
He's dying. He's in a hospital bed.
Or something that's falling off. And then maybe, in time it gets to be where it's the size of a pea or then a marble. And then chunks of Fred begin to Fredness, which is these patterns here. They're programmed and they do what they do because that's what they've been shown to do. It's what they've been told to do. If they haven't been told by you, then they have been told by somebody. Robin, is that your hand up there?
Yes, it is, Fred. I was quoting Richard Bach. Richard Bach, who wrote Jonathan Livingston Seagull, you know.
The non-duality wormhole, everyone. And that guy's got a bunch of subscribers because he's fucking insane. Who told the red dots what to do? Who told the red dots what to do? That's my question. The Non-Duality Podcast. Dead channel. Hanjo. I think I know this guy. Hanjo Pure Buddha. Dead channel. 3 years ago. Didn't work out. The Urban Sannyasi. We need black non-duality. That's what we need. Dead channel. This is not a dead channel. This is a living, breathing channel. You are already free. Already free. 4 days no food, everybody. 4 days no food. Huh?
Yeah, I find that if I don't have that many on Patreon, I suppose. So if I don't send it out to my mailing list, then they're much smaller meetings for sure, yeah. But someone requested that I do the morning one, so I said I better get going and start them up again. That's nice to see you anyway. So narrative. And that's where the whole apparent unraveling is really, is the scene of the emptiness of me. There's never been a me there. There's never been an individual.
It's just one trick ponies is all it is. One trick ponies. And their trick isn't particularly good. What the hell is this?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of the No Show podcast. Today on the show, I have Richard, who contacted me a few days ago, and he's come all the way from Sheffield to see me, and we had an interview today, and he is exploring with me his experience of general anesthetic and his history of seeking materially and spiritually in order to find relief and the end of suffering. And so this may be different from what...
It's just a random trans person with a big ego. That's it. There's nothing spiritual about it.
My listeners are used to hearing about, but he has had a fascinating experience, and today he's going to share his story with us all. So enjoy.
I'm not particularly interested in talking about myself anymore, but I will, I will, for the purposes of this video, and keep the viewers entertained, of course. Of course, there is something of interest in the story about how it leads to a change.
And Alexis, I don't know what they're doing, but that's not a good camera angle for Alexis.
In one's state of mind, because a couple of weeks ago, as you know, a change came upon me. It's been very exciting.
Yeah, and what was that change?
I'll just have to go into the story, I think, really.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. I'll try and keep it brief to begin with, and then if we need to elaborate, we can.
Yeah.
But basically, as most people do, I went through a time of great suffering for many years. I mean, obviously, it's all relative, because even when I was suffering, I was thinking, look, there are people in Palestine.
Yeah.
This pales compared to that, probably. I don't know. I would imagine it would. But I am suffering in my situation. And there were several things. I had a kidney stone last July. And then 2 weeks ago, I had to have my appendix removed.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. It wasn't that much of a trauma, because I'm used to... I mean, it's supposed to be quite intense having appendicitis, as is a kidney stone. They say it's one of the most painful things you can have, but I mean, it's not that bad, to be honest. Yeah, I don't think. It's bearable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you went through this appendicitis, and then you went through a surgery, had general anaesthetic.
Yeah, you see, that's the key. Well, it's not the key point, but the thing is, I went into the general anaesthetic, and I was really fascinated. I've never had general anaesthesia before, so I was really interested to find out what the experience would be like, what the transition would be like into a different state I've never experienced. So I was really interested in it, which helped overcome the anxiety you would feel at the idea of someone opening your body and getting in there.
Yeah. Yes.
So I went into the anaesthetic room, and luckily, they're very kind. They gave me a synthetic opiate before I went into the anaesthesia, and that was absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, it only lasted about a minute. It was gorgeous.
Yeah.
Because she said, now, some people don't experience anything, but I want you to let me know if you feel anything. And when it came, I said, oh, I can definitely feel that. And it's funny, because the girl next to me,
I've got a little bit of a message for Alexis, because looks are a big part of being a spiritual teacher. You got to look good. You got to be fit. You got to wear nice clothes, and you got to carry yourself the right way. And Alexis, in this interview, is not doing much of that at all. And I would, if I had a chance to help Alexis in their path, I would try to give them a little bit more information about how they're presenting themselves. Yeah, that's crazy, Genevieve. That's crazy. You know, it's just do the I am crazy mantra until those voices stop. The answer for being crazy is to accept being crazy. Then you won't be you'll be less crazy if you can accept that you're crazy. I mean, that's one way to say it, but it's a technique, it's a practice. It's what, everybody's crazy in one way or another. So you have to accept that. You have more potential to be aware of this craziness, so accept it. Because this unwillingness to admit that you're a crazy person means that you're fighting with yourself. You can't accept yourself. And so you're making up all these stories about it being real, because on some level, you'd rather that it be real than you actually being crazy. You see what I'm saying? So you have to break out of that. Discord message requests. I'm looking at them. What username should I be looking for, Pedal? What are the 8 real inner monk points? Name them. Name that. Okay. Got it.
First, I want to acknowledge that this is not something you would normally do. Where did this cross the line for you?
So it would take a lot for me to want to publicly call somebody out like this. But if these abuses are happening, nothing could be more important than this.
When did you meet him?
That was the same night as the hot tub incident.
Yeah, tell me about that too.
It was very quickly, it's starting to get a little risque. They're offering us drinks.
What makes this so, I guess, upsetting for you?
I could have never imagined that this is the guy behind the scenes that I saw on YouTube for 2 years, and they couldn't be more night and day.
Why have you been struggling with this so much?
There's few people that I would
not neutral. What if you could have a supreme sense of stability about you? Not neutrality, that's different. Not neutrality, but stability. An ongoing, stable presence that continuously announces itself to you. Take a deep breath. And relax. Close your eyes if you prefer. Take another deep breath. And relax. Take another deep breath. And whatever tension you might notice in your body, just relax it when you exhale. All right, and then I would like you to notice, just take your attention and place it on this feeling or sense of being. So simply notice or acknowledge the fact that you exist. It's this deep inner feeling that everyone has of I exist. And just for a few seconds at a time, even for 1 second, acknowledge this underlying feeling that you exist. It's more like a knowing. It's not really a feeling like any other feeling. It's a deep, subtle inner knowing of simply existing. And there's something unique about this quality that's always with you. And that is that it's always with you. Unlike any other quality in your
Yeah, so it's basically like, it's basically you're coming to these people for medicine, right? Because you're sick, but it's not medicine just to feel well. You're coming to them because you want to come closer to the truth. That's why these people are scam artists or direly misinformed, these teachers. Because for your average person, you would see that. You don't know. Maybe you have no idea. That's very convincing. That seems like that guy's got it figured out. But for someone like me, from my experiences, that guy is nothing. There's nothing, there's no truth in that. There's no appeal in that. There's no depth in that. There's no presence in that. It's just somebody doing a performance. You know? But our ego, it's an ego guy, and it's a super ego guy. And by him going into these practices, into these dynamics, he's convinced himself that he is this person. So he's able to convince all these other people, and they convince him that he's that, you know, in this position, has that understanding, because people don't have, you know, Western people by and by don't have any experience. And this guy doesn't want to be challenged. This guy doesn't want to grow. He wants to make money. He wants more status. He wants more fame. Okay? But good for him if it helps people, you know. There's all kinds of things that help people. All right, well, we're coming to that point. Now we could look at Guru Viking. He's still platforming this fucking Delson Armstrong guy. But he won't platform me, huh? Guru Viking, you little punk. Delson encountering goddesses, Jesus. All right, I'm done. I'm fed up. I'm absolutely fed up with this. I'm absolutely fed up with this.
In this episode, I am once again joined by Delson
Yeah, of course you are.
spiritual teacher, meditation virtuoso, and author of A Mind Without Craving. Delson describes his recent initiation into the goddess tradition of Sri Vidya, recounts his subsequent encounters with deities and supernatural
This guy
beings.
is such a lunatic.
Harm for another person, and can I
It's a scam artist.
regulate that?
This is a
Right?
scam
And so
artist.
I'm of the belief right now, at least, that we want to support the people or the beings around us that support us, right? And so we want to be in a certain level of
I can't do this anymore. Absolutely cannot do this anymore. No, you won't check it out. Do not have random little sycophantic conversations with different people here, okay? You won't check it out. Nobody's checking out anything. You reveal yourself. You introduce yourself. You don't have little conversations with random people you encounter online on my channel. All right? You don't wander around having random conversations with people that are posting random things on my channel. You get your act together. Borrow your mommy's credit card and send a donation. Or else. You want to see a real Buddhist master? Who here wants to see a real Buddhist master? I'll show you a real Buddhist master. I'll show you a real Buddhist master, okay? Well, I hope so, Pinnacle. Nobody hopes so more than me, huh? There, here's the YouTube channel. Here we go. Now we're talking. Master just has one video on here. Real Master is very, very humble and very human. Not this caricature of fucking a human being. All these fake spiritual guys. Fake spiritual trans people, fake everything. Oh my goodness. Here, you take a look at this, okay? What's this? Yep, that's Tay. What? Facebook is so shit, man. Because I'm trying to... Facebook gets to see that I'm trying to screen share the live video and it shuts it down? Better not happen again. What? There we go. It's the same for a lot of these people. They think that subliminally or intentionally. It is hysterical. He deleted that video. He took it down. I believe he did something like that. I've got to get ready. I've got to get ready for the next things that I'm going to do and how I'm going to make an impact on the world, a positive impact, and bring a new sense, a new presence into the world and working with people. And this is my training for that. This is my springboard for that.
Something that not have to, even the not have to, with everything. It will extinguish out altogether.
And this is what I'm talking about. This is a very high master. Why isn't he just saying, you don't, just get it, you get it. It's, blah, 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 blah. Because it's bullshit. Because what Angelo Delulu is bullshit. They hear this and their brain explodes. Because they're not interested in high dharma. Because they are happy with the dharmas that they have, which are very low level. They haven't been challenged. They haven't been tested. Instead of setting up these little sycophantic retreats, okay, for mutual assurance, mutually assured enlightenment, why don't you set up some retreats to challenge and bring real spiritual masters, real hardliners like me, to your group and to you, Angelo Delulu, so that I can shut you down, so that I can talk you down off your high horse. Oh, I went to some Soto Zen retreats in America, and also I love Adyashanti. I'm a big Adyashanti fan. Adyashanti this, Angelo Delulu. How about you Adi Ashanti that? How about you Adi Ashanti your head out of your ass, Angelo Delulu? You're an absolute disgrace, Angelo. And I'd hate to see you when you run out of nitrous. And I'd hate to see your patients, your so-called patients as you call them, your customers, when they run out of nitrous too. Because that's when the real spirituality starts. That's when the real training starts, when you run out of nitrous dioxide. You criminal.
Don't fixate on have to, not have to until it is all messy. And with everything that still have to, not have to, it will extinguish out. Every have to, not have to. Dissolve every have to, not have to. Do you have a lot of have to, not have to? With everything, something that not consider have to, not have to, as it is. Together, yourself and all things, and it will cleanse altogether. Blessed through direct Nibbana and direct Nirodha. Nibbana is not considered as sila, meditation or wisdom. Precepts, meditation and wisdom, that is worldly Dhamma. Dhamma that is created, that is constructed. Meditation, mindfulness, wisdom, or all that sorts are made of Dhamma, are assumed of Dhamma, assumed up by desire. Nibbana not considered as being or not being, is not considered as being, meditation, mindfulness, mind power, perseverance, wisdom, insight or anything. Nibbana not considered as being or not being. Fixate on being, not being, it will never conclude to Nibbana. So the precept, meditation and wisdom, those are worldly Dhamma, a Dhamma that belongs to samsara, samsara of Dhamma. Nibbana not considered as precepts, meditation or wisdom, not considered as being or not being. Don't use samsara, the quality of samsara, manipulating one another. It will trouble Mahabarami. Nibbana not considered as smart or not smart. It's not considered as having wisdom or not having wisdom. Nibbana not considered as having or not having, not consider. As consider, not consider. Not having either consider, not consider. Having wisdom or not having wisdom, that is the creation of desire. It is worldly Dhamma. Dhamma of samsara, kindness, sympathy, also Dhamma of this world, of this samsara. It's not Nibbana. Have to, not have to, intend, not intend.
This is high dharma, okay? This is what gives Angelo Delulu diarrhea, okay? This is what gives Alexis non-duality what's called non-dual diarrhea. You know why they don't want to do this and they don't want to listen to this? Because it's going to show them that there's a lot that they don't understand about these traditions that they have colonized and appropriated. Okay? Let's get it straight. Let's put that to rest. Okay? Let's arrest Alexis non-duality and Angelo Delulu, okay, which is his real name, with the Dharma of Lumpal from Wat Ram Bodhidham. All right? Now, how far you want to go with that is up to you. But that's what it is. That's the way that it is. I can promise you that. I can assure you of that. Okay? I can assure you that a random trans person from the UK that attended some talks by some old man that met a Hindu once, and the nitrous addict, Angelo Delulu, the nitrous dealer, Angelo Delulu, are not Buddhas or Arahats or particularly advanced in what they call non-duality, which is just a meme. Just spirit. You see somebody saying non-duality, it means spiritual, cultural, societal colonization and appropriation. And that's precisely what these people are doing. Spiritual neocolonialism. Modern non-duality is spiritual neo-colonialism. Why don't you contact Lion Roar and I'll write an article about that. This is my article about that. Lion's Roar, you take this video, this clip, okay, as it is, and you post that on your website, Lion's Roar. That's a Lion's Roar for you. All right? They're liars, they're cheaters, they're stealers, they're colonialists that haven't addressed their deeper karmas. Okay? That don't understand the reality of the situation. Those donations, those dollars, those students, those true spiritual seekers belong to real patriarchs, not people like Angelo Delulu and Alexis Non-Duality. All right? The last thing they want is me to have a platform with them to say that to their audience. That's the last thing that they want, because they don't have any debate. They don't want to debate. They don't have any principles and practices to bring up. It's just you agree with me or you don't. I'm always telling people, you come and disagree with me. Come and talk to me about it, but don't come and talk out of your ass to me and tell me you're doing me a favor farting in my face. That ain't gonna slide. That ain't gonna slide. We need to think about this. We need to think about our psychology and our mentality. If I was sitting here every day and I was hooting and hollering and I was passionately upset and I was passionately offended about something, people just watch. They don't care if it's about Buddhism or meditation or spirituality or if they know who's being talked about. They just want to see somebody riled up that seems like they know what they're talking about. That's mainstream news. That's how your emotions are being manipulated. And you know that's true. We don't even have to talk about it. You know that's true. There's all kinds, there's thousands, tens and tens. If I could just sit here for hours a day talking about some niche subject and niche people, but I was passionate about it and engaged about it, they'd sit, oh, what's going on here? I might have something to say about this too. I want to be angry. I want to be disturbed. I want to be passionate about something. The world's not right. Okay, the world is wrong. Whether you call it a pile of shit or you call it a flower. No such thing as a right flower or a wrong flower. There's no such thing as a right pile of shit or a wrong pile of shit. And the problem with our psychology is that deep down, we think a flower is right and the shit or the mud that it grows out of is wrong. That's why we're destroying our planet, our societies. Okay? Our rivers, our oceans, that's because we're so disconnected from the land. We just want to be angry. We just want to be worked up about something, or we want to see somebody else be worked up about something. And that ain't right, nor is it wrong. It's not anything in particular besides what it is, which is ungraspable and unfathomable. So what are we going to do about it? Newsflash. You didn't go to Princeton. You didn't go to Harvard. Your daddy's not a CEO. You're not Barron Trump. Sorry to break it to you. You're not the king of Zimbabwe. You're not the head of the CIA. You're not a psychologist. Okay? Do you even have a degree? A bachelor's? Oh, that's a degree. You don't have a master's. You don't have a doctorate. You have no applied work in any field of any kind besides working at AutoZone, slaving away for pay, slaving away for money. The hell is that? It looks like me looking at my phone, typing something. We're looking at different things. We've got different perspectives, different views, different lived experiences. You're not the big boss just because you have a fucking computer, okay? You're not a tribal leader. You're not a chieftain because you've got a fucking computer. You're not the Duke of York because you've got access to the internet. You're not a spiritual master because you've convinced yourself that you are. Where's the dialogue? There's no other modern spiritual masters that you can leverage your platform to get them on and talk to you. You got to talk with some burned out doctor that moved to Las Vegas with his family to be an influencer, a self-help influencer. That's the best that you can get your hands on. Yeah, because that's all you have access to. That's all that you know exists, Angelo. But he's helping people. Yeah, so are mothers around the world, helping people, helping babies every day. They don't get a golden ticket. They're not enlightened. They're not spiritual masters. But he helped me too. Well, so did your mom. You don't think your mom's the guru of Zimbabwe, do you? The religious leader of Zimbabwe? And neither is Angelo Delulu. He's a nobody. He's a sycophant. He's a parasite. He's a colonizer. He's selfish. His work is selfish. It's self-oriented. He doesn't know nothing about Zen. He doesn't know nothing about Buddhism. He doesn't know nothing about nothing. Mark my words on that. He's the gas god. He's the largest nitrous dealer in North America. Underground nitrous dealer. You ever go to a Grateful Dead concert? You see they got those big containers they're filling up balloons with? That's Angelo DeLulu. That's where he learned about spirituality. He didn't learn from Adyashanti. He was selling nitrous canisters at the Grateful Dead concerts, and he talked with a Hare Krishna once, and he said, that sounds good. That's who Angelo DeLulu is. The recording, I don't know what the recording from yesterday, but you've got it, Chinath. You just add it all up if you've got it, all right? But that is a good clip. You're right. That is a good clip. The recording, was it yesterday or was it today? The days are starting to blend together because of my fasting, because I haven't eaten. Let's see Angelo DeLulu go on a nitrous fast. That's what I want to see. I want to see Angelo DeLulu should be opening up nitrous rehab centers around the world to pay back his debt. There's no other spiritual teacher besides me. I've got it figured out. And these random people, these Little League baseball coaches, they get it too. These 45-year-old women that are real estate agents get it. So that's why they're here teaching. Don't worry about anybody else. I've got it figured out. I'm here to have a discussion. I'm here to learn about the real Dharma. Who's the best teacher you know, Angelo? Adyashanti. Yeah, that's what he named his nitrous canister. His favorite nitrous tank is Adyashanti. Okay? Sure. It'll be good. It'll be fine, Chinath. But we got to get that Simply Always Awake logo. That's very funny. That's a great idea, Chinath. He doesn't. The thing is that you never find these guys giving Dharma talks. They're just talking to an imagined audience. You know, they're just talking to imagined people. But it's not black and white, everybody. Just because I'm sitting here doing this doesn't mean that you should start a YouTube channel doing this. Yes, Nephilim. Very honest of you. Explaining non-duality? No. Practice meditation and listen to the teachings of Lumpal from Wat Ram Bodhidham and don't think about it. Okay? That's what you do. You send me a message on WhatsApp, I'll send you the link. This is the name of the YouTube channel.
Also, worldly karma, worldly dhamma, but nibbana not consider have to or not have to. It's not considered as intent or no intent. That is a direct nibbana, not about going directly toward nibbana. Concern with this kind of nibbana, that kind of nibbana, this kind of dhamma, that kind of dhamma, that is
I'm here, everybody. Welcome back to the show. How's everybody doing today? Stop grasping. That's true. And that's what Angelou says too. It's not black or white. It's just, this is just something that's going on, right? It seems to be a conflict between two apparent dharma, affiliated or connected in some way that we don't fully understand, teachers or representatives. That's all. We're not sure. We don't know. I'll go look into that. I'll go see what what's that Angelo Delulu guy talking about? How does that contrast with the dynamics from what Dr. Rob has been saying here? And then we come back, we talk about it, we figure it out. This is a real guru, okay? This is a real saint. This is what they look like. They're Asian. Most of them are Asian, okay? Because they come from a tradition. They don't just grant themselves magic abilities, okay? Fantastical magical abilities that come from nowhere. It doesn't work that way. It's like a master carpenter that's never trained with anybody. It's nonsense.
Ways, major experiences and transitions. And as we think about what it means to trust emptiness, to have the view of emptiness to help us, to give us faith, and to trust that we can navigate all the ups and downs in life. We would any comments, any teachings you might offer us to allow us to do that more skillfully would be beautiful.
Oh, Lasso. Thank you. Any Tony Sena?
So what is emptiness?
신앙이 최 탐지기 랑신드레스.
It pertains to the nature of all outer and inner phenomena.
신앙세나 랑난기 셈기 랑시양 치루기 엔 소소기 독자치로 아마 비운자 내가 하린 랑신데라 또니 미시지 차데레스.
Outer phenomena refer to any form, sound, smell, taste, and so on. It can also refer to our family and work. Inner phenomena refer to the nature of the mind. Whether external or internal, all phenomena are empty in nature.
아니 또니기 내당데 거래를 세나 아닌가 저기 근접 라야기 나 저기 다 소소기 가져라 다 지나이 최저로와 디 딜레 지 록스지 아니 동반이즈니 지 계셔요 말레스.
If you ask about the abiding nature of emptiness, consider relative truth. We have all heard of it, as it pertains to all outer and inner phenomena. Emptiness is not something outside or different from these phenomena. Rather, it is inseparable from them.
인자네 아니 춘이 통하라 최제매나 춘이 통해서 개요 말레스.
Therefore, to see dharmata, the suchness of dharmas, without the object, one cannot perceive the suchness or nature of the object.
당아저 돈이 디가저라 펜도 간려리세나 돈이 마통아이나 데니 차단기로 갈라 여완인장 강의 용수做过的 아니 지 돈이 마통아이기로 여완인장 돈이 통나 아니 차단 용수 做过 지도레스 차단 매워져야 제도레스.
So, how can emptiness be beneficial and helpful to us? When we fail to realize emptiness, we experience attachment and aversion. Therefore, the mind that brings us suffering arises from not seeing emptiness. Recognizing emptiness can directly counter our attachment and aversion. Emptiness serves to eradicate these negative states of mind.
ngaso kangi laya di dang lega laya de nge 다치 내가 비행은 줄 봤지.
This is the problem. This is the problem with these people. Life is an illusion. And look, somebody just sent me this clip. Somebody sent me a clip for the short. We want to get these videos in as high quality as possible, as high video quality as possible. I don't know how you do it, and then send them to me, these clips, because I'm going to post this clip on the channel right now. Okay, and that's going to be great. But these non-duality people are pretending that they've discovered something, that they've come across something, and they can help you come across it too. It is a lie. It is a farce. It is nonsense. They are speaking out of turn. And they are disingenuously misleading people and keeping from people real developed masters and teachers, and then building a real Sangha, not a sycophantic, parasocial, spiritual game of tag-along. Okay? While Andrew Delulu goes into the back rooms with his friends and huffs nitrous. Okay? We're not playing that game anymore. We're calling these people out. These stealers. That's what these people are. These people are stealers. Criminals. They're spiritual criminals. And the bigger the success, the bigger the crime.
Yes.
Our so-called difficulties or the work we do are temporary manifestations.
맞아. 아니 나다, 니다, 아니 나야디, 매바 말에 너희는 주여레스.
The notion of I or mine is not something that doesn't exist. It does exist.
이나 가서 지난디 가르세나?
But the way that we cling to the notion of I or mine,
템바 트바지 징그레스.
we cling or grasp onto the I or mine as if it were truly established. That's the way we grasp onto it.
강 나와데 템바 트바지 징그레스.
Whatever appears to us, we grasp it as if it were truly established, as if it were truly existent.
강 나와데 가서 템바 트바 짐바 낭지 여와 이나?
However, if things truly existed the way they appear to our grasping mind,
되니 주아메바지 여고 그래.
then things will not change.
되니 가서 강인서야 돼 여미시 바래.
And what we call suffering is impossible.
대송자니 랑게 나와 나지 템바 트바 떨잠 여 말해.
That's why nothing is ever truly established in the exact way you perceive it to be.
낭드인데 나가서 이게 템바 트바 여바 로스네 나와 데라 짐바다 착바다 짐방아니 코르바 참주도 되래.
When things appear truly established, we grasp, cling, and attach to that appearance. This is how we continue to wander in samsara.
여바디 한데서 여르세나 띵중한 여드레마도 안에 띵중마인 베지 쳐여 말해.
So how do things exist? Things come about through the law of dependent origination. There's nothing that does not exist through dependent origination.
나서 류셈이난다. 아니 치잉어보 내가 가르치인 바이난다. 아니 조진라 때네 종대와지 차대외리스.
Be it our physical body, our mind, outer objects, work, or whatnot, everything comes about through causes and conditions.
땡중이자네 랑진테 똥바레스라네 똥방년사르스.
So when we say that a thing is in the nature of dependent origination, that also means that it is in the nature of emptiness.
젠라 때바다 젠라 때바지 이나? 아니 내랑가서 축도바지 짐바 용나? 아니 코 주로베랑 인직당 동에베랑 인직라? 아니 가서 예 아니 가서를 셈데 출당데 디리차레스.
Because things do depend on other things. Things arise through interrelations and interdependencies. Therefore, if we grasp onto something as if it has an independent existence, ignoring that it is in the nature of change and suffering, our minds would therefore be mistaken.
Nga so shwe tamji tenjung yin zang, ani nga so 동해 나 초바 용 대화다, 대화 나 초바 용 대화다, 정말로 아니 동이 뭐 인장 안 되지. 주제 약도 닌게 용 대야지레스.
Because of all things arise through dependent origination, that's why we experience various feelings such as happiness and pain. Due to the nature of emptiness, there are both positive and negative causes and conditions.
타투글라이나 타르바이지 공방 토야라 띵중데 다 메는 카르조로 다 메는 메타메바트리스 똥바니 ngoshi야데 똥바니데 ngoshi에서 와이나 아니 타르바 톱주요가당 아니 랑 동일리 타르비지 아니 데 대왕 바지지 사차 찍라 맵사 요바지 ngot로게 트야지 요드레스.
Ultimately, if we want to attain liberation, we cannot do without dependent origination. We need to recognize emptiness. By recognizing emptiness, we will know that liberation can be attained, which means we can be liberated from suffering. Not only that, we can attain the ultimate happiness.
대인자 돈이 인자 띵중인이 순간에 가서 아니지 나야 아니시야 아니지 내가 주르바 아니지 가르치고로 다지 나 창문 요데레스.
Again, because of emptiness, because of dependent origination, that also means we can get sick. Eventually, there is death. Therefore, we go through life working and so forth, and things do change. These all exist.
맞어. 그거 가르치나 탑라 만다 총비토니 그거 연습을 들어야지 레스. 땡중인자?
For any necessity, we use appropriate methods to pursue it. When we apply the right method, we can obtain it. Why? Because of dependent origination.
맞어. 땡중시와이나 쌤데 빼면서 그 양보들레스.
By understanding dependent origination, our minds will be open and pliant.
쌤데 빼면서 자체 못들레스.
Our minds will be vast.
쌤데 빼면서 잡어들레스.
And our minds will be profound.
대송자 똥바니 라야디 가야 매바지글라고요 말했어.
This is why emptiness is not nothingness.
시라퓨도 중화지글라 라고요레스.
What emptiness pertains to is exceptional wisdom.
대다 잡직 점쟁이 강네 닌제퓨도 중화지 통용거레스.
And by the same token, it also pertains to exceptional compassion.
신 똥바니 줘야 돼 하장이 주보지레스.
Therefore, the notion of emptiness is extremely profound and rich.
대송자 다 강이 제제제제 강이 매와지 똥바 지어로한테 체동을 돼 체다레스 똥바니세 남바산집이 주의송연 주지 대 똥바니 대 코나니 좀 아주 유튜브에 대 말레스 똥바 똥장지라 내가 저 이치시했어요 말에 디케절로 하레스 디 말레스 디 체다롱레스 나서.
Some people search for existential meaning by continually examining a specific object. They keep searching, they keep investigating, and eventually they conclude that they cannot find anything. Finally, they assert that to be emptiness, which is completely wrong. This is what we call a nihilistic extreme, where the mind falls into the extreme of nihilism. That is not what we Buddhists call emptiness or suchness. This type of nihilistic extreme or view is something we must not believe. Where we all get confused.
최탐지 열어봐. 열어봐. 군접직 여당직 소소라 초라지 열레스.
is when we think, oh, things do exist. All phenomena do exist. In the relative truth, we have feelings and we see things. They do exist.
아니 똥만이 니 가르팽이래. 여봐찍라 매봐찍 간데스 저고래. 백대 가야 매봐찍라 똥만이 라고요사래. 다 디촌에 켈레 톱사 말에 제네. 아니 똥만이를 시거랬어.
Upon hearing about emptiness, we might wonder, how is that helpful? In what way does that benefit us? Why deny the existence of something that does exist? Maybe emptiness just means nothingness? If that's the case, I can't accept that. This often leads people to fear emptiness.
맞어. 내나 똥만이 줘야 돼. 난가 똥마다고 인사래. 네 가르팽이래. 네 하고는 찌팽이래. 가야 매와래. 가야 찌팽이래. 징그레스.
People may think of emptiness as something like the vast empty sky. But how does knowing this benefit us? What good is nothingness?
아, 네 체다리스. 딜라 똥만이라고 말했어. 그 난가 똥바래 맞아. 똥장스레스 가야 매와지.
This represents the nihilistic extreme of nothingness, not the emptiness we're talking about. It's like an empty sky equated with nothingness.
양카시 제 당반이 레라오레샤 제제제제 지나고 면도와 닝면도와 니에메 메조드레스 제레스.
Some people may think, emptiness is so easy. They just keep looking at a given object and keep searching and searching, and at the end they find nothing, and they think that is emptiness.
똥바래, 쪽바래, 쪽친리, 착친리, 가야 열말이, like this.
They get to that stage, they go, yeah, everything is empty, of course. That's also what Dzogchen is. That's what Mahamudra is. Nothing exists. I know that.
네 탈룽드리스. 네 쪽친 말해라, 착친 말해, 똥니 말해스.
But this has fallen into extremes. It is not Dzogchen, the great perfection. It is not Mahamudra. It is definitely not emptiness.
다 돈이 라디드나라. 그东西缺见者有因咱个做人吧的人吧这种东西缺见者的是
When we talk about emptiness, there has to be a given object that serves as the basis of emptiness. That is, there has to be an object, a place where our adamant grasping and attachment occur.
的人个人吧能人就没吧也都是有嘛的就会让人当的你顶中一让人咋呢 then lana anichi yela teko ba chare rawa me ba chare jung lana digi tone zangbo da ngemba da nyonsu zoba diga ne shartubya zres.
Things do not exist in a solid, non-changing way as you apprehend them. Things are in the nature of change and dependent origination. In the term dependent origination itself, dependent actually means non-independent or not free.
So this is one of the things that I'm trying to teach these Western people, these dangerous Western people, and I think we have quite a few of them here. You're not going to be able to understand. It's not going to happen. It's not about you understanding it to begin with. But when a high teacher like this, a high lama, high Rinpoche, shares principles and practices, which is we want to get it from the best that we can get, we're going to have to listen without understanding. We're going to have to practice without understanding. We're going to have to give ourselves an allowance of not getting it. And how big of an allowance do you want? That's how much you're going to be able to spend on things. It's how you're going to make a lot of blessings, is being willing to practice with not getting it, not understanding it. Because your understanding, your getting it, is going to get in the way of the absence of you, which should go up without saying. but we want a cheap trick, and that's not going to happen. We're not going to get a cheap trick. Not on my watch. If it's going to be a trick, it better be expensive.
Change the subject.
Oh my God!
What's going on in here? What are you guys doing in here?
Hi, Dr. Rob.
You tell me right now. Don't give me none of that smart talk.
We're
Don't play
doing
any
like-
games with me. You tell me what's going on in here, and you tell me what the dynamics are.
We're being
Tell me what
freaky.
the dynamics and paradigms
being
of what's
freaky.
going on here are. Tell me that. Start there.
We're just
talking.
I'm threatening
Casca is
Caesar.
dominating.
Dr. Bob,
You look like Walter White, Daddy.
Do not threaten
everyone
me and
shut
do
up,
not
everyone.
act like a fool. You
Nah, I
act like
wasn't
you act like
threatening
you're
you.
talking
I
to your
was
father
threatening
that
this
went
ugly
away
fat
and never
bitch
came
over
back.
right.
Okay, you talk like he's come back.
Dr.
I'm the
Rob.
daddy that's come back. Okay, you talk with
Dr.
respect.
Rob.
You carry yourself with dignity.
What's wrong with your eye? Are you okay?
Dr. Rob, why did you call me autistic in front of all these people?
Shut up, bitch. I'll rape you.
Casca is abusing all of us. And,
Yo, Dr. Rob.
You're
she's
disgusting,
making me
man.
Yo,
You're-
Caesar, don't talk.
That's
Like,
honestly
Dr.
what's
Rob
Y'all are
is in here.
happening.
disgusting.
This is
And like,
like,
when I
being
insult you
honest.
like it.
Do not talk in his
This is
presence,
weird.
void.
Shut up, fucking boy.
Yo, watch your mouth when you guys are. Yo, everyone behave right now. Dr. Rob is fucking called.
Yo, Dr. Rob, what's wrong with your eye? Are you okay?
That actually scared
So
me.
you actually scared me.
I'm not even gonna lie.
Yo, but like,
This guy.
Dr. Rob, what's wrong with your eye? I'm actually worried for you.
Doctor, are you a rich 30-year-old?
He's probably rich with all the like life he makes.
Are you one of them rich niggas? Like the ones that worked hard in their 20s?
Dr. Rob, Dr. Rob. why
Are
is
you
your
guys
voice
ready to
so
practice
hot?
meditation or not?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm ready.
Okay, so then
I've
do
been
it. Then
doing-
shut your mouths and meditate.
God,
How do I
please,
meditate?
please, please.
You know how to
God,
meditate?
please,
Shut that
please,
mouth. That's how you
God,
meditate.
You be in silence.
Please, 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 please.
Yeah, you be in silence. Silence the mind. Silence your ego. Silence your dirt nasty ego that always trying to make negativity.
Dr. Rob, do you think like I could make you being tasty and like the
I
individual
got
who give
hard
it to
in
me?
the silence, bro. My dick starts throbbing.
I actually believe in like the law of attraction.
You guys are out of control. You guys are out of control. And trust me, you don't want any of this, Rita. You're a smart, you're the cool guy, right? You're the funny guy, you're the smart guy, you're the bad boy,
Yeah,
right, Rita?
I'm pretty much
You're the
the
bad
bad
boy,
boy.
right? Are you the
No,
bad boy?
I'm the
Am I
bad
do I
boy.
have to watch out because you're the bad boy? You know what I do with bad boys, right?
teacher.
You want to know what I do with bad boys, right? I put them on my
you
lap
gonna
and I
do?
spank them till they piss their pants. Is that what you want? Is that what you
That's
want,
what
little
I want.
buddy? Is that
That's
what
what
you
I
want, little
want.
buddy? You want to be
Yes,
the bad boy?
yes.
Let me tell you what happens to
weigh
bad
400
boys in
pounds.
this world. They get punished. You will get punished by your own disingenuousness and your own negativity that you are playing around with. You want to keep playing around with your negativity. You want to keep playing around with your negativity. You're going to find yourself 5 years down the line as a sick, nasty, twisted person that's depressed and angry and probably fucking schizophrenic too. Are your parents millionaires, buddy? No. So you're going to have to learn how to generate the own wealth in your own mind about being a good person, having kindness in yourself. Don't fuck yourself up. Don't you fuck yourself up with your little play game negativity. Because in a few years, you're not going to be playing games anymore, buddy. The world's going to come and it's going to start spanking you and you're going to start pissing. I don't want to get a job. Well, too bad. Your parents aren't millionaires, are they? You need to look on the menu when you go out to eat, don't you? You need to check the price when you go out to eat, don't you? So get it straight. You're not the bad boy here. You're not the big bad guy here. I'm the boogeyman. I'm the Baba Waga. I'm Baba Waga, not you, buddy. I'm the Baba Waga, not you, little buddy. You're the boy that I put over my lap and spank till he pisses his pants, not the Baba Waga.
Fucking boogeyman.
I'm the Baba Waga.
I'm the fucking biggest.
You go and think about that, little buddy. I'll come out next time when you least expect it. All right, so look, I'm back, guys. I don't want to be rough and tough with you. I'm just saying, Reddit, don't play those games. You're going down a dark path, man. What do you want to be, some freak? Is that what you want to do? You want to be some freak, or you want to be a good person, man? You want to be a good father? You want to be a good partner? You want to be a good influence in the world? Or are you just waiting to whip your dick out in Indonesia and Bali and fucking LARP that you're the son of a millionaire? Okay? Guess what? Wealthy people don't live in Bali, okay? Wealthy white people don't live in Bali, buddy.
They do.
You know what I'm talking about. Get your mind together. Get your act together. You want to go around being a nasty boy? You don't even look white.
I do.
You don't even look white. You look like some kind of Arabic guy that's a white presenting. What are you talking about?
Don't make me fuck your butt.
You know what? With the way that you look, buddy, with the way that you look, your parents would have to be millionaires for you to be a part of that little club, that little blonde-haired son of millionaires club driving down to Monaco in their Bugatti. It ain't gonna happen, buddy. So you're gonna have to be a good person because you ain't that wealthy and you ain't that good looking and you ain't that smart. So you're gonna have to be a good fucking person, man. Not going around trying to bully people and be a weirdo and a freak.
Dr. Rob, I like doing it though with Peak.
You're not going to like doing it a couple years down the line when you're not a kid anymore and you're some freak. You're some 25-year-old freak trying to get other younger guys to act weird and be toxic. God only knows what you're going to be doing in a couple years. I'm being real with you, man. I'm just letting you know. Because these habit patterns that go along with the innocence and the playfulness, they will stay with you. And then you're going to be in an uninnocent and unnice situation. Because that's what life gives you. But those habits are still going to be there. So you're going to become a fucked up person that's angry and nasty and delusional and just getting more and more crazy. And I don't want that to happen to you. That doesn't need to happen to you now because you've met me. You're not mogging anybody. You look like you're from India.
Yeah,
you're not mogging anybody. You're not fucking doing anything like that.
Why you still me, bro?
I'm just letting you know so you can humble yourself, not so you can hurt yourself or abuse yourself or look down on yourself. It's a quality of your mind. It's a quality of your heart.
Dr. Rob, humble me, please.
I see what you're doing over there. You're trying to play with dangerous magic, with black magic, right? So stop doing that.
I want you to play with me.
Yeah, stop doing that.
I'm a good guy to God. I love God. I'll never do that.
You don't have to tell me that you're a good guy. You got to be a good guy in yourself. Look at this guy's place. Look at the way this guy's living. Room's a mess. He's got guns in the cupboard, probably. He's in the danger zone.
My room's kind of clean.
This guy rules mogs. What you guys talking about?
I'm just telling you, next time you want to think that way, next time you want to act that way, being weird, think about it, man. Do I want to be weird? Do I want to be negative? Do I want to try and create that kind? Because you're creating it in your own mind, man. That's what you don't realize. You're not pulling from some like ultimate truths or something. You're creating that negativity in your own mind.
Ooh, look at those fucking feet.
Shit.
Damn, bro, you are hairy.
Yo, mine low-key mogs though, I'm not gonna lie. My feet are low-key better.
Bro. Dr. Rob is flabbergasted by
What
this.
religion are your parents? What religion are your parents read? And your apology is accepted. I know you're not going to stop it. I know you're not going to stop it, but start remembering about it. Don't think about it. Remember it. You don't need to think about it. Just remember about it. Do I really want to create nastiness? Do I want to plant the seeds of nastiness in my mind?
No, Dr. Rob.
No. Right? So.
Yo, Rob, you're cute, bro.
Dr. Rob, you're actually great as a person.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I do my best.
Can you rub your head for me, please?
Yeah.
Can you rub your hand for me, please? Can you run your hand for me, please? What are you going to sing a little song too? You want to do a little song and a dance too with your little performance to your little friends?
What the fuck?
Can you rub your head for me too? No hair on head.
Cam.
You better graduate, buddy. You better raise your level up and stop your little performance. Stop your little game performance. Better start being real.
Yeah, start being real, Rob.
Life is going to spank you. Life is going to spank each and every one of you. That's what life does. It spanks.
I want you to spank me. I want you to spank me until I piss
Dr. Rob, how do I get a decent job, bro?
You get a decent job by being a good person. The more of a good person you are, the better your job you're going to get. If you're good you'll be happy and if you're happy you'll have a lot more options than if you're fucking depressed in your room because you're a shitty person.
Yeah, bro, spank me.
I'm depressed in my room and I'm a shitty person.
Yeah, there is no point in trying
Well, we're here to fix that. We're here to work on that, aren't we?
Shut up, bitch. I'll fucking rape you. Shut up,
activation word. Yeah, don't call me a fucking
shut up, you fucking ugly nigga.
Activation word. Yeah,
Okay, maybe you should be more kind.
Yeah. We should all be more kind. We should all aspire to kindness. We come here, we play around, we pal around. There's nothing wrong with that. But when we lose kindness, we lose comedy as well. We lose a heart. Now we're abusing people. Now we're trying to harm people. It's your intention. When you get deep down into intentions that are not kind, you are planting poisonous seeds in the garden of your mind. Remember that. Write that down.
Amen.
You write that down, buddy.
Amen.
You
I'm
write
writing
that
that
down,
down.
buddy, okay? Hallelujah. Praise Jesus. You write that down.
Yeah, praise Jesus. Hallelujah.
You want to plant poisonous seeds in the garden of your mind, you go ahead and do it, but I don't advise it.
Teach me how to be right, bro. To be kind.
You know how to be kind. You just have to remember.
Yeah, stop being a
Bro,
dumbass.
teach me. I don't know how. I keep raping people.
Bro.
Whoa.
This is
You're sad. You're depressed. Your life is not meaningful. You're dark. You have a dark mind. You hate life. You hate people. You hate things. And that hate is going to continue when you're not so rested and relaxed and hanging out because mommy and daddy are around. That's life. And that negativity is going to boil into something horrible. I promise you that, man. It's going to get worse. So do you want it to get worse or do you want to get it better? All you got to do is remember, I don't want to be sick. I don't want to be nasty. I don't want to be negative.
I want to be like you. I want to be like you when I grow up.
Yo, Dr. Rob, I have a question.
Yeah.
Can you be my
And you will attract dark people. You will attract dark people. Where do you think you're going to live? At your millionaire parents' house? I didn't see any millionaire rooms. Nobody showed me any millionaire rooms here. You're going to live among other people. And because you have opened yourself to having a dark, nasty, sick, negative mind, you're going to attract those kinds of people. And it's going to potentiate itself. And your life's going to get darker and darker. You know how many people commit suicide every day? You know how many young people attempt suicide every day? I'm sure you've thought of suicide under this, I'm the dark guy, I wear black makeup. I'm sure you've thought about suicide. You think it's a fucking game? It's not. It's real. So get real. I'm not saying you have to fucking play by the rules. I'm just trying to let you know for your fucking own mind, for your life. Put you on. And that guy ran away. Look at that. That guy just ran away. That guy just ran away. Because the dark doesn't like the light. So if you think you're going to keep cuddling up to the dark and you're going to live a light life, you've got fucking news. Now, if your parents are millionaires, well, go and set up your torture chamber. Go and set up your torture dungeon. Wherever you want, anywhere in the world. But if that's not the case, you better accept it. And you either want to spend your whole life, you either want to spend your whole life looking on the menu of the mind to see which has a lower or a higher cost, or you're going to have a life where you can order whatever you want on Uber Eats. You're going to have order whatever you want on the Uber Eats of your mind because you're kind. Then you can get what you want.
Ooh, I want Uber Eats.
This nigga still get raped.
What? Yo, Dr. Rob, can I live with you?
Yeah, you can. Once we open our meditation center, we're raising our funds for our meditation center here in Vietnam. You can come and live with me.
God damn, I'm not going I will, bro. Vietnam.
Why not? Is your life? Well, where do you live? You live in fucking Fantasyville in your fucking room, pissing in bottles. So I would never go to another country. I would never travel the world until my mom lets me use the Bugatti to drive to Monaco. You ain't going to Monaco, buddy. You ain't going to Monaco, buddy.
Hey,
You're not going to Monaco.
Bro, you're preaching,
Why
bro.
aren't they going to Monaco?
This nigga speaks.
Because they don't deserve to go to Monaco.
Yo, Dr. Rob.
Yes.
You have to earn the right
Can
of
you be my
passage to
dad?
go to Monaco.
Excuse me?
What?
Can you be my dad?
I am a father figure and I have a mentorship figure for you and this group. Because I've got the power and you know I have the power. And this little guy saying, yeah, but I'm saying things I'm not supposed to while he's pissing in fucking bottles in his room, that doesn't mean anything. They just want to fucking, oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's not just this guy fucking yelling at us and fucking telling us to be better. It's also this guy who's dark and pissing in bottles. And I relate to that too. I understand that too because sometimes you just got to go. There's nothing wrong with pissing in bottles, but you got to empty them. And if you're not careful, you're going to be pissing on the floor before you know it.
Doctor, why
shitting in a diaper. I'm here to be real with you. I'm here to support you guys. I'm not here to take any. I'm not here to put a little show on for you guys. I'm here to put you guys on math. I'm here to teach you guys math, the math of the mind, the algorithm of suffering, of peace. I did what he did, and that means that you're just fucking coping. Why do you need to be so arrogant? What kind of life do you live? What do you have to be so arrogant about and prideful about? It's not arrogant or pride. You're fucking angry. And maybe you should be angry, man. But don't put that on me. Like I'm the fucking person who put you in that position. I'm the fucking dad that didn't spend time with you or didn't fucking raise you up and fucking take you on camping trips. Because if I was your daddy, that's exactly what I would have done. I would have supported you. And you would have been a young, empowered man. But that's not how it went. And that's not my fucking problem. So don't put that fucking bullshit on me. Bad boy, I jerk off and come, then I'm dark. Nobody gives a fuck you jerk off. Yeah, but it feels good. Keep it to yourself. Well, I don't recommend that. I've recommended that in the past, but I wasn't really being serious about it.
So you basically told me to jerk off and swallow my own cum.
No, I'm telling you to stop doing that. I'm saying that's exactly what you're doing, and I'm telling you to stop doing that. But your brain is so reversed because you're not saying anything. You're not doing anything. It's like, yeah, but I'm dark. What does that mean? You're just jerking off in your own mouth. There's nothing dark about it. There's nothing special about it. Humble yourself. I'm not here to fight with you. I'm here to support you. I'm here to put you on math, man. Lift you up, raise you up, give you some potential, give you some potentiality, keep you away from the dark side. That's what I'm here to do, and that's exactly what I'm doing as well.
So wait, what is like the dark side to be exact?
You know, you don't have to ask about it. Doing bad things, having an ill intention, being angry. I have a right to be angry. I have a right to be nasty. What?
Is smoking on the dark side?
No. Smoking weed's probably not good for you, though, if you have that connection to a darker mind.
You heard that, Catch?
What the fuck?
You're just not on 50.
What about cocaine?
I'm a very positive person, unlike you. So I don't.
No, Shifty. You made a whole diss about Jews.
Whoa.
Rob, how you feel about Jews?
All people. I do not discriminate people based on race or religion.
Yo, if there's a music line here, you better pray there isn't.
Some people should be discriminated.
And maybe that somebody is you. And maybe that somebody is you. Maybe you're that some person. Maybe you're that some person. Maybe you're the race I don't like. Maybe you're the guy who should be discriminated against. Maybe you're the guy that should be double checked and triple checked and not given a free ride. Maybe you're that guy. Oh, we should discriminate. Maybe you're the one who should be discriminated against. How about that? How do you like them apples, Choom?
Yeah, so wait, Dr. Rob, how do you feel about gay people?
They're gay. Do we really need to keep talking about it? Gay people are gay. It's been that way for a long time. We all know it.
Have you ever been gay?
Yo, Dr. Rob, would you do it?
Not as gay as you.
No.
It's me? Why? What's
Dr. Rob, can I put it in your belt for the one time?
Be good, be kind, be generous, stop LARPing, stop role-playing, stop playing these little Roblox character version of yourselves. You go and help out around the house, you take out the trash, you be generous with your parents, you be grateful, and take your little teenage angst, and shove it down the fucking trash, and take out that trash. That's all I gotta say to you. Now fuck you, pay me. Thank you so much, C. Thackeray, for the donation. We love that stuff. C. Thackeray says, do something nice for you and Hung. I promised I'd become a member again after paying off my son's birthday, so I've kept that. And I hope you and Hung do something nice with this. Well, we certainly will, C. Thackeray. I tell you what we'd like to do. We'd like to order a bunch of cheeseburgers. And but we're in our detox. We're in our fasting. So we've still got like 7 days to not eat food. I don't know if it'll last that long because I have some volunteering responsibilities coming up, but they're in our fast, so I very much appreciate that. Jews are welcome, Israelis are welcome, black people are welcome, Aboriginal people are welcome. Yes? The dark? In the dark? We're going through it. We're going through it right now with this fasting and this detoxing. It's a very difficult time. Not really, but it's... I want to eat a cheeseburger. I don't want to... You know, I want to eat a cheeseburger and go to sleep. 10 days. No, you have to break the fast with like rice or something, oatmeal. Open, please. We use open, fresh air and fresh light. Turn that off. Turn the aircon off. Okay. The aircon, you cannot lose weight if you have the aircon.
The see in the mind and when we hear and we see and we, right?
I don't know what she's talking about.
I talk, sometimes we talk.
Yeah, okay, sometimes we
lost
detox.
weight.
Not lost weight?
Sometimes, yeah, not lost weight, just
I need to
lost
lose
weight
the weight. No, I'm losing a lot. I'm losing all the weight.
I
I'm
just
gonna lose
lost
20 kilograms on this
sometimes
fast.
I just want the see in the mind when I see and when I hear I how about so we can see in the mind when we the mind the see that see and hear and smell. Lost weight a little bit less.
Here we go. This is live.
So we
everybody.
always taking these things as me.
那或者会认为说我不够好，我很没有用，我犯了这么一个巨大的错误啊，那都是因为我们就会把这些事情当作是我。
And then the second aspect is permanent. So permanent is we don't like unexpected surprise. So normally all the pain or disappointment or suffering comes from unexpected surprise, right?
那第二个面向呢，就是恒常，也就是我们不喜欢一些不期而至的惊喜。通常情况下，我们很多的痛苦、失望啊、疼痛啊或者苦，都是来自于一些。
I was just thinking about you, Max. It's funny you said that because.
So during the break time, you go to the bathroom, and you are having line, and somebody come and cut the line. What do you really feel?
那比如说，等一下下课，你去排队上洗手间啊，这个时候就有人走过来插队，你会怎么想？
What do you will feel?
你会怎么感觉？
You will feel, oh, that person is Muhammad.
You're not a sociologist. It's arbitrary distinctions that have nothing to do with the practice. It's just your ego looking for an out.
Totally forget Muhammad. Hey, excuse me. Sorry.
还是说彻底把大手印抛诸脑后，然后跟他说：“哎，抱歉，干什么呢？”
And then while you're having argument with that person, when you come to the manhole, your seat is gone.
那在你跟那个人争吵的时候，然后等你再回到大殿，就发现自己的座位被别人占了。
Today is the bad luck.
今天实在是不好踩呀。
So maybe that person didn't see you. Maybe that person having emergency. Maybe that person deny you. Maybe that person has like in the different culture aspect.
那也许那个人他是没看见你，或者那个人他真的是情况很紧急啊，或者说那个人他
We all have a lot of work to do, a lot of hard work to
当
do,
中。
all of us.
And then independent, meaning we want to control everything. Everything want to have in our hand. But
The good teacher, the real teacher, they give us an opportunity for hard work.
那第三点呢，
I don't
就
care
是
if they're
关于
Advaita
独立。
Vedanta,
所谓
Hindu,
独立呢，也就是
Bullshido,
我们想要
whatever.
控制
You
一
need an
切，
opportunity
我
to
们想
work
要把
hard,
一切都掌握在
not
自己手
talk
中
about
但是
this
其实
teacher
是
and
不
that
可能的，
teacher.
对吧？
So when I was young, I had the panic attacks. I feel like this never go away. So the permanent grasping is there. And then I feel like panic is part of me. And then the singularity. And I feel like panic exists by itself, almost like it has its own existence.
那像我小的时候有恐慌症啊，那个时候我就会认为恐慌症的这个情况永远都不会消失了，所以这个时候就是恒常，对于恒常的这种执着在发挥作用。还有我会认为这个恐慌症就已经成为我的一部分了啊，那这也是这个独立的一部分。或者我认为这个恐慌症它自己就是一个实实在在的存在啊，它自己是一个实体的存在了。
So when we practice Mahamudra, the fake relative, which is appear to be singularity, permanent, independent, easy to free. But the true relative, which is the impermanent, interdependent, and pieces are there. So that is very difficult to totally free.
那所以，当我们在修持大手印的时候，在道世俗层面上，我们会显现为恒常、单一跟独立。那这一部分内容其实是比较容易能够解脱出来或者自由出来的。但是到了正世俗层面，也就是无常、多数和因缘和合，那这些部分啊，这些面相还是会在的。这些面相是比较难以完全的解脱、完全的自由的。
So the true relative is, for example, you all are getting older, right?
那正世俗，比如说大家都是在变老的，对吧？
So that is the true relative.
这个就是正世俗。
No matter what you try, you cannot stop getting older.
无论你尝试做什么，你都没有办法阻止自己变老。
But then there's a fake relative, which is you don't like to be older. You're holding for permanent. You have fear of getting older. That is the fake relative.
但是这里也有着道世俗，所谓的道世俗呢，就是你不喜欢变老这件事情，你抓着恒常不撒手，或者说是你对于变老这件事情是有恐惧的，那这个其实是道世俗。
And that can be free, right?
那这个道世俗的这个层面，其实我们是可以让它解脱的。
Still difficult.
依然有难度。
But can be free.
但是可以解脱。
So these both are the relative level. So now what is the ultimate?
那所以这两者，也就是正世俗和道世俗呢，都是在世俗层面上，或者有的时候我们叫做相对层面上。那如果是圣意啊，圣意的层面上呢
？Beyond permanent and impermanent, beyond singularity and multiplicity, beyond independent or interdependent.
那圣意地它是超越的，它超越恒常和无常，超越单一和多数，超越独立和因缘聚合。
So the Guru Bhajadara recite this 4 line. Masam jeme sherap harulchin maji menga namki ngoni soso rangri ishe chulwa. Desum jalviyumla cha chalo. Can we put on the screen?
请帮我们放在屏幕上这个般若赞。
Yeah, that one. So this is the absolute truth, our true nature, Buddha nature or Dharmakaya, Mahamudra, is beyond words, beyond thought.
So listen to this. Think about this. Whatever it is that you're seeing, whatever it is that you're looking at, that's the basis of the emptiness.
Or beyond concept, actually. So beyond word, beyond concept.
Let me tell you, Chanath, there's absolutely nothing to be worried about. In fact, let's all get some W's in the chat. W's for Chanath in the chat. This is something that's been working up. Chanath has graduated, and now he's got his first big break. So this is a big thing for our community. Congratulations. Let's get some W's in the chat for Chanath, everybody. Good job, Chanath. I've been in that situation. I've been in that dynamic before. I'm going to tell it to you as simple as it can be. They're not. Nobody's expecting anything from you. You go there, and you give your body. You go there to work. You go there to exercise. That's it. So there's nothing to be anxious about. You have your coffee, you have your energy drink, you get juiced up, you've got your practice. You got there and if you're lucky, they'll just give you a shovel and you dig a hole. Easy peasy. You got there and you use your muscles and you exhaust yourself. Don't worry about sleep or not sleep. This is all lies. This is all tricks, ego plays. I'm tired. Nobody's tired. You're tired when you have to think. You're tired because you're thinking about it. You go out there and you start. Nobody's expecting anything at a construction site except for you to be. You want to work. You want to do things. They'll tell you what to do and you fucking do it. You dig a hole, man. I've been in that situation, and you don't have to be worried about it. Just you're there to work, and you use your concentration, use your meditation training to focus on that. Not there to work. You're there to exercise. You're there to put in work, to apply the body in the practice. So it's nothing to worry about. It's very exciting. It's going to be very enjoyable. Get you out of the house. Get you into the space. And when you're doing the work, you don't have to think because you're just putting yourself into it. So congratulations, Chanath. That's fantastic. Very proud of you, my man. My
Can
brother.
you see the problem?
但这里面还是有个问题，对不对？大家能不能看出这个问题是什么？
There's one big problem here.
这里是有一个大的问题。
The problem is
问题是
no word, so nobody can teach you.
因为超越言权嘛，所以没人能教你。
Beyond concept, you cannot understand.
又超越概念，所以你也没有办法理解。
And not exist, not even being born in. So how to get in touch?
那它又不实存，也不生，那我们怎么能够触及到它呢？
So how to solve this problem?
所以我们该如何解决这个
This
问题？
master also very advanced. Put me to shame for sure.
The next sentence solved that problem already.
第三句哈，下一句就解决了这个问题。
A spare of individually self-aware wisdom, meaning it can experience this Mahamudra or Paranjaparamita, though beyond words, beyond concept, but it has self-luminosity. So no need to totally describe by a word. It cannot really think of it, cannot grab by a concept, but it is you. It is your true nature. And you are experiencing this Mahamudra 24 hours. So, solve the problem.
所以第三句就有说到了个别自证智行境，也就是其实我们是正在经验着这个大手印，正在经验着这个般若智慧，尽管它是超越言权、超越概念的，但它却是有着自明的。尽管它是不能够用言语去描述，你也没有办法用概念去捕捉跟抓取，但它就是你，它也就是你的真实自性，你也一直24小时正在经验着大手印，所以问题是解决了的。
So now we all have this Mahamudra, our true nature, is there with us all the time. But remember, where things appear, where things are, become not union. So we are stuck in the way things appear. But the nature of that way things appear is the way things are. So what is the way things are is the Mahamudra. It is the Panchaparamita that described by this phrase.
所以我们所有人其实都是有着大手印，都是有着真实自信的，而且它是一直与我们同在的。但是我们要记得的一点呢，就是这个事物显现的样子和事物本然的样子现在还没有双运，我们会卡在了事物所显现的样子当中。但是其实事物显现的这种自信跟本质，其实也就是它的本质，也就是它本来的面目啊，也就是它本然的样子，也就是大手印，也就是般若智慧。
So now appreciate that all of us has this wonderful nature. So you have wonderful home always there waiting for you to return.
所以我们要能够欣赏和感激，我们所有人都是有着如此美好的自信，如此美好的家园，而且这个家一直在等着我们能够回归。
And that home is indestructible.
而且这个家园是不可摧毁的。
Because never being born, so never going to cease. So you cannot really destroy, you cannot really harm to the true nature, cannot be polluted, it always pure.
那是因为它其实从未出生，也从未灭亡，就是这里面说的不生不灭，所以你也没有办法真正的去破坏它、伤害它啊。这也是我们的真实自信，是无法破坏、无法伤害的，而且也无法受到污染，它一直都是清净的。
And it is very peaceful.
而且它是非常平静的。
And it always sending you message.
而且它还一直在给你发送着信息。
Do you know the main message?
那大家知道这个家园给你发送的主要信息是什么吗？
How many of you know the main message? Raise your hand.
多少人知道这个主要信息是什么？
How many of you don't know the main message? Raise your hand.
多少人不知道这个主要信息是什么？举手。
And how many of you are both?
多少人两者都是？
Neither.
两者皆非。
I think many of you are both.
感觉很多人都是两者皆是哈，既知道又不知道。
So the main message is always, they always have feeling that looking for happiness.
这一主要信息就是你其实一直有着一种想要寻找快乐的感觉。
All of you are come here looking for happiness, right?
那大家都来到这里是为了寻找快乐，对吧？
And now here quite hot, so the suffering is coming.
那这里又很热，所以痛苦又来了。
And then looking for happiness like this way.
那大家就自己给自己扇风，寻找快乐。
But that is temporary, you know. Once they stop, again become hot and more like this.
但是给自己扇风也只是暂时的，对吧？一停了之后呢，那个感到热又回来了，再大力的接着扇。
So as I mentioned yesterday, every blink of eyes, every breathing unconsciously, in unconscious level, looking for happiness. Even in the night time when you sleep, you roll right side, left side. If the mosquito bites you, you automatically scratch, you know. Why? You don't like that pain. You're looking for happiness. So every moment, every second, every thought, every emotion is the message. Our Buddha nature, the Mahamudra, calling us, come home. Why? Our true home is beyond suffering. It has the lasting peace. So we want to go back to our home.
那所以，就像我昨天提到的一样，我们的每一次眨眼，每一次呼吸，其实在潜意识或者无意识的层面上，都是在寻找着快乐。甚至是在你夜晚睡觉的时候，也是，你可能会辗转反侧，左右翻滚，然后呢，或者有蚊子来咬你的时候，你会很自动的就去抓痒。为什么？就是因为你不喜欢这个疼痛，你想要寻找快乐。所以，我们每一秒、每一分、每一个念头、每一个情绪，其实都是我们的佛性大手印在给我们发送的消息，在一直召唤着我们能够回家。为什么是这样的？因为我们的真实家园是超越痛苦的，它是有着持久的或者有着永久的平静的，所以我们一直都是想要回家的。
So now we feel appreciate about our real home that never be separate within us. And not just you, all beings, humans, animals, animals in the food, vegetables, your body also, your stomach. There is countless beings out there. They all have this wonderful nature. But the problem is we all are stuck in the way things appear, in the relative level, stuck with the time, matter, being born, getting old, sick, die, and then circle again. So that is the samsara. So now we meditate on love and compassion to all the beings, that wanting to free all of us from the suffering.
所以我们接下来要去欣赏和感恩我们真实的家园，其实一直都没有离开过我们，而且不仅是我们自己这样，一切的众生、人、动物啊，这个动物也包括在我们食物当中，在菜当中，在我们的身体胃里面的无量的众生外在的，其实他们都是拥有着这美好的自信的。但唯一的问题就是我们卡在了事物显现的样子当中，也就是卡在了在世俗的这个层面上，我们有物质、有时间、有生老病死，以及在不断的这个轮转啊，这也就是轮回。所以我们现在呢，来禅修慈悲，那为了一切的众生，想要帮助他们，或者希望他们都能够从轮回的痛苦当中解脱。
So please, everybody, keep your spine loosely straight.
那请大家记住轻松打直。
And first, feel your body.
首先感受你的身体。
And special, feel the gravity in your body.
尤其是感受你身体的重量。
The gravity that you are feeling now, that grounding sensation of your body on the chair.
身体的重力呢，其实就是你现在能够感觉到身体坐在或者落在椅子上的这种触受。
And relax muscles in the body.
放松身上的肌肉。
Now do one deep breathing in.
深吸气，
And just relax your mind in the field of awareness.
就只是在觉知的境界当中放松着你的心。
That awareness is the Mahamudra, Buddha nature. That awareness is our real home, although we don't see very clearly yet. But whatever you're experiencing now is from your real home, from the awareness.
这个觉知就是大手印，这个觉知就是佛性，觉知也是我们真正的家园。哪怕我们现在还没有办法清晰地看见它，但其实你现在正经验的所有的一切，都是来自于我们真实的家园，来自于觉知。
It is illuminated by itself.
它是能够自己照亮自己的。
You can only experience, but you cannot really think of it or grab of it.
你只能够经验到它，你没有办法真的去思维它或者抓取它。
Now, all of us not fully recognize this wonderful nature, and then we lost with the ignorant, the permanent, independent singularity. And then from there, aversion, craving, loss, with these two suffer in the samsara.
那现在我们所有人没有完全的认识出这美好的自性，从而因为无明迷失。那在这里面的无明，也指我们感知到的恒常、单一和独立。那从这种当中又衍生出贪和嗔，于是我们就在轮回当中痛苦的轮转。
And wish all of us free from suffering and the causes of suffering.
祈愿，愿我们所有人都能够远离痛苦以及痛苦的因。
Wish all of us have happiness and the causes of happiness.
愿我们所有人都能拥有快乐以及快乐的因。
If we have fully realized our true nature, then we will become enlightened. We will fully experience the ultimate truth. So that ultimate truth is freedom beyond indestructible. It has
Some men are prone to misadventure. Questions of guilt aren't always clear. Some men run from a fate they can't avoid. All men choose the path they walk. Some can't be faulted for their reason, feigning to justly intervene. Some men hide from the memories that haunt. All men choose the path they walk. Some men see everything through duty, cast off responsibility. Some regret that their courage sometimes fails. All men choose the path they walk. Some men have attitude that's righteous, care not about the consequence. Some men fight with the violence inside. All men choose the path they walk. Some men have reached their destination, finding their own serenity. Some men leave, others till they recognize that all men choose the path they walk.
And so we, just in the same way that we've in many ways been forced to contemplate the tracker, I might have to look into that. The movie should be shown in all schools. Powerful movie. Atrocities. Let's look. Well, we were going to look into that. Time. And the absence of time, the absence of the relevance of time in our direct experience, the absence of a accurate yesterday or a practical tomorrow. It's not necessarily going to be exciting. We may be looking towards spirituality or this practice as some kind of exciting experience. But the idea here is that the experience is already exciting enough. And our work is actually to unexcite this profound, unfathomable, ungraspable, right? Because you think that you're going to have that experience or that you're having that experience. So the you also wants it to be interesting or meaningful in some way. But no you, it doesn't need to be anyway. So practicing and being with it, this, not needing to be any way. Because we feel that way, we say, well, why doesn't it feel as good as?